Okay. Just getting everything set up, ready to go. All right. You guys ready for the dumbest stream? Happy Skrelp Day 2024. We're gonna celebrate in style. This big national holiday. We're doing a tier list. I've been wanting to do a tier list for some time. I didn't think that this would be the first one I did. But it's important critical information, so I figured might as well start here. We're ranking every Pokemon today. Here are all of the Pokemon. I believe this is up to date, all the way up to, yep, like there's Pecharunt. So like we are completely up to date here over every single Pokemon. Every single one of these Pokemon is going to end up on this tier list before I hit stop recording. So we will be here for hours, but I think that's a small price to pay. It's Skrelp Day, so naturally this felt like the most Skrelp thing to do in his honor. I'll introduce the tiers for what the subject matter of today's tier list will be. We are going to be ranking all of these Pokemon based on how much they bear a resemblance to Skrelp. Naturally, that is sort of a quality hierarchy, bringing you from greatness to, well, not. So from the top, we've got the Skrelp tier. Naturally, one Pokemon will be going here. Practically Skrelp cosplayers. These are for the Pokemon that are so close to Skrelp. They're just missing that one final step to get them there. But in all matters except for the physical, they are Skrelp. Very similar to Skrelp. This is just, step below. We're talking like, there is a really decent resemblance here. Enough that like it's hard to argue them them not going any lower. But they can't go up here. They're just not quite at that level. But like they're doing a decent job. Decent likeness to Skrelp. There is something here. It doesn't have to be the strongest, but it also doesn't have to be the weakest. For me, this is kind of like kind of middle grade. We're not like jumping over hoops here, but we're starting to get a little further from the goal. Vaguely reminds me of Skrelp. If I can find a decent enough reasoning that is good for me, that I'm happy with, I'm gonna put the Pokemon here. This could be anything from like general color palette to sharing a type or just something close enough. They will become clearer as they go on, I imagine. The slightest hint of Skrelp, if I can come up with anything like the closest thing that like I can come up with, and it's like just barely in the realm of reasonable, I'll put it here. No Skrelp qualities whatsoever. These are for the true dregs of society that just couldn't be bothered. And are just not it. They're just not it. If I can't think of anything, if they're just squat, they will go here. And finally, the anti-Skrelps, which is definitely a terrible tier that you do not want to end up in. This is for exclusively for the Pokemon who could be higher if they wanted to, but they are going upon an active effort to go the opposite direction. They have the capability, they choose not to be. And I think that is a greater sin. I don't know what Pokemon will end up here, but we'll know them when we see them. So yeah, with that, we might as well start because we've got a lot to do. We've got a lot to do today. So from the top, oh my gosh, it's crazy how like looking at the Kanto starters right out of the gate, they got like 5 per because of their megas and their Gigantamaxes. A whole line of Pokemon will usually end up probably close, similar to one another, but definitely a case by case basis. Bulbasaur, right out of the gate, Bulbasaur. I think we start here. There's a vague resemblance to Skrelp. They have the same color eyes, which is a start. They are both poison type, although I don't believe Bulbasaur is the like epitome of what poison is all about. Like, this is a grass type. These guys are grass types that just have like a little bit of poison capability. There are stronger examples of a poison Pokemon, and I mean Skrelp is one of them, but it is there. It is still a poison type, so I do think that is an acceptable trade-off. Ivysaur, not. I mean, I think they're about the same. It's a little angrier, which, like, I don't know how one would describe Skrelp's expression. It's about as neutral as it gets. Maybe a little worn. And whereas Bulbasaur's like kind of cheeriness, I think reaches this a little closer than Ivysaur's like tough attitude vibe. Does the like bulb of the flower give me anything? I'm really not sure. Maybe this will go in the slightest hint of Skrelp. It is still a poison type, so like it's clinging on. But beyond that, I don't think I can give it anything more. Venusaur. Venusaur like has these little bumps all over him. Like, I feel like if I were to rub my hand over, like, you know, the, like, reptilian skin of Venusaur, it would feel like Skrelp. Like, more than these two, who are much smoother. So, I think that puts him above Ivysaur. And as for his, like, other forms, I'm trying to see. Actually, you know, I think this guy, because, like, he loses the eye color, which is sort of what was keeping him in the game there. This is probably where this line will end up. Although now that I'm thinking about it, knowing just how many Pokemon are going to end up over here, maybe we'll move you guys up one more. I don't think I can, in good conscience, give them very similar to Skrelp. But I think this is a good place to start. It's gonna get harder from here. Charmander. I'm mad at you still because of Pokemon Snap, but that's not what we're talking about today. Are fire types anti-Skrelp because Skrelp is a water type? I don't think we can be that callous, you know? Like I think all of these Pokemon deserve a chance. Charmander is small, reptilian. Not that Skrelp is reptilian. I mean, he's a fish. But I don't know. Slightest hint? There's something there, you know. It's really like just small creature vibe that it's given me. And like, I think for Charmeleon, it's a similar situation. Charmeleon is rigid, you know. He's got these hard edges, both literally and figuratively. And I mean the horn on horn? Do we call this a horn on Charmeleon's head here? I think that can be equated to Skrelp's head spike. To the point where I'm actually willing to put Charmeleon a little bit higher up. I recognize that my Charmander reasoning is weak, but I think Charmeleon gets a little bit closer to the goal. Charizard, boy, do we have a lot of options to choose from. Now Charizard, while not being dragon type, is draconic enough to be worthwhile of discussion. Skrelp will one day become a dragon when he evolves into Dragology. But Skrelp himself is not a dragon, so can we count it as such? I don't know, but I think it's more than no Skrelp qualities if like the conversation even has to be had. So I think Charizard ends up here. I think Mega Charizard X reminds me a little bit closer because of his cool color palette. There's no purples, unfortunately, but like, you know, he's blue and water types. You know, well, the blue is the color of water type, so I think it's a decent place to be. I think the other like Mega Charizard Y, I think I mean they're practically identical, right? Like they might as well be the same Pokemon. I don't know about Gigantamax Charizard. I mean, he's like a light and flame. I think no Skrelp. Well, actually, wait a minute. I don't know. Maybe he is an anti-Skrelp because like Charizard on his own ends up here, but like he's done all this work to get him away from Skrelp comparisons and get as far away as possible. I think that's an anti-Skrelp right there. He doesn't have to be this. He's chosen this path. And I don't think that was the right thing to do, Charizard. So I think your Gigantamax form ends up down there. Squirtle. Squirtle, I think, is in the same tier as Bulbasaur. You know, they were both poison types. Now they're both water types, and there is a little bit of red in the eye. Not quite as much as Bulbasaur, but it's there. The little stubby arms give me vibes of like Skrelp's stubby little fins that are also blue. So I think that's a pretty decent resemblance right there. Wartortle. I don't know if I feel the same. Well, actually, no. He's purple, right? I think we could say that Wartortle is purple. So I think, honestly, I think he goes up here. He's aquatic. He's purple. He's got red eyes. And he's got... I don't know if I would call these on his head fins, but they're close enough. I think he's very similar to Skrelp. I think there's a lot of points to be had here. So I think he's more Skrelp-like than these individuals. Hey, Brandy B. How's it going? I'm glad you could make it and join this extremely vital and critical stream. We are already making decent headway, but boy, we have a long way to go. Happy Skrelp Day. Happy Skrelp Day. We are celebrating in earnest. All right, back to work. Blastoise. Blastoise, to me, well, it was once again kind of backpedaling from the Skrelpiness. Like, he's no longer purple. He's now a deep blue. The cannons aren't helping his cause. They don't really do much for me. So this is an interesting case where I actually think that the Gigantamax is closer than these two Blastoises. But can I find a single element of Skrelp within Blastoise? I don't know. I can't tell. Does he have red in his eyes? It's so small. Is that enough? I mean, he's still water type also. He's still a water type. So that's important. But is that enough to give him... I mean, he's either in the slightest hint of Skrelp or no Skrelp qualities. But, like, I don't know. I think I might have No, you know what? He's still water type. I think it's fair enough. And I think the Gigantamax, like the Gigantamax Blastoise, Reminds me a lot of Mega Charizard X. Like, they feel like they're brothers hanging out like this. And if I put him here, I think it's only fair that he shares that distinction. So those are the Kanto starters. Caterpie. We've got a very similar shape going on. Like Caterpie's little tail here definitely gives me vibes of Skrelp's tail. I think Caterpie actually does a decent showing. Could be more. Like Caterpie could be doing more than he is. But I respect it. Even the little red growth here, whatever you would call like this nose area, that's Skrelp's tail, like just right there. So I think that's pretty, like, is it enough? Is it enough? Yeah, I think it is. The more I look at him and the more that, like, I think about it, yeah, I think you're right, Brandy. I think Caterpie is a really solid showing of what a Skrelp-like Pokemon should be all about. Unfortunately, I think he loses his way. And Metapod sort of dials back. Like, he's got that hardened quality, though. That rigidness that I was talking about with Charmeleon. That I still think that, like, it's okay. At the very least, I think he'll be, like, here. He's got the shape pattern. He, like, as far as shape is concerned, it's still there. But yeah, I agree. Definitely not as strong as Caterpie, but still like a decent enough showing. Butterfree now. What's really interesting is that shape plan wise, Butterfree is way far off. However, it's purple and has red eyes, and that is startling to say the least. He even, now that I'm looking at it, even has like little blue fins. You know, they're not fins for Butterfree, but they are fins enough that I am like, I'm pretty like startled at this. Like, you know, the metamorphosis into a butterfly is an inevitable process for a caterpillar. It will one day happen to them. So Caterpie, knowing that this process was inevitable, did everything he could to retain Skrelp qualities. I think that's really admirable. That's a strong showing and could be, you know, an example for others to follow. Do I feel the same for Gigantamax Butterfree? I don't know. I do think it's a fall off. Do I give it the same criminal record as I gave to Gigantamax Charizard? I don't think so, but it's close. It loses a lot of what makes Butterfree Skrelpy, but it's just barely still there. Like if the purple went away, then like we'd be in deep trouble. But I think I think it's hanging on by a thread, so we keep it there. Weedle looks, well, the Browns are speaking to me. I was about to say, because I think he reminds me of Skrelp a little less than Caterpie, but now that I look at him, maybe I was wrong to judge so quick. He is poison type, where Caterpie was not. I think they're sort of in the same class. I think they're both going to Skrelp school together, and hanging out. So I think it's, yeah. I think that's pretty good. You know, Caterpie may have the vibe, but Weedle's got the colors. Weedle's got the type. I think it's good for him. I don't know about Kakuna though. Rather than kind of having the same, like, you know, crescent shape plan, he's just full straight and narrow. You can't get sharper than Kakuna. He's got so many little intricate bit bops. I don't know where to put him. Maybe here, because it is a significant fall off. Um, but he's still rigid. I feel like it's texture, like the carapace of Skrelp and like his little helmet thing he's got going on. I feel like if I were to touch that and then touch the like cocoon of Kakuna, they'd be similar. I think though that puts him actually lower. I'm giving him too much credit. I think he does belong lower. He could be trying a lot harder than he is. Beedrill is a poison type with red eyes. I think that I think it's, a very like it's actually, you know what? Beedrill reminds me of Skrelp more than Kakuna does. But maybe that means that Kakuna should actually go into no Skrelp qualities at all. And Beedrill should go here. But I mean, poison type, red eyes, protrusions. He's got like a little sharp, like the sharp stinger for Beedrill. Reminds me sort of the sharp horn on Skrelp's back. I think it's close enough. And Mega Beedrill is kind of interchangeable in that regard. I think they're similar enough. And I think it's fair. Pidgey. I don't know. Brown? It's something. The color scheme? No, Mega Beedrill does not change type. It is still bug poison. Although I'm actually like I'm actually double checking now just to be safe. But I'm fairly certain that's the case. Does Mega Beedrill change its type? No. Bug poison. Yeah, that would definitely be a hit if it was the case. But he's safe. He's safe up there. As for the Pidgey line, I am not feeling as safe. I think the color palette, the browns that they're rocking, are just close enough. Well, actually, no, I don't know. They're not really the same shade. And like it's again, like their talons have this like pink to them, but like that's not Skrelp's purple. They fly. That's the opposite of swimming. Do you think so? I mean, I don't think Pidgey goes any higher than here. It's really like we're stretching to make them work. Which I'm willing to do for everyone. Like they all deserve like, as much passing as they can, get, because it's a tough competition. I don't know if like he's so like unscrub like to go here. I think the browns kind of save him, and I feel the same about Pidgeotto. And I feel the same about Pidgeot. I think Mega Pidgeot, by introducing these blues, and bringing on like just the slightest hint of cool colored texture, brings him a step up. It's not enough. It could be a lot more, but I recognize the attempt. He's trying. That's fair. I don't feel like it's close. Skrelp's tail, like it's a very specific look, and I don't know. I think Pidgey gets the closest to that. Actually, now look, comparing Pidgey to to Skrelp's tail. Your comment about the Skrelp tail, I think brings Pidgey up a tier. I think Pidgeotto and Pidgeot have to remain where they are. But looking at that tail, actually, I think that's not so bad. I think Pidgey gets to be a little bit higher. So, funnily enough, Rattata and Raticate actually do pretty well. In fact, Rattata goes even higher. For similar reasons that we've spoken about already. He's purple, He's got red eyes, beige, browns. Like, there's a lot going on here. Raticate definitely not as strong as Rattata. But I think Rattata, for a normal type too, you don't see these colors on normal types. So to see that effort from Rattata is impressive to me. And I want to reward his effort. Raticate really gets to, like, he sort of just gets grandfathered in through Rattata, you know, just through his relation to Rattata. But, like, you know, the Browns are good enough. I don't feel as strongly about his Alolan counterpart. There's nothing about Skrelp that is like restricted to time of day. Skrelp is an all-day, all-night kind of fella, and so the like night theme, night mechanics that surround Alolan, Rattata, and Raticate don't really matter here. They have red eyes, which is something, but I don't know. Let's see. I think their best efforts in their Alolan forms are that their darker colors are on their backs and their lighter color is on their belly. That's a good observation. You know, I was like working towards maybe putting them here, but I think between that observation and the red eyes, you know, they get to be over here. I mean, you know, I can't look at these Pokemon without looking at these, like thinking of these Pokemon. And if they get me here, I'm thinking about Skrelp. So I think that's fair enough. Spearow and Fearow. I will, Goth Skrelp, yeah. Fearow's spindliness. He's got these really thin, like thin neck, thin legs. I should think it's like a pretty decent resemblance. Maybe even one higher. Even like the beak sort of reminds me of Skrelp's, like, you know, like little protruding purple nose, and his beak is kind of purple. So I think that's really strong for Fearow. I don't know about Spearow. He's got the rustic red. The red of his wings. Do I count that as red for his eyes? Unsure. But I see red. I see brown. I see a bit of pink. I guess if Pidgey can be here, Spearow can be here as well. But he does better as he evolves. I think Fearow actually, you know, does a fairly decent showing. I'm gonna be real with you. I like looking at Rattata again, especially next to the other Pokemon in this tier. I think Rattata goes as high as here. I think it does really like solid at, you know, like you're a rat, right? Like you have a uphill battle to cosplaying Skrelp. I think he's doing a decent job of it. Yeah, like that's a high effort and deserves to be rewarded. Ekans and Arbok. Ekans, not bad. Not bad at all. You're a little long. You could probably, like, you know, like scrunch it up a little, but he's trying, you know, because he's coiling up. So and again, poison types have an unfair advantage against the rest of the community. So decent showing. Arbok a little less so. You bring it on the intimidation, which you know, is a little bit unrequired. You're going a bit over the edge. But I still respect it. Purple Snake, you know, I think it's still a decent likeness. I mean, and honestly, maybe I'm criticizing him too hard. Skrelp is 0 attitude, all vibes. And yeah, I think Arbok, you could have made it to very similar to Skrelp. I think you were a shoo-in for this tier. But your attitude leaves something to be desired. Still a very decent showing. Now, here's a big question, right? How much does the series mascot resemble Skrelp? Low, I think. I don't think he died. I don't think he's got his act together here. Like, lovable, and Skrelp's lovable. So, but like, you could say that about anyone here. All these Pokemon are lovable. I can't judge based on such a simple criteria. I do think it's low though. I mean, You know, gosh, I'm so glad you're here. Yeah, Pikachu's cheeks could be argued as looking like Skrelp's eyes. That's something. And even the jagged tail, like, if Pikachu in its entirety was just the jagged tail, like, the tail itself is Skrelp-like. That's the slightest hint of Skrelp. That's, yeah, I think it's good enough. He painted his cheeks. He's afraid of contact. Yeah, he tried getting his eyes red, but he just couldn't do it. He couldn't be marketable that way. I think Gigantamax Pikachu is basically the same situation. Does Raichu get any closer? He's muting his color palette a little bit, which is a worthy attempt. I think a Alolan Raichu gets even closer, and now he's surfing. And what do you find in the water? Skrelp. So I think Alolan Raichu. Maybe we'll do this. Pikachu, slightest hint of Skrelp. Raichu vaguely reminds me of Skrelp. Alolan Raichu, decent likeness. I like it. I think that's pretty good. So far, nothing here strikes me as way out of line or way out of place. And it's crazy that we do not have a Pokemon in this tier yet, which is really impressive. Will it be Sandshrew? I don't know. Yeah, it's good to see. Anytime Raichu gets to outperform Pikachu in any category, it's a good day. I don't know about Sandshrew. We haven't really had any underground dwellers yet. How do we qualify that? Because that's not swimming. But it's kind of close. I don't see a single color that reminds me of Skrelp, but he does kind of have this armor that, I don't know. It's really hard to say. Yeah, it's right. Like, you know, like kind of the way he is he like a mole or shrew? Well, I mean, he's not called Sand Mole. But like, you know, they're fairly interchangeable in this particular instance. I'm really not sure. Sand Slash gets a little bit closer. With the spikes, and the spikes are a very close brown to Skrelp's. Again, he's got the attitude, and I don't love it. But I think at my most generous, I would put Sand Slash up here and Sandshrew up here. Though, to be real, I can't think of a good qualifier for Sandshrew. I've yet to really hit something. So, like, he might end up going down, which is okay because he'd have company. I think these guys are our first, like, real example here for what we are not looking for. They're ice types. Ice is water. So, like, maybe I should be more, like, you know, lenient, but I don't think so. You know, Alolan Sandslash specifically, because we were getting closer up here. But then he goes and does this? That's not okay. And yeah, I actually think all three of them belong here in the trenches Which is, you know, sad. I hate to do it. I love Sandshrew. Um, yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not a tyrant. I'm not a tyrant. I think that could be enough. The belly, the armor, you know, ice is very loosely related to water. Sure, I can do it to him, but I think that's about it. As lenient as I can go. Um, all the Nidorans, every single one, vaguely reminds me of Skrelp. So at the very least, they go here. There might be like there might be reasons for all of them to be even higher. They're spiky. They're purple. Well, these guys are purple anyway, but even the blue is not, you know, not too far off from Skrelp's fins or the places of which he lives. Maybe the male family gets to be higher here in a decent likeness territory. That feels appropriate. Because interestingly, they're ground types. They're all, well, I don't think they are in there. Like, I think Nidoran and then Nidorina, Nidorino, I think they're all poison types, whereas Nidoqueen, Nidoking are poison ground. But they don't really show it. Like, they're really wearing their poison colors loudly and proudly. That's a huge point, actually. I should have a shiny Skrelp on standby, because it would be really unfair to a lot of Pokemon if their color palette looks like shiny Skrelp and I'm not factoring that in. So that's a huge point. So let's get a shiny Skrelp ready on the screen. Yeah, because like there are absolutely Pokemon that like we've already spoken about that like kind of look like this in their color scheme. So like that should be factored in. Yeah, the blue of a shiny Skrelp is very much like the blue of these Nidorans, so I think they get to be a little higher. I think they do. I'm gonna double check everyone else just to make sure. The only one that I can think gets to be higher is Blastoise. But I might just leave him as is. Well, no, we're fair. We are fair in this world. I think Blastoise, because of that connection, gets to be higher. And good for the Nidorans all across the board. Pretty solid showing. Clefairy and Clefable. Most known for their use of Metronome, which is noteworthy, because with a Skrelp, you never know what's going to happen. They always leave you guessing. And through Metronome, Clefairy could use moves such as Sludge Bomb, Surf, things that you'd want your Skrelp to be doing. I think that's a slight hint if I've ever heard one. I think so. I mean, even the pink, if you squint hard enough, could look like Skrelp's purple. You know, the spikes on Clefable's back could be tangentially related. I think it's close enough. Vulpix and Ninetales. Skrelp has 3 tails. So they're going a bit farther than they need to. But at the very least for Vulpix, the color and the shape of the tails is close enough for me. Even the brown, like for a fire type, these are relatively muted, desaturated colors that I think fit Skrelp's vibe. Like unlike this dude over here. I think it's decent enough. I think a Alolan Vulpix loses a bit of that. by going the ice route once again. Like not really a recommended vibe. But it's still close enough to the Vulpix tails that I think it gets to be here. I really don't know about Ninetales though. I guess Alolan Ninetales has the blueness of Shiny Skrelp, so that's something. But as for regular Ninetales, when I think of Ninetales, I think of like mysticism and wonder and like legendary like power, ominous and like curious. Do I think of Skrelp when I think of these things? Like, I don't know, not extremely, a little I suppose, but I don't know. Maybe Ninetales goes here. I guess like Ninetales' tails kind of flow in the wind the way that a Skrelp may float in the water. Is that enough? I'm gonna say it's enough. You just barely get out of the out of the trenches, Ninetales, and I'm proud of you for it. Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff are so close to Clefairy and Clefable that you might think that they rank similarly. I, however, don't agree. They don't have that metronome thing that got them up there. They're significantly less spiky. In fact, they're balloons, and that, I don't know. If these balloons were, say, filled with water, maybe we'd have a conversation. But until that day, I don't think these two really get to. I don't know if they really get to hang out. Okay, here's something. The closest thing that I can think of. In fact, this might be enough. They're fairy types. Now, today, in the modern age, they are fairy types, which means that if you have a Skrelp, you have an advantage over Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff. You would be able to hit them for super effective damage. Is that enough? Because, like, well, actually, I don't know. Because you could say the same thing about Sandshrew with the water type moves. I don't know if that's enough. I don't think we could bring like type effectiveness in. Like, type effectiveness has to be something that like is alongside another quality. I don't think it is enough by itself. God, we're gonna be here a while. Okay, we gotta zoom on ahead. We've got a good streak of Pokemon that like I think we're gonna see a lot of high placements. Zubat and Golbat are both really decently high. I think they actually get to be as high as here. Blue and purple, like that is Shiny Skrelp's color scheme, right? Through and through, we're going higher. That is what Shiny Skrelp looks like. If they had red eyes, they would just be Shiny Skrelp. That's really good. Is it enough for practically Skrelp cosplayers? Yeah, I think it is. You know, I think that if you put a Shiny Skrelp and one of these guys next to each other, they'd look really alike. And that's a strong showing. And this is why we put this here. This is why adding Shiny Skrelp here is uber important. If I was just looking at regular Skrelp, they'd make it like maybe 2 tiers lower. But with that, that's huge. Oddish, Gloom, and Vileplume remind me a lot of Venusaur in that they're poison types, but they don't really outwardly show it a lot. They're really much closer to grass. That said, they've got the blue. Gloom in particular, whatever emotion Gloom is feeling, I feel like Skrelp is feeling the same one. So I actually think maybe Oddish and Vileplume. Well, actually, because like if I put these guys this high, I think it's only fair that I put them up. We'll do that. right? Oddish and Vileplume, they're vaguely similar. They got the color. Never mind. They go up here. They've got red eyes. They specifically have red eyes. Funnily enough, Gloom doesn't. Well, we don't know because Gloom's eyes are closed. But Gloom gives me Skrelp vibes in other ways. So I think all together, they end up here. That's pretty good. Good on Kanto for having so many poison types. Paris and Parasect are not poison despite appearances. Do I get vibes though? A little. The mushrooms kind of remind me of Skrelp a little bit. And like this little creature energy. And Skrelp's a creature. I think it's very slight. I think you really have to squint. But I think there is a passing resemblance. I think that like Skrelp and Paris would be like both cryptids in like a newspaper from some local community being like they're aliens. Like that alone did that for me, for at least for regular Paris. I don't know about Sure. Look at like Skrelp's headpiece. Does that not look like Parasect's mushroom? I think that's pretty good. Venonat. Good job, my friend. Very good job. That is a strong showing. Very, very proud. I don't think it's a Skrelp cosplayer. The eyes are a bit too big. The purple's a bit too deep. The fluffiness, while lovely, is not quite what we're going for. But you know what? A very strong showing, and I think it's good enough. You know what? I'm actually thinking that the male Nidoran family, I think, gets to be in this tier. The more I look at it, I'm like already looking at some of these tiers, going, oh, maybe some of these deserve to be more generous than what I'm providing. Like Gloom, I think Gloom could actually be higher as well. Yeah. For what I said, but like earlier about them, but now I think they can be even greater. Oh yeah, but before I even forget, Venomoth loses a lot of the Skrelpness, but it's still vaguely there. You know, the purples are vaguely there. The spikes are now there. Like Venonat didn't have any spikes, but look how highly it scored without them. Venomoth kind of lost so many points that it needed to grow these spikes in order to even have a passing resemblance. That's effort. I'll give it to him. The Diglett line. Diglett Dig Trio. I actually think that they remind me of Skrelp more than I would have expected. Maybe it's the brown and like the pink nose, the little eyes, because like, you know, the pupils, like Diglett's eyes look like Skrelp's pupils. They don't have the red, irises surrounding it, but I actually think it's fairly close. And I might as well just give the same to the Alolans. They're practically the same. They just have hair now, which is not a necessary trait. But it doesn't detract from their Skrelpness at all. In fact, you could even say that they're like deeper brown resembles Skrelp a bit more. Even if their nose kind of resembles it a bit less. But I think they get enough to be here. Meowth and Persian and all variants thereof. Except for Berserker, who's like a million light years away from here. I don't know about these guys. Skrelp is most definitely not a cat, nor very cat-like. So I don't know if I can comfortably give them a high score. Out of all of them, I think like the one that reminds me the most of Skrelp is ironically Gigantamax Meowth. Just for the sheer length. So, I think maybe we give him that. I think I think these guys end up here. Truthfully. Persian's head jewel is red, and maybe you can make an argument for a Skrelp eye. And I guess that is the literal definition of a slight hint of Skrelp. So, fair enough, I guess. Fair enough. The Alolans, though, I don't think so. They got, well, I don't know. They've got that cool color palette. It's and like the blue, they do kind of make me think of shiny Skrelp. So I think they do end up going right there. But what about Galarian Meowth? I think he ends up just where he is right here. You know. Oop, yikes. Okay. Galarian Meowth, I don't really see that much in the way of similarities. He's like furrier now. He's a steel type? I don't know. Steel? Actually, that's a fair, like, you know, steel. Now he's immune to Skrelp's poison? I don't like that. You're gonna, like, actively give yourself reason to, like, see Skrelp less? I don't think so, man. Where's Berserker? It's bugging me. I kind of just want to get him out of the way right now. Here he is. This would be a good test to see how much work it takes to bring a Pokemon all the way up. You know, we'll eventually get there. Gosh, we have so many Pokemon left. We're not even out of Kanto yet. Dear Lord. Get up there. Get up there. He's got red eyes. He I'm like ready to give him the same punishment as Meowth. He's got red eyes. He's got red eyes. So that's enough. That is a slight hint of Skrelp. Psyduck and Golduck. Golduck's got the same like head jewel that Persian has. So that's enough for me. And I think Psyduck. Actually, I think Psyduck might even go one higher. Psyduck does not visually like resemble Skrelp all that much. They are both water types, so that's something. But it's the vibe. Just like I forget what other Pokemon it was, but whatever emotions it was Gloom. Whatever emotions Skrelp is currently feeling, I feel like Psyduck feels it too. So I think Psyduck gets to. We can go a tier higher. It may seem strange. This is definitely more of a vibe thing than anything else, but you're just gonna have to trust me on this one. Mankey and Primeape. Fluffy? Fighting? Pig? I don't know. I guess their hands and legs, like they have the same brown as Skrelp does. It's a reach, but you know, it's something. And maybe their pink noses look like Skrelp's purple skin a little bit. I guess it's close enough. The Growlithe line. And Hisuian Growlithe. I don't think we're going high this time. I don't think we are at all. Is there anything I can pick up? Maybe Hisuian Arcanine's like bringing on brown coloration? But like that's a deep brown. Like this is one of the most out there browns he could have possibly picked to resemble Skrelp. Could the fur of the Hisuian variants be red enough to resemble Skrelp's eye? I guess that's two things. I guess that's enough to save them from the horror show, but I don't think their Cantonian variants get to share the same love. You know, hate to do it again, love them, but I think it's where they belong. Poliwag, not bad, not bad. You got the crescent shape, you got the blue of shiny Skrelp, you got the little pink mouth, water type. Not bad, not bad. I think I'd be. In fact, I'll actually put you one higher even. I think you get to be there. The fact that you have legs, I think, well, I mean, you know, Rattata has legs, so I'm not gonna, like, you know, like, me trying to, like, find a reason for him not to join the cosplayers club. I think he gets to be right there with the crew. Yeah. I think Poliwag reminds me of Skrelp, but like just about as much as Rattata does. I think they fit in just fine together. His family members, they're decent. They're decent. Water types, blue. Squishy? I don't know. They kind of look squishy and blubbery. Which I know I've been talking a lot about rigidness and how much that matters, but like that's only about half of what makes Skrelp a Skrelp. Actually, well, because like they remind me of Skrelp about as much as Blastoise does, so maybe they belong down here instead. I think that's fair. The Abraline? Yeah. Abra's kind of got that same vibe, you know, circle, but I don't think really outwardly looks like Skrelp much at all. And I think these guys even less so, but they do have that brown armor, whatever you'd call it, on their torsos. And Alakazam, or Mega Alakazam, has that same red jewel that like Persian and Golduck have. What is it with this red jewel? And I mean, I don't know if anything, I don't know if the spoons really like help or hinder them in either way. Nothing that like immediately comes to my mind. Does Skrelp look like a spoon? I can't sit here and say that he doesn't look like a spoon, so I guess that's good enough for me. Machop, Machoke, and Machamp. Red eyes. They at least get to be here. I think Machoke actually gets to be slightly higher, just due to the purpley coloration that his skin gets. God, these Pokemon are so strange. But I think, yeah. They're also, like, weirdly reptilian. I don't know how else to describe it. But, like, that sort of makes me, for whatever, again, Skrelp is not a reptile, but he's got qualities that, like, remind me of such. And so, I think there's a connection, however slight. You know, it vaguely reminds me of Skrelp, so I think that's fair. Oh, I completely forgot you have a Gigantamax. Honestly, though, I don't know. What do you got, like fiery hands now? This kind of reminds me of Gigantamax Charizard. I think this is an anti-Skrelp. You know, like it's not like you had that many Skrelp qualities to begin with, but like you went even lower after that. I think that's pretty bad. So yeah, I think that's about where he ends up. Bellsprout and the Weeping Bell, Victory Bell trifecta. Yeah, yeah. You got that same wavelength again. Weepinbell as well, I think, goes to the same place. Yeah, I can't stress enough, Brandy. We're gonna be here for hours. we are going to be here for hours doing this. So I suspect that people are just gonna check in and out whenever, like they'll come by, they'll like go like have dinner, hang out with friends, come back, and I'll be like one generation later. That's what I've signed up for. Bellsprout and Weepinbell both have a very decent likeness to Skrelp. Poison types. They've got sort of this small, crescent-y, wavy kind of shape. You know, Bellsprout's legs look like they could be sprouting right off of Skrelp. So, I think that's pretty good. I don't think Victreebel gets to be as high as they do. I think we're just getting a little bit too far away from the original idea. Bellskrelp. But I think he, you know, again, tangentially related, still a poison type. You know, it's that tree of thinking, right? Victreebel makes me think of Weepinbell, who makes me think of Skrelp. So, like, you know, I think he gets to be at least up there. Tentacool and Tentacruel. Get on up there, friends. I think you both get to be pretty highly scored as well. Maybe even higher than that. Jellyfish. You know, I feel like they'd be hanging out together in very similar environments. You know, the big, yeah, like they're not eyes, though I don't really know what I can say they are. They definitely give eye vibes. And they are big, you know, red protrusions, very similar red. You know, the blue, similar to Shiny Skrelp's blue. And the tentacles, which, you know, the way they flow, just like kind of these fins and tails on Skrelp, I think it is pretty Skrelpy. Tentacruel getting a bit edgy, you know, getting, again, kind of with the Arbok attitude, but I think it's still, like, I don't think he falls a tier for that. I think he's still fine. Boy, we got a lot of rocks. We got a lot of rocks here. Now, I guess you could say that the brown corally, like, armor that Skrelp wears, maybe you could say it's rocky. Is that enough? Maybe. And can we say the same for the Alolan variants, who kind of, like, you know, dial it back even more so? I think it's very hard to say. Yeah, like, yeah, you know what? That's a good word to call it going for. It's kind of like a helmet. It is sort of helmet-like. I don't know. I think at the very least, the, like, rockiness of the armor makes me feel like they go here. Rocky helmet. I mean, that's a Pokemon item right there. Ooh, Golem has red eyes. I didn't even realize. Golem, I think, gets to be a little bit higher because of that. Just because of the little red dot there. And even some of the browns, yeah, you know, it's a turtle, right? I think. Turtle-esque. Do I feel the same way about the Alolans? I think so. They're largely similar. They just have, like, facial hair and, like, a new type. You know, I actually think Golem, because Golem, like, Alolan Golem loses his arms a bit, and they just, rather than, like, being fully developed hands, he now kind of has these protrusions, which, like, in a crazy wild world, which is the one we're living in, I think you could call that a fin. I like, you know, I thought about it, but then I looked next to his peers, right? I looked to the, like, the Pokemon that get to be up here, and then I put Alolan Golem there, and it just immediately didn't feel right. So I guess the like fin-like arms are just not enough for him to rise any higher. But you know what? He gets to hang out with his Cantonian counterpart up here. I think that's more than most people would suspect from Golem, so I think it's fine. Ponyta and Rapidash. Right away, I think their Galarian forms do a better job than their Cantonian forms, just from color palette on its own. You know, we got purple, we got purple, and we got blue. They're making like an effort to have both like regular Skrelp and a shiny Skrelp coloration in one go. I think that's pretty good. I think that's really admirable. I don't think that the Cantonian horses share the same fate. I actually think that they are about as low class as Growlithe and Arcanine here. It's tough. It's tough being a fire type. Particularly one that's got fire all over their bodies. Because Skrelp just doesn't. That is not a thing that he's got. So, you know, yeah, Rapidash has a horn. I can't see. You've got such a small eye, Rapidash, but is it a red eye? I need to look closer. Give me like a proper picture of Rapidash. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's a red eye. Sure. And like, you know, thing like having the fire like as sort of like kelpy protrusions. I don't know, but you know, I guess what is fire but like hot seaweed? Yeah. Fine. I'll give it to him. It's more than I can say for these two down here, so sure. We'll give it to him. You know, Skrelp is a lot of things. Skrelp is, you know, very great and mighty, but I would not claim Skrelp is fast. And what is the opposite of fast? Slow. So I think that we're already off to a good start with this particular crew. I think we'll bring them. Yeah, maybe that far. And Mega Slowbro. He's got the Crescent vibe. He's kind of Cocoon-esque. So I think he actually gets to be a little bit higher, which is funny because that's exactly where I was going to put the Galarian variants. Because they took it a step further. Because like now they're poison types. So like that's great. They like got the memo. It took them like a decade or however long between Red and Blue and Sword and Shield. That's 2 decades. But like, yeah, they finally kind of got the memo of what's going on, and I appreciate them for it. Magnemite and Magneton. There's not even any organic matter on these things. I don't know. This is kind of what my heart says. Maybe even... like, there's just nothing there. You know, they got red and blue little magnet tips. You know, oh, well, you know what? Right, like... the anti-Skrelp tier, I have to remind myself. The anti-Skrelp tier is not here for Pokemon that just do not resemble Skrelp in any capacity. Like, that's what this tier is for. The anti-Skrelps are for Pokemon that went out of their way to be less Skrelp than they could have been. Like, they took an active choice. So, I don't think the Magnemite line can claim that amount of sin, but I mean, definitely not looking good for him. Far-fetched. I mean, this whole stream is pretty far-fetched, so I mean, when I think of the word far-fetched, I think of Skrelp Day. So maybe we get to put him here. And then like Galarian far-fetched, sure. It's the same bird. He's just got a really big leak. So sure. Doduo and Dodrio. I triple checked Skrelp earlier before I started stream today. And he does in fact have one head. Not 2 or 3. But they're brown. And like, you know, good on them for being flying types, but they don't have wings because they're like, Skrelp doesn't have wings. So like, why would I put wings on myself if the name of the game is to look like Skrelp? You know, like out of all, honestly, yeah, I was just about to bring up the tail, and even the little like feathers that are coming off Dodrio up here. Yeah, I think Dodrio. I think all around, like if you were to tell me design a bird and make it look like Skrelp, it's like it's not easy, but like I think these guys, they do about as well as Pidgey does. You know, maybe even a little bit more, but I don't think enough to raise them up to this tier. But enough to get them here. Seal and Dugong. There's not a shred of white on Skrelp's design, which is interesting. But also not a very good sign for either of them. Now they are water types. They exist in the water. Oh, no, but you are correct. The tail. You're right. I'm sure it would have gotten there eventually, but, like, look at Seal's tail. That... Yeah. Yeah, we're doing decently in the fin and tail department. That, I do think, brings them up to the same, reminds me of Skrelp tier. Yeah. Particularly Seal's like tail. Like I you know, in fact, I think I'm willing to even put Seal one higher. That's a huge huge leap in development. Oh, come on, camera. We got things to do. Let's get you back in line, huh? We good? Okay. All right. Let's get ourselves back in business. We got no time to spare. Let's keep on going. Now Grimer and Muck, you know, they're poison types. Skrelp shoots poison, and Grimer and Muck are like practically poison incarnate. They are like the de facto textbook poison type. So, I think that's at the very least a decent likeness. I'm maybe very similar to Skrelp, but I think that might be pushing it. I don't feel the same for Alolan Grimer and Muck. I think they sort of lost their way a bit. You know, they're still kind of tangentially related, so I'll put them down there. But... you know, their Cantonian counterparts definitely knew where it was at in this department. Shelder and Cloyster, I think, once again, Shelder does a really decent showing. Does Shelder even... maybe Shelder goes there. Yeah, the more I'm looking at it, I mean, he's got the armor, kind of like a helmet. And I feel like... yeah, like... Shelder doesn't have a whole lot of body to work with, but the way he's sticking out his tongue does resemble Skrelp's nose. And I feel like they would just be hanging out in the exact same spot in the ocean. So I think that's good enough for Shelder. Cloyster... you know, we're getting a little bit further from the plot, but the rigidness of his shell reminds me of the rigidness of Skrelp's armor. And he's purple, and he's water. I think he gets to hang out in the decent selection. He could be doing more, and Shelter is proof of that. But I think the two of them do a decent job. Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar. We got some big ones now. So Skrelp is not a ghost. This is important to establish, but he is purple. And these particular ghosts are poison type. And Gengar's got red eyes. So I think Gengar, at the very least, gets to have like a pretty decent showing. I'm not so sure about the rest yet. Gengar is doing the same tongue thing. I'm sorry, Gigantamax Gengar. And you're right, Haunter does that too. It may not be in this specific artwork, but yeah, Haunter does the tongue thing. Gigantamax Gengar is currently doing the tongue thing. And I guess just because it wouldn't be fair, Ghastly learns Lick. Like, I'm not gonna do it to it, you know. It's got a lot of gas, and like that's not quite the kind of poison that Skrelp has in mind, but like they all remind me of each other. They're kind of a one like tight-knit family, you know? Ghastly, Haunter, Gengar, like they're one. So I think they all kind of can go here together. Is it not fair for me to like not put them higher? I mean, Cloyster is a Ghastly just in a shell, right? Maybe they go up here. I mean, it's a big family to just all kind of be like thrust up there, but I think they earn it. I think they do. You know, being purple like it is a huge, you know, benefit here. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. You know, if I was really like, you know, going nuts, I might say that Haunter has a slight crescent shape. And like, I'm actually thinking on it now. Maybe Haunter is worthy of the high ranks. You know, he's got spikes. He's got this sort of crescenty shape. You know, his tongue is not out in this artwork, but if it was, it would look very close to Skrelp. And also, they all kind of take on a bluish vibe when they're shiny, like shiny Skrelp. So I think that's pretty good for, yeah. Like we at this rate, we've really gotten a good handle on what makes a Pokemon Skrelpy. You know, purple. You know, having some sort of like nose, tongue protrusion there, red eyes, brown back, or at least like an armored, rigid back. Fins. Being water or poison type, sort of a flowy tail. We're figuring it out. Emptiness, which is like kind of why Psyduck's here. The vibe, yeah, vibes, not attitude. Onyx. So here's the thing, right? We've got a big size discrepancy. Onyx is way bigger than necessary. However, if like you were to shrink Onyx to like the size of a Skrelp, they would look very similar in silhouette. Like their shape, it's pretty good. It's pretty close. So I will dock him some points just because of how big he is. And, you know, the craggy rockiness here, you know, is kind of like Skrelp's armor, but a bit, you know, a bit too far. But I respect the work. Dial it back next time. But, you know, he's got the shape. He's got the shape. Maybe I'm actually willing to put him up one more the more I look at him. Does he belong with this crew? Does he belong up here? Does he remind me of Skrelp as much as, like, all these, like, poisony individuals do? Thinking on it. The shape is a huge benefit, and it's like, but I know how big you are. I know how big you are, and like that sort of changes like the perspective. I mean, you're either here or you're there. I think I'm going to put you here because I'm finding a lot of other rock and ground Pokemon in this area. So I feel like you belong here, but maybe I'll think on it some more when Steelix comes around. Camera. Not today. Not today. We're not even through Kanto yet. You gotta be on your best behavior. All right. Hydrated like a Skrelp. Let's continue. Drowsy and Hypno. Drowsy definitely has the nose. They got the droopy nose. And, you know, the bottom half of their body has the brown that we're looking for. Hypno, not quite as much. Rather than being kind of droopy, his nose is now kind of sharp. And I don't like his energy. I don't like his attitude. I don't like his vibe. When I look at Hypno, I feel like I'm in danger. And that should never be the thing I think of when I look upon a Skrelp. So, I think he loses a lot of points. You know what? That's enough for me. You know, you were on the right track, and then you went down a dark path. You didn't have to do this, Hypno. But you chose this way of life. So I think you go right here. Reflect or light screen on your journey. Krabby. I love Krabby. I love Kingler. I love Kingler. But where do they go? I'm not currently sure. They're water type. So I think being water type at least gets them this far. They got sort of, you know, their hard shells and carapaces kind of remind me of Skrelp's armor. So I think that'll bring them up another tier. They're spiny. Gigantamax Kingler's got like the sort of Santa-y beard going on. Out of Suds. I don't know. I think maybe this is as far as they go. You know, vaguely reminds me of Skrelp, but I can't really call it a decent likeness. Voltorb and Electrode. They're round. Skrelp's not really round. I think they all go here. Maybe they'll go slightly, their grassy Hisuian counterparts will go slightly higher for getting the color palette a bit closer. But, well, and actually, now that I'm thinking about it, Voltorb and Electrode have blue shinies. Now, I don't know every Pokemon shiny off the top of my head, and I do not have the time to be able to reference every single one of their shiny colorations, but if I can remember it, you know, I'll give it credit. And these guys I know have a blue shiny. If they were blue, they would look much closer to Shiny Skrelp's coloration, but I think at the very least, we'll keep them here. I don't think they're as far removed as Magnemite and Magneton, because you know, they're similar. These two electric types, they are similar in a lot of ways. So I thought I'd be ranking them the same, but I think that's fine enough. Execute, or Execute rather, and Executor. Execute, I think he can be pretty high. He's got the pink. And not, while some of his eggs have a bit of tude, others kind of get the vibe, and I think that's worthwhile. Executor. Well, he's got brown on him. He definitely has the vibe. He's got the look, you know? Particularly, maybe not the middle coconut, but like left and righty here. I think so. And his hair does kind of give kelpy, right? Like it's sort of this like planty growth. They flow probably when he wobbles his heads. I think so. Yeah. It's funny how much having arms would have ruined that Skrelpiness, but without them, I think it's fairly good. Yeah, right? Like kelp is grass in nature, so grass types, like I have to recognize that they're doing their best. Oh my gosh, how could I forget? A Alolan Exeggutor. Let's see. I actually think he gets to be one higher. The Longness actually does resemble Skrelp a bit more than Exeggutor's Stumpiness. And he still has all of Exeggutor's qualities that make him Skrelpy, just a little bit extra. So a little bit extra. So I think it's an improvement. I think it's a decent likeness. Cubone and Marowak. These Pokemon make me sad, and that's never an emotion that I want to feel when I'm looking at Skrelp. However, the helmet theory. These are helmets for sure. I think at the very least that gets them up here. They're even brown, and they got the tummies. Marowak's stomach even has the same lines that Skrelp's stomach has, those separation lines. So I think they're fine right here. The more I look at him, the more that feels right. He's sad, but he's trying. He's trying his best, and that gets him to the 4th like highest tier. Oh, and then you have an Alolan counterpart. The cool tones is an improvement. In fact, I think you can go one higher. Just like Alolan Exeggutor, you're putting in a greater effort to try and Skrelpify yourself. I don't think it necessarily works, but you get closer, undeniably closer. So, even the blue fire on your fire stick bone is kind of Skrelpy. So I think it's a decent attempt. Not quite there, but getting there. Which is exactly where I'd say about where we're at on this list. We're an hour and a half in, and like we are only now seeing like the ends of Kanto. Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan. Hitmonlee does better than like I would think he would. The springy legs, the sort of stocky brown body, the fact that he just has eyes but he doesn't have like a mouth or any other discernible features. And this might be out there, but Skrelp's tail does kind of look like Hitmonlee's fingers. So I think Hitmonlee does decently. Hitmonchan a little less. Does his boxing gloves look like Skrelp's eyes? I'm more willing to give it to Hitmonchan's outfit for being kind of flowy down there and being kind of, Skrelpy, even in coloration with the purple. Yeah, what is a tail but just another hand? I think they both get to be here together, and then now they get to fight, facing each other one-on-one. So that feels appropriate. Plus, who in their right mind thinks of one and not the other? Right? Like, you think of Hitmonlee, you think of Hitmonchan. So, like, I think because of that, like, they're just all semi-related enough to be in the same tier. Lickitung, get on up there, buddy. Right up here. The tongue effort is noted. I note that is your entire gimmick, and you're wearing it well, and you're wearing it proud. And sure, it resembles Skrelp's mouth or nose or whatever you want to call that, a little bit. maybe I'm giving you a bit too much credit, but like, you're big, you're stumpy, you're pink, you know, your big tail, like this big, like meaty tail you got back there, sort of looks like Skrelp's helmet. I don't know. It's a bit of a stretch, but like so has been this entire list. So I think he could be up there. Coughing and wheezing. Similar to Ghastly. The gas poison is not quite what we're going for here. But I can't deny that there is like a strong resemblance, particularly with coughing. Once again, with the vibe and attitude feel. And I mean, these are good purples. These are the purples that we're looking for. So actually, I think they get to be even higher than this. Yeah. This feels appropriate to me. So, oh, I keep forgetting about these, like, alternate forms. Galarian wheezing? I think you lose the plot a little. Actually, I think you lose the plot quite a lot. Yeah, what happened here? I don't think that you're very Skrelpy at all anymore. Look how high you were. Look at how Skrelp-like you were just to fall from grace. Yeah, I don't know about this one, man. I think you got to reflect on your actions. Rhyhorn and Rhydon. Are those red eyes? Rhyhorn. Those are red eyes. Rhydon. Red eyes. Congratulations, you two. If it weren't for your red eyes, I think you'd be like here. But that is just enough to get you where you need to be. Chansey. What are the chances that there's a Skrelp in that egg? Probably really low, right? There's probably a Happiny in there. I'll put you here because we got the flowy fins. I don't know what we would call what is on your head. Fins, right? Fins. Like that's like the best word I could think of to give to Chansey here. So like, yeah, I think that's where it's got to be. I think it's pretty good. Tangela. Good job, man. Yeah. I think they get to be even like this high. You got the blue of Shiny Skrelp. You got the red feet, which are very like akin to the eyes. You've got the vibe check. You got the little guy energy. I got the pinprick pupils. I wish, they were red, but like, there's something there. I think he does pretty well. And like, we've talked about flowiness a lot, and like, to be flowy, kind of like with Tentacool and Tentacruel over here. Flowiness is important, and Tangela is all flow. Like all he's just covered. Like we don't know what plant this is, like what this is that is covering Tangela, but like it might as well be kelp. It's basically kelp. Kangaskhan. He's got a helmet. Can't deny that. He's got brown with the lighter colored stomach. Interestingly, baby Kangaskhan has a number of features that remind me of Skrelp. Now, that's not a Pokemon in and of itself, but because he comes out in the Mega form, I think the Mega... Like, I think regular Kangaskhan will end up right there, but the Mega will go one higher. Also, they all have red eyes. The baby Kangaskhan doesn't have red eyes here, but has red eyes when he comes out of the pouch. That's pretty good. That is... yeah. Yeah. That feels right to me. Okay, now for the one that you've all been waiting for. This one is... there's a lot to like about this next entry. There's a lot to feel positive about. They get to just rise above the ranks. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Like, you can't really ask for more than this. This is how it's done. Horsey even has red eyes. Like, Horsey is probably as Skrelp as you can physically get. Like, there's maybe one Pokemon in the entire game that is potentially more Skrelpy than this. So, like, that's great. Great job. And Seadra doesn't do a bad job either. You know, Seadra loses the red eyes, which is a shame. But honestly, like, I don't think it loses enough to, like, fall down a tier. I think Seadra still does a very solid job at being Skrelpy. So, like, great job all around. Really, really good stuff. You love to see it. Goldeen and Seaking. Well, we got flowiness down to a T, and their water types. That at least gets them here. Maybe one more. Maybe there. Flowy tails and fins. You know, you got kind of Seaking's orange, Goldeen's red. You know, they got spikes. I don't think it's enough to get them into, like, this higher echelon, but, you know, decent enough. Decent enough. There's a lot of blue water types, like, kind of vibe here, and I think they fit in with this crew. You know, pretty good job. Staryu and Starmie. There's a lot of potential here, though. I don't know. They're starfish, but they're also, like, from space. But they also got the colors. At least here. Maybe Starmie even gets to go up one more because it's purple. You know, I see purple, I see yellow, I see red. These are good colors and the kinds that we want. Starmie doesn't really have, or Staryu and Starmie don't really have expressions. So, like, it's hard. It's really hard to get a vibe out of them. But they strike me as more Skrelpy than not. So I think I'm willing to give them... yeah, right? Like, they were dealt a bad hand. There's not much that they can do about it. But, like, from the... like, from Staryu's evolution to Starmie, it's clear that Skrelp is in their mind, and they're thinking about it. And they're doing their best. So, I'll give it to them. Now, where are we on Mr. Mime? Well... his head protrusion, the horns, ears are kind of fin-like, and they're blue. Galarian Mr. Mime is definitely bluer, so, like, that's a good sign there. He's got Pikachu. Where's Pikachu? Where's Pikachu? Where did we end up putting Pikachu? In here? Because he's got the same ears. Not ears. What am I talking about? The cheeks. He's got the same, like, round cheeks. And we did, for Pikachu, claim that was enough to kind of, be akin to Skrelp's eyes. So, I think I'm willing to do that for Mr. Mime, and I think Galarian Mr. Mime gets to go up one more. Yeah, shockingly more than you would expect from out of Mr. Mime. But like honestly, like I think it's a decent enough showing for an abomination such as he. But like, you know what? He's having a good time, so I'm proud of him. Scyther. I don't love it. We've got armor. We've got like kind of a rigid texture. We've got blades. I don't think I can comfortably say that a blade looks like a fin to me. Aesthetically, maybe, but functionally, I don't think so. He's green. Not really any green to be seen. And like he flies. Like we were expressing earlier how like flying is sort of the opposite of swimming. And yeah, like I can't call. I mean, he's got spikes on his head, but like I really can't put the blades. Yeah, slashing damage, not piercing damage. I think I gotta put Scyther here. I don't love to do it, but we've really kind of gotten far away from it all. So yeah, I think this is where Scyther has to be. Okay, Jinx. Once again, I think Jinx does better than one would expect. By taking on the purple face that Jinx did, I actually think, yeah, she is even like more Skrelpy than her roots, which is really, a good movement for her. Her red dress, if you can call it that, whatever you would call like the bottom half of Jinx, does kind of have a flowy look and is red. She's even got purple hands, and 5 fingers. Oh boy. So like I think that's a good job out of you, Jinx. Well done. Well done. There's a lot here that could have been not Skrelp like, but you made do with what you could, and I'm proud of you. I don't really think Electabuzz or Magmar really do it. Well, actually, no. I think Magmar might get to be a step up. The way Magmar's head kind of like, like looking at his eyes, they're like the same eye shape. Now, they're not the same color, but they have the same shape as Skrelp. There's a lot of red everywhere. But you also got this kind of flowy fireness that like we gave that for Ponyta Rapidash. He's got spikes. I think Magmar gets to be in the vague tier. Electabuzz not as much. He really doesn't have a whole lot that, in fact, I might be willing to put him one lower. I don't think Electabuzz has much at all working in his favor, which is a shame. But like at most, like maybe his tail or his like head spikes, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like enough. Sorry, buddy. Pinsir. Now, do we penalize him for the same reasons that we penalized Scyther? Well, he's brown. So, like, I feel like he's slightly better than that. Slightly. No, that's about... I think that's about as far as I can give to him. Mega Pinsir, though. We're kind of losing it a little. I mean, maybe his wings could be given like the vibe of fins, Maybe the fact that he's got greater spikes on his pincers. He's trying to grow them almost like, kelp or coral. Um, I think it's a risky venture, and I'm glad Pincer kind of like, he was like, this Mega really wasn't doing it for me. Let's just leave him behind. Probably for the best. I think this is about as high as you could possibly make it, Pincer. Tauros. I love this Pokemon. Another favorite of mine. I don't know. He's got flowy tails. That gets him here. I also think the same for his Paldean form here. However, I think this version gets to be one tier higher. For reasons you can probably assume. He gained the water type, which is, very startling. You would not have expected such from Tauros of all things, but you know what? That makes him more Skrelpy. So, it might not be what it was expected, but it happened, and good for him. Oh, we are nearly done with the first generation. What's good is that later generations won't have as many alternate forms. Kanto has so many alternate forms. So the later generations will start to feel smaller as we go. Magikarp and Gyarados. Magikarp has got the vibe. He gets to be here. And I actually also think Gyarados and Mega Gyarados. Not Crobat, excuse me. Jumping the gun there, friend. Gyarados. They all get to be up here as well. Fishy. They got the shape. They got some of the colors. Not as many as I would want, but a good number of it. Yeah. I think that's a fairly decent job done by Gyarados. Do I put him higher? Maybe. I'm looking at the people in this tier, and I'm being like, does Gyarados fit in? And I think he kind of does. Particularly Mega Gyarados. Mega Gyarados, he kind of went smaller but bulkier, and that actually does really help his Skrelp cause. Yeah. I think we could go this crazy with it. He's making an extra effort, more than he has to be Skrelpy, and that's impressive. Not every Pokemon would do that. So I'm willing to reward him for that effort. Lapras, it's alright. It's water. It's blue. It's got fins. I think that's enough to maybe get it this far. And Galarian Lapras, Gigantamax Lapras is about the same. Their design is not too different or far off. So I think they can get this far. Plus, Lapras is pleasing. Lapras is delightful. And, those are the feelings that I want to see, when... The things I want to feel when I think of Skrelp. So, Ditto. This... Yeah. Imagine, right? Imagine that you could just be Skrelp. You could turn yourself into Skrelp. You could be the highest place on this list. You choose not to be. Ditto is the most anti-Skrelp on this list. If he could choose to be Skrelp, if he were Skrelp, which he can do at any time, at any point of the day, he could just become Skrelp. He doesn't, though. He's just Ditto. Or he'll try and be any of these Pokemon. I know. Like that's why I'm so offended. He can be. Like the power is there, but he's just not. He's chosen not to do it. I don't think that's an excuse. I think this is an anti-Skrelp quality. You know, with great power comes great responsibility, and like, you know, look at our upper echelons here. Plus, like mathematically, let's look at every other Pokemon in the world. There's going to be more of them down in these tiers than there are up in these tiers. So just mathematically, like, if you're just to take a random Pokemon for Ditto to turn into, it has a higher likelihood of being not Skrelp-like than Skrelp-like. So I think that Ditto, for his crimes, is an anti-Skrelp. Maybe I can be swayed otherwise, but at least at this current moment, as I sit here, this is how I feel about him. The Evolutions. Or at the very least, the Kanto Evolutions. Well, I think Eevee, and you know, by extension, Gigantamax Eevee, who's practically the same, and Vaporeon all are doing a pretty good job. I think Eevee and Gigantamax Eevee get to be here. You know, they got the brownness going on. And, you know, cute. Vaporeon, not Ninetales, excuse me. Vaporeon gets to be up here. You turned yourself into a water type, so like that is a good showing. You got fins, you got blue. Good stuff. Jolteon and Flareon, though. I again, you know, as an Eevee, you have the capability of making yourself Skrelp-like, but like you don't. You instead go this way. I don't know. There are some Skrelp qualities here. Jolteon's spikiness, Flareon's big tail does kind of look like, you know, it flows like a fin. And she kind of has like a little thing on her head that you could say is helmet-esque. So, like, I'm not going to penalize them so far, but there's definitely something to be said about how you could be a Vaporeon right now. So, like, you know, that's something that you should reflect on, but I suppose you do decently enough to get yourself here. Porygon. I don't know where to place this one. Porygon is a man-made, like, fictitious data machine thing that, like, hardly counts as a Pokemon even among the Pokemon. What is Porygon? I don't know. It's really tough to quantify. Do I, like, put him here? Because, yeah, he does have blue, you know, and even, like, a pinkness to it. These are colors that Skrelp has. Even his, like, kind of duck shape. I guess, you know, by extension, that he has to at least go here. Oh, the shape, though. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that sort of feels right to me, although there's this weird asterisk in the back of my head that, like, I feel like I need to investigate this man further, but, I guess for now, especially in the interest of time, we're not gonna, like, try and deep dive into, like, what makes Porygon what it is, and I guess instead we're just gonna, like, leave him here. Ammonite and Amistar. Good job, guys. This is what we are talking about. You guys get to go right up here. Maybe even one more. Yeah. You got blue, you got, like, you know, the water, you got armor and helmets, you got protrusions, you got fin-like things, you know? Like, there's a lot to like with these two. I don't think Kabuto and Kabutops really have the same luxury. They're water type, but like, no, they're not. They really don't look very watery at all. Sure, they're brown. Sure, they've got armor, and I guess, you know, by fairness, you know, they can go up here. Kabuto even has red eyes. So, like, maybe Kabuto gets to go up one more. But I don't think that they're doing nearly the effort that Ammonite and Amistar are doing. So I think for now, that's about as good as I can put them. Aerodactyl. He's not a water type, unlike his fossilized peers. Purple. He's got purple. Yeah, Mega Aerodactyl is, you know, yeah, they're practically identical. I think, honestly, I think they go here. I think Kabutops goes down one. You know, the purple really gives them a lot of leeway where they otherwise wouldn't have. Kabutops, though, he's just like one step above Scyther. He's just slightly more Skrelpy than Scyther. So, like, you know, that's probably as good as I can feasibly get him. Snorlax. Again, I love this Pokemon. Where do I place him? Well, he is by nature big. Skrelp is small. Snorlax is lazy and sleeps. Skrelp, while not fast, I would not call him lazy. You know, he's always trying to get stuff done. Maybe here? Actually, I feel like this Snorlax. Well, I mean, they got the same colors. I like growing the plant. Well, actually, wait a minute. I'm remembering, you know, what, like, cause like, yeah, he's growing plant life on him. You know, that is an attempt to connect with the kelp. You know, he's a little confused, but he's got spirit. So I'll grant that to him, and I think regular Snorlax gets to be around here. You know, if it wasn't for the color scheme, which is more of a green than anything else, but like, it's just close enough that I think I'm willing to call it. All right. We're very close now to, you know, the first generation. Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. We got some thinking to be done here. I think Articuno does the best. We're being blue, and even Galarian Articuno being purple. Speaks pretty well for both of them. I actually think Galarian Articuno gets to be as high as here. Look at the way that tail flows. And like, I don't know, I think that's, and you know what, maybe, like, because like Articuno has that too. I think they both get to be here. Good on them for having both a blue and a purple variant, just like Skrelp has. So like, that's pretty good. Zapdos, they got the long beak, which does make me think of Skrelp's long snout. This orange and black coloration with a yellow black coloration, and only really mildly doing it for me. I think maybe actually they'll go down one. There's a slight hint, but I don't think it's very strong. And Moltres. I mean, they've got the same fire that that Ponyta and Rapidash does. So it's only fair that I put them here. I suppose Galarian Moltres' color scheme is slightly closer, but really not by much. So I don't know if it's actually worth going up a tier. I think maybe he just stays right there. Yeah, that feels right for the legendary bird trio. There's a very slight hint with these guys, but like really nothing beyond the largest stretches. Whereas these guys actually do a decent showing. So, yeah, not bad. Dratini, good work. You get to go all the way up here. Not bad at all. You got the shape down. You got a good color. You know, you're a dragon. You don't actually have the water type, but like you might as well. Very, very solid. Dragonair is just big Dratini with a little orb. Is it good enough to be up here? I don't know. It's slightly longer. Actually, no, it's not slightly. It's significantly longer. Which is kind of like Gyarados. Like, it's sort of, yeah, it's really the difference between Gyarados, Mega Gyarados, Dratini, and Dragonair. I'm feeling similar vibes. I think Dragonair doesn't quite get to be a Skrelp cosplayer, but still a very solid showing. Very high tier. So, like, yeah. Dragonite really loses the plot. Very much so. In fact, I'm tempted to put him in as an anti-Skrelp. Look at where your roots lie. Look at where you began. Sure, you went a little bit too big over here, but like, you still had another chance. How far did you fall? Very. That is a misuse of power. That is a dire error, and I don't think I can forgive you for it, Dragonite. You know, you learn better. Be more like your predecessors. And finally, Mewtwo and Mew. Purple. We see purple, and we see a very flowy, well, like, Mewtwo Y here is very flowy. Mewtwo X is very rigid, but Skrelp is both of those things. So, like, you know, I gotta give him credit here. Mewtwo has a powerful and unrivaled vengeance, and that's a bit heavy for Skrelp, but the colors are there. In fact, I'm even noticing that Mega Mewtwo Y has red eyes, whereas his counterparts don't. That's pretty, and he gets smaller even. Mega Mewtwo Y is significantly smaller than these two. What do psychic types do but poison the mind? Well, you know, that's bad for a poison type. But thankfully his psychic typing is helping him here more than it is hindering. And finally we got Mew. And Mew did create, you know, he's the ancestor of Skrelp. I don't know if create is the right word in this instance, but, you know, Skrelp DNA exists, you know, through the existence of Mew DNA. So I have to be thankful to a degree, but I actually think Mega Mewtwo Y resembles Skrelp just slightly more than Mew does. Mew, as the only other Pokemon with Transform, is similar to Ditto in Sin level, in that, like, you could be a Skrelp right now and you're choosing not to be. But I suppose if you had to be anything else, the origin of all Pokemon, Skrelp included, you know, might as well be it. And at least shape-wise, you know, you're doing a bit better than poor Ditto down there. So I will give that to you. It might be a bit generous, but consider it a thank you for what you brought to the world. So that's all of Kanto. That's the whole generation. I gotta go get some more water. Then we're gonna be here a bit, and I think for how long the stream is gonna be, splitting it at generations will definitely be. Thank you for the redeem. Um, yes, splitting it at generations will definitely be the place to go. So I'm gonna fill up on hydration, and then we will begin with the Johto region. So see you guys momentarily. Okay. All right. We zoomed out just a little bit. So hopefully navigating this giant list is going to be a little easier. But they'll be... Hopefully we'll be able to kind of gradually zoom out over the course of this so that it won't ever feel too tough. But yeah, now we're doing Johto, which excites me. I mean, I love Johto. It's great. A good batch of mon. But there's also like 70 less Johto Pokemon than there are Kanto. I mean, we're looking at Johto in its entirety right now. So, well, let's not waste any time. Let's just jump right in. Chikorita, Bayleaf, and Meganium. Well, we lose our poison types. Unlike Bulbasaur, these are not poison types, so that's unfortunate. But they do kind of have this leaf. Or Chikorita and Bayleaf do at least. And the leaf is pretty fin-like. I think more so on Chikorita than it is on Bayleaf. Oh wait, no, Bayleaf has red eyes. Get on up there. It's crazy how much the red eyes like really do help, but like they do. Chikorita honestly is like for a grass type is not doing a bad showing at all. Particularly with the fin here. Maybe Chikorita can go one higher. Yeah, maybe. You're the only green Pokemon up here so far, but like I think there's enough to merit it. So like good job. Meganium though, I mean it's also got red eyes, but I think now there's just not enough really left to justify the placement. Sure, it's got a long neck, and like if it were just that, we'd have a different conversation here, but yeah, I'm gonna say Meganium here, Bayleaf here, Chikorita there, and this feels okay. All right, Cyndaquil, Quilava, Typhlosion, and Hisuian Typhlosion. Cyndaquil does give me Skrelp vibes. Not like, you know, immensely, but like decently enough for a fire type. I think it's all right. And Quilava is similar. It's a lot about the shape here. You know, their colors don't quite match up, but like they got a nice cool green. And they've got the like, you know, stomach color to back color separation. The fire is kind of protruding like, you know, a fin or plant would, but obviously it's not either of those two things. It's fire. But I think it's enough. And honestly, Typhlosion doesn't diverge too far from this body plan. So I think all of them get to kind of hang out together. Hisuian Typhlosion does bring on some purpley color palettes, which is nice. I don't think it's enough to really like push the envelope, but it's noteworthy. I think they all get to hang out here together. And then Totodile. Well, they're waters, and I think I'm pretty sure. Yeah, they have red eyes. So I think they get to go as far as here. Wow, for starters, like, you know, this is a good showing. Johto's done a pretty decent job here, I feel. So, yeah. You know, am I being a little overgenerous? Maybe. Do we have like 900 Pokemon left to go? Yeah. So, I think I'm gonna go with just sort of a gut feeling here and move on. Sentret and Furret. Sentret shockingly does. Sentret, I think gets to actually be like pretty high. Maybe even this high. got the shape, you got some similar colors, you got like the vibe, attitude. Yeah, that's pretty good. I don't think Furret quite matches that energy. Yeah, it's quite the fall. It's quite the fall. But Furret, you know, does still kind of have the shape. Kind of like Onyx over here. I feel like they're kind of in a similar situation of like, you know, they've got the shape, but it's just not enough. It vaguely reminds me of Skrelp, but that's as far as I can say. At least Sentret, though. Sentret does a really solid job. Hoot Hoot and Noctowl. Red eyes to the max, dude. Wow. Yeah, that's solid enough for me. It's a shame that like Noctowl loses them so strongly. I think Noctowl I'll put here purely because of the Browns. If it wasn't for that, I don't think Noctowl would really have much relation at all. But I mean, I suppose it's enough. So sure. Boy, it's great. Like I am already feeling pretty winded, but I'm having fun, so I hope you are too. I want to showcase the ridiculous and committed content that you are in for. So hopefully this is proving it. Lediba and Ledion. Not an extreme resemblance at all. I'm like searching. I'm trying to find something. I guess like their many arms are kind of fin-like. I don't know. Like I'm seeing it more in Ledion, but like in theory, Lediba has those too, just not in that artwork. I guess it's enough to save Lediba from the trash heap, but it's not. It's definitely a close call, Ledion. Like I think you deserve an evolution, and maybe when you evolve one day, you can consider the path you should take. Spinarak and Ariados. Not bad. They're poison types. Unlike Lediba, actually are bugs with the poison type, and that's that's much closer to what we want. I don't think color-wise either of them are well. I guess Ariados has a lot of purple. Maybe I'd be comfortable letting Ariados go slightly higher. Red, purple, yellow. These are colors that like we're kind of looking for. So I think he can get this high. Whereas Spinarak, I think, just stays right down here. Crobat. This is an ascension. Get on up there. Even higher. Even higher. I don't know if Crobat gets to be so high as to join his compatriots Zubat and Golbat. Unfortunately, I just think it's a bit too much of a divergence, even though there's still plenty here to showcase the Skrelp isms. Hey, camera. One day it'll get its act together. I promise. But as far as Crobat goes, I think that's about as much of a boon as I could give it. I don't know if I can get much farther than that. It's still a decent showing, and I'm not going to take that away from it. Chinchou and Lantern. We got some deep sea creatures here, which You know, I feel like Skrelp definitely qualifies as a deep sea creature. I think enough to get both of them up here. Lantern even has red eyes, so I think I'm actually going to put Lantern even higher. Yeah, Lantern's got red eyes. It's got the fins. It's got the shape. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah. Chinchou is really more just round with like two super big antennae. Its eyes don't really resemble Skrelp's at all. It's got the fins, but yeah, I think this just leaves Chinchou here with Lantern being a tier higher. The babies. Now, the question I have is, do any of the babies resemble Skrelp more than their parents? And I see one immediately because Igglybuff has red eyes. So at the very least, Igglybuff gets to be higher than Jigglypuff, Wigglytuff. I think Pichu ends up just kind of being exactly the same as Pikachu. Cleffa ends up being like the exact same as Clefairy, Clefable. I guess because like they're smaller, maybe like that would be a point in their favor, but I think this is about as far as they go. As for Togepi and Togetic, I think they actually get to be a tier higher than the rest of them. You know, they got spikes. Their arms, legs, and wings all do kind of resemble fins. So like, you know, I think so. Even Togetic, you know, honestly, Togetic, I might even bring higher because of the shape. He's got that kind of Skrelpy shape. And Togetic's pretty small, so they're probably like in the same kind of size tier. Yeah, I'm kind of reevaluating. I'm reevaluating, and I think I'm making a decision. Yeah, I think like it's another scenario where I'm like comparing to the peers. I think I also will move. No, not Psyduck. Shoot, where was Psyduck? I want to say he was here. You were who I wanted to move. Like compared to the peers, looking at the Cyndaquil line and Bayleaf, I actually think that they belong here a bit more. Maybe not Cyndaquil. Maybe Cyndaquil can stay up here. Who am I moving right now? Not Hitmonlee. I imagine this is gonna become more of an issue as it goes. Where like we're gonna be grabbing the wrong stuff, so we'll do our best to keep track of everything. That feels more appropriate to me personally. All right, not Apom. Gosh, I don't even know where Apom was. Natu and Xatu. Well, actually, the more I look at them, I'm like, I guess like Natu's got some fin-like appendages here, so maybe we can bring Natu up this high. Xatu though, I feel like there's not much here. I'm trying to see if there's really anything, but I guess just like the fact that it's got some of Natu's body plan, which like, you know, we put Natu up here, it vaguely reminds you of Skrelp. So I guess because of that, Xatu has a very slight connection that prevents him from being in the very bottom. The Mareep line. Let's see. Lots of like think on here. Mareep is blue. Flaffy is pink. Ampharos is yellow. So we've got like a really um, wide net of colors here. How do we feel about that, though? How do we feel about that? Honestly, not great. I mean, I suppose their body plans are kind of similar. At least Mareep and Flappy. But Ampharos? I don't know. Well, I guess as a Mega, you start to gain some, like, you know, kelp-like hair. So perhaps Ampharos as a whole can end up here. Even Ampharos's, like, arms, you know, if they were, like, the color of Skrelp's fins, they would look, like, kind of, like, right at home. They've got the same... There's that jewel again. The same as Persian and Golduck. So yeah, I think that's you know, a good enough place for them. Blossom. Where's Vileplume? Look at where Vileplume gets to be. Look where Vileplume gets to be. Look where Gloom gets to be. You've made an active choice to de-Skrelpify yourself. Yeah, you're smaller. Yeah, you've got, like, grass kind of growth now, but you've removed your poison type. Your vibe has completely changed. And I love Blossom. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be a Blossom hater. I adore this Pokemon. But, like, there ain't nothing Skrelp to, like, be seen here. So, you know, I think that's a point outside of its favor. Meryl and Azumarill. Well, they're water types, so it's already a decent start. But I don't really think they go much higher. It's very quick, like, especially as, like, you know, going through the list and seeing the kinds of colors that are lighted. It's very quickly just becoming a what Pokemon are blue, what Pokemon are purple, and, like, you know, that's an easy mistake to make. But Meryl and Azumarill are acting as good examples to showcase what doesn't make, like, a blue Pokemon Skrelpy. Round is not really the shape that we're looking for, although I do appreciate the jagged tail. We don't got red eyes. We have red ears. That's tangentially the same, but not quite what we're going for. And Azumarill, like, at the evolution to Meryl, like, we don't really gain anything that gets much closer. So I don't know if I can put them any higher. Like, yeah, especially looking at the Pokemon that, like, get to be this high. I don't think Meryl and Azumarill really get to do that. So yeah, no, I think that's about as far as that can go. Pseudo-Wudo. He's brown. Dances. He's pretending to be a tree, and Skrelp is kind of pretending to be kelp. I think that puts Pseudo-Wudo, like, all the way up here, honestly. You know, I respect the game plan. I respect what he's trying to do. And I feel like he and Skrelp have similar MOs. So, yeah, that feels right. Politoed. Where are the other Polys? Yeah, put them, like, around here. Politoed, I think it's a little less. He reminds me of Skrelp less than the rest of his Poly family. It's still just there enough that, like, I'm not gonna put him into the anti-Skrelps. But, you know, it's definitely a step down from Poliwhirl and Poliwrath, so this is where you get to go. Hoppip, Skiploom, and Jumpluff. Let's get them on the board. to start with. Out of these three Pokemon, Jumpluff is like the closest to me, I think. Maybe we'll put Hoppip here, we'll put Skiploom here, and we'll put Jumpluff there. I notice a growth. Hoppip becomes a bit more Skrelp-like upon evolution, and then a bit more Skrelp-like than that after evolution. So it's getting like slightly closer and closer. Look at this. Look at this. We've even like grown red eyes over the course of our evolution. So like that's great. You know, we love that kind of hustle. It's not close enough for me to like bring them up here, but like not bad. Not bad. Next, we got Sunkern and Sunflora. Sunflora. Well, I guess Sunkern's leaves here and Sunflora's leaves there are kind of fin-like. Is that enough for me to put them up here? I guess. Especially like, you know, next to the Pokemon that like that I have put in this area. You know, we've been largely generous over the course of this, which like I think is important. So I think these little like bit bops on Sunkern and Sunflora are enough for me to give it a decently good placement. And by decently good, I just mean not the lowest of the low. So like not bad. 8 Palm. He's purple. Is that enough? Barely. Barely. Besides being purple, he's got like a mischievous grin. I don't love that attitude. His tail is like, I can't call it like, you know, anything. It's not a spike. It's not armor. It's not plant-like. It's not flowy. It's just something else entirely. And it's not something that like I can really say, like, yeah, it is kind of similar to Mr. Mime's whole thing there. Like, the one thing like preventing Apom from being down here is the fact that he's purple. So at least he's got that like head on straight. Yanma. I guess the tail is pretty similar. And he's got some head spikes. Sure. There's not a whole lot else working for Yanma, but it's enough to get him there. So I'll give it to him. Wooper! Buddy! Get on up there. Higher. Higher. I'm definitely starting to slow down a bit. Higher. Higher. I think they get to be like at least this high. We've got a very strong Skrelp-like appearance here, and Wooper even went out of his way to become a poison type in Paldea. To become honestly, like Wooper was already doing this good, and then he decided to take it a step further. That is amazing hustle. That is exactly the kind of work that we're looking for. So I think Wooper, Paldean Wooper, is a practically Skrelp cosplayer and gets to hang out with like the upper echelon of greatness. And regular Wooper is still good. Just like, you know, he realized he was almost perfect. So then he went one step beyond. And then I respect it. Quagsire then is still all right. I think he maybe gets to be here. we're a little further off than we were, but like we're still doing okay. So I think Quagsire gets to be here. Espeon and Umbreon. We must remember that Eevee could at any point be a Vaporeon, and any other evolution is sort of a active choice to be less Skrelpy than he could be. So really we're comparing this to Vaporeon and like seeing if any of them are Skrelpy in comparison. Umbreon's got red eyes, which I've only like now really just noticed, which is good because I was about to like throw him into the orange tier dimension. I think Espeon's purpliness, plus he's got the red jewel that so many other Pokemon have. He gets to go slightly higher, but I don't think Espeon gets to be well, actually the tail. That tail is very Skrelp-like. Yeah, I'd say out of all the evolutions, if you're not going to go for Vaporeon, Espeon's probably the one to go to achieve maximum Skrelp. You could be doing better, but you could be doing a lot worse. So I think that's where Espeon will lay. Murkrow. Red eyes. I don't think I've ever really realized just how many Pokemon have red eyes. I think that puts Murkrow right here, and I don't think he goes much further beyond. Maybe the tail, you could like argue, looks like a Kelpie-like growth, but I'm really not seeing it. I think this is about as far as Murkrow goes. Where's Slowbro? Where did I put Slowbro? They're here. Slowking is kind of interchangeable. So yeah, I'll put Slowking in this tier, and then Galarian Slowking we'll put one higher. For all the same reasons that we placed the Slowpoke and Galarian Slowpoke lines earlier. Mischievous is actually more Skrelp-like than I would have expected. Just from like this like first gut look, I'm like, wow, small, blue, purple, red eyes, even got the eye shape, not just the eye color, but the eye shape. Flowy, not bad at all. Yeah, I think Mischievous gets to hang out here. Unknown. Through the power of mysticism of unknown, you could spell the word Skrelp. I think at the very least that puts him here, if not like here. Even each individual unknown, despite how many shapes they take on, all kind of have the same Skrelp-like shape. Which is pretty good. Like even, funnily enough, even the letter here, which I think is F, that they've used as an example, is like one of the most Skrelp-like shapes that they could have possibly chosen to represent here. I think that's a pretty good showing from Unknown. Wobbuffet! Where's Quagsire? Wobbuffet is just Quagsire. Like, they're such similar Pokemon that I feel like, you know... What? Oh my god! Thank you so much for the subscription. Oh my goodness, my camera froze. But thank you very much. So appreciated. What a stream to to pop in and sub to. But I'm glad you're liking what you're seeing. Once my camera gets back in action, hello. There we are. All right. Very, very good. That was Wobbuffet. Girafarig, I can't really say has a Skrelp-like quality. I think this is the first Johto Pokemon that ends up in no Skrelp-like qualities. Like, not even its tail really gives me Skrelpy vibes. So I think it's got to go there. I really think. Yeah. Pineco and Fortress are doing a bit better for themselves. Pineco in particularly, because he's got red eyes and even has like a bluish like texture to him. So I think Pineco gets to go all the way up there. Fortress has loses the red eyes and the coloration, but he does gain this sort of armory helmet texture vibe. So I think that's enough to put Fortress into the vaguely reminds me of Skrelp tier. So like I'm satisfied with that. Dunsparce. He's got the shape. He's got the shape. And he does sort of have the vibe. I think that's about as far as I could reasonably put him. I don't think he's so similar that, like, you know, he gets to be up here. But it's decently similar enough that I can put him with these guys. I'll take it. I'll take it. Gligar. We are purple. We are blue. We are making an active effort to look more Skrelp-like by sticking out our tongue. I think he's doing a really solid job. You know, there are a lot of like problems here, but I think he's making the best out of what he has. And that's what we really look for in this criteria. Steelix and Mega Steelix. Where's Onix? Onix is there. Steelix, I think it's even less Skrelp-like than Onix, but I mean, he does still have the shape, so I guess, like, there. I suppose this is really like the best. Oh, you know what? He's got a red eye. So yeah, I can't possibly put him down any lower than Onix got. This'll I think be a good place for Steelix. You know, they can all be like one big happy family. And like the crystal growths coming out of Mega Steelix, I don't really think add anything major to him to warrant any higher. Snubbull and Granbull. Well, they do have these like flowy ear parts. And they're purple and they're pink. I suppose I'll put them up here. And we got blue, we got pink, we got these like flowy ears. Yeah, there's a decent enough likeness to Skrelp. It could be greater, but there's something to it. You know, I think it's an acceptable outing. Quillfish. Really good. Both Jotonian and Hisuian Quillfish. I think both do a really good job. I think Hisuian Quillfish even takes it one step beyond. Like, there's a lot to love about how much Quillfish is trying to take on the appearance of Skrelp. Again, it's not perfect, but I think it's pretty close. And Hisuian Quillfish, again, just like one step beyond, bringing on the purple, bringing on the dark, cool colorations. They got the shape. Even like subtracted, like the spines don't seem as like huge as they do on regular Quillfish, which is more accurate to like, you know, Skrelp, because like Skrelp is not like a pin cushion blowfish kind of thing. So I think that's good for Quillfish. Scizor. Nothing about this really improves from the Scyther design. Like, we already had a low bar to go from, and like we didn't even get like much farther than that. So yeah, I think that's where we remain. Shuckle. I suppose he's got like these, his body plan is kind of similar to Skrelp. He just happens to have a little rock home that he gets to come with. I think here's a good spot for Shuckle. That feels like a solid enough place. Like, I feel like I could just as well see Skrelp poking his head out of one of these holes alongside Shuckle, and they'd be buddies. So I can say that vaguely reminds me of Skrelp. Heracross, not Smoochum, excuse me. Heracross and Mega Heracross. Love this Pokemon. I don't think they get much higher than this though. Blue's nice. Mega Heracross actually makes an effort to look a bit more Skrelp-like than his regular counterpart. But I think that's about as far as I could do for either of them. Yeah, that's about as good as I think I can excuse. But a decent showing, could just be better. I don't think regular Sneasel really resembles Skrelp much at all. But Hisuian Sneasel does a much better job. Yeah, I think Hisuian Sneasel gets to go all the way up. Well, actually, even farther. We'll put him here. Yeah, much like a huge improvement from his Jontonian counterpart. Very nice. You're bringing on the colors. You got red eyes. You got like fin-like accessories. Good stuff, Sneasel. You could certainly learn a thing or two down here. Teddiursa and Ursaring. I don't see much. The most I have is that Teddiursa's like, we've been looking for crescent-shaped Pokemon. Teddiursa has a crescent on his head. I think that's enough to put Teddiursa here, but I think Ursaring has to be in the trenches, which is a shame because I love this Pokemon, but I love big normal types. You might have noticed from some of the Pokemon that I've claimed as my favorite. But yeah, that's I think that's the best that I can do for these two bears. Slugma and Magcargo. They're goopy. Like me. So I don't know where that places them though. They're fire. They're just like lava incarnate. Cargo has a shell. Maybe here. I actually think I think it's a similar situation to Teddiursa. Slugma has like I bumped my desk. Slugma has like the nichest of Skrelp relations and just kind of body shape, these sort of like whatever you would call these little sections that are coming out. They're kind of kelp-like. But Magcargo loses it all. Magcargo just goes in a completely different direction. So that's a shame for him. But I think at least Slugma gets to be right there. Swinub and Piloswine look more Skrelpy than I expected that they would. I think they, at the very minimum, get to go here. I actually think Swinub, I'm going to put one tier even higher than that. It's a good brown. It's like exactly the shade of brown that I'm looking for. And He's just small. He's like I feel like, you know, Swinub doesn't really have like a much of a body plan to speak of. He's just kind of a blob. But like I feel like Swinub, like his entire existence reminds me of Skrelp's head. So like that's good for him. Pilot Swine less so, but there's enough of a passing relation that I think I could say vaguely reminds me of Skrelp, akin to a lot of the Pokemon in this tier. Corsola is another one that what just happened? Someone just got moved, and I don't know who. Who's out of order? Like the tier like moved slightly. Did you see that? I don't know what happened. Well, I'm gonna figure it. I'll figure it out at some point. I suppose of who is now in this tier that like should not be in this tier. Oh well. Either way, Corsola. They're both pretty good. I think Galarian Corsola. Well, actually no. I was about to say, because Galarian Corsola kind of takes away some of what makes Corsola Skrelpy, but it's also got red eyes, so I can't penalize it too hard. I think both Corsolas end up being this high. God, this is bugging me. Is there any like what happened? Who did I accidentally move? Persian. No, because Persian's got the red dot. Ditto! Ditto! What are you doing up there? Get back where you belong. I found him. Nice try, but not today. Alright. Remoraid and Octillery. Again, Pokemon that do remind me of Skrelp more than I would expect. I don't think either of them go higher than... Actually, no. Octillery does. Because look at that. Look at that mouth shape. And even, like, the eye and, like, expression. Yeah, Octillery is doing pretty well in the Skrelp department. Maybe even, like, this well. Yeah. Honestly... They're giving very similar expressions and vibes. I think it's good enough for Octillery. Remoraid a lot less so, but I mean, it is a water type, so that's got to count for something. And the fins, so maybe Remoraid gets to be like up here. Sure, why not? Delibird. Those aren't red eyes. There's no way Delibird has red eyes. I refuse to believe it until I see it. No, it does not. That's what I thought. Okay. Does Delibird have any relation to Skrelp? Well, it's kind of got these like large eyebrows that are spiky and kind of kelp-like. He's got this big tail that like you can put things in. I don't know. I suppose his hands do kind of look like fins. And I mean, I guess they would. He's a penguin, right? He's a penguin. So, like, maybe they are fins. Oh, thank you, Ash. Redeeming a hydrate? Yes, please. Yes, please. I'm going to need it. Thank you so much. But yeah, if Delibird's got fins or flippers... That's probably good enough to put it in the slightest hint for Skrelp. Mantine. Well, Mantine has a Remoraid on it. So I feel like it's got to at least go into the tier that Remoraid is in. Beyond that, though, I don't think it's doing anything else that like really pushes the envelope. I guess the tail is very flowy and Skrelpy, but... I think that's about as good of a spot for Mantine. Skarmory. That's about as far from, you know, from Skrelp-like qualities as you can get. Too sharp. Too sharp. Not really cutting it. So, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think he has to stay right there. Houndour and Houndoom. I also don't think they're doing much in the Skrelp department either. Black and red dogs with a bunch of like skull-like protrusions. I don't know, man. You know what? I'll give Houndour the point, because at least Houndour has a helmet, right? That's what this is. This is like a hard hat he's got on. And like Skrelp's got one of those. But I think Houndoom and Mega Houndoom both, I think they're kind of down here with some of their other fire type friends. We all know where Kingdra's going, right? This one shouldn't come as a surprise, unless Stantler shows up. Get out of here. I don't know how I keep accidentally grabbing a Pokemon that I don't mean to grab. But get on up to where you belong, Kingdra. Right there. Just like Horsey and Seadra, possibly even more so. You're doing great. You know, we didn't lose anything important gaining a new evolution. You're exactly where you need to be. Phanpy and Donphan. I think Phanpy is like decently Skrelp. Well, I'm looking at just sort of color palette. Blue and red shiny. I suppose that's enough. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Because that's kind of, well, I'm indecisive on this one. I think Phanpy will go here. Donphan's got like nothing, right? Like at the very most, his ears could be like seen as fin-like, but it's a stretch. So I think Phanpy gets to be here, and Donphan gets to be down here. Cool Pokemon though. I would love to see more ground types that are like not your typical sandy brown color palette. I would love to see you know, more like really kind of interesting out there ground types, but you know, that's not what we're discussing today. We're discussing Skrelp. Porygon 2, bizarre electronic nature aside, where's regular Porygon? It's right here. I feel like Porygon 2 looks like Skrelp more than regular Porygon does. He's smoother. He's much more like aquatic looking. And I feel like the shape plan is just a lot closer. You know what? I think I'm fully convinced to put Porygon 2 up here. He's very Skrelp-like in a lot of ways, in a lot of the like important ways that matter. So like, yeah, I think I'm confident enough to put him into this tier. Congratulations. Smeargle. I don't see too many Skrelp-like qualities here, although he is sticking his tongue out, so I guess it's close enough. And his ears are kind of fin-like. He's got, you know, the eye shape, not eye color, but eye shape. He's got a flowy tail. I guess that's enough things to bring him up to this far. And he's like even got some brown on him. Sure, Smeargle. I think that's a decent enough effort for me to put you up here. Stantler. His horns are kind of coral-esque, and Skrelp is kind of coral-esque. Sure. Not the most like powerful resemblance possible, but it is something. It's more than nothing. So That's exactly what the Pokemon here are for. Tyrogue. Shockingly Skrelp-like. I'm really amazed by this. Who did I just move now? Did someone else just get moved, or am I insane? Ditto's still where he belongs. Well, you know, maybe my mind's just playing tricks on me, and we'll get back to the task at hand. Tyrogue, who's very Skrelp-like, like very shockingly Skrelp-like. The colors are like really, really good. Tyrogue, what color are your eyes? Because that could really make or break it. They're not red. Yellow eyes. Wah, wah. If you had red eyes, Tyrogue, you'd be up there. Because like you are doing a really solid Skrelp cosplay, all things considered. In fact, let me just like see you up there with the rest of them. Does it feel right? Does it? I'm gonna say it does. You know, like even like the pose he's taking on, he's like really trying. That's impressive. You know, you like don't look like Skrelp really on the outset, but like you're doing your best. You're really putting in an effort. So like I gotta give it to him. I don't really think Hitmontop is doing much like more than like the other Hitmons are. Maybe a little bit, but like he spins. I don't think I've really ever seen Skrelp spin before. Yeah, that's about as high as I think Hitmontop should really be. I guess he does remind me of Skrelp like a little more than his more humanoid. Maybe up here. Maybe I'll give Hitmontop the one, like the boost, because he does have a lot of blue. I'll give it to him. I'll be generous. Did this move? Like I'm still on this. I'm like looking around. Like, is there someone who's not supposed to be here? I feel like it because Slugma went back down again. Who got moved? I'm sure it was one of you that don't belong. Oh well. You know, one of these passes, I'll see who it is, and I'll be like, oh, you. But until then, we'll just keep on going. We got more babies. Elekid and Magby. Where's Magmar? Where is Magmar? Magmar's here? Oh. I think both of them, and honestly, Smoochum to Jinx as well. All of them are making an effort to be slightly more Skrelp-like than their original forms. So, like, you know, Magby looks a little bit more Skrelpy than Magmar does. Smoochum a little bit more than Jinx. And Elekid definitely more than Electabuzz. So, I will respect all of their efforts to try. You know, most of them don't get, like, really supremely far. But at least these two are doing all right for themselves. Not bad. Miltank. I guess the pink is kind of samey. That's about as much as I could say. I don't really know. Like maybe it's got like the ears, which we've like established before with some other Pokemon, is a bit fin-like. It's got horns. I guess it's close enough. It's really the color and like the pinkiness that like matches Skrelp's skin a bit that's doing it, which I suppose means Blissey gets to be here too. I mean, Chansey's here, Clefairy and Clefable are here. All these big pink blobs, I think, end up kind of in the same location. And now we have the legendary beasts. I think the only one that like even has a passing Skrelp resemblance is Suicune. Which is really just for, I mean, you know what? We'll actually give him like a lot of credit for having both purple and blue in their design. We love it when a Pokemon takes both the original Skrelp and the shiny Skrelp into account. So like that's great to see. Raikou has like the teeniest bit of purple on him, so I guess I'll give him that. Like I'm proud of him. He is doing the like bare minimum, so I guess I'll give it to him. I mean, Entei's just nothing. Entei's just got yeah, he's got brown on him, but like I don't think that's enough. It wasn't enough for Ursaring. I think that if you want to be a high placement on this Skrelp tier list, you got to be doing a lot better than Entei is, and like being fire type doesn't help either. So yeah, a shockingly far fall from grace, but at least, you know, Articuno and Suicune are representing their legendary trios fairly well. Larvitar, Pupitar, and Tyranitar. I think the former two are doing an alright job. Pupitar, I think, is actually doing enough of a good job to get all the way up here. You know, he's got the shape, he's got the eyes. Those eyes do look red to me. And his blue is very close. Like, if you look at Shiny Skrelp's like stomach here with the lines, it's just Pupitar. Yeah. I think Pupitar can even go one spot higher than that. Yeah. That's pretty good. Larvitar less so, but I still think he's doing high enough that he could at least get there. He's got red eyes. Tyranitar definitely is the least, and I mean Tyranitar isn't really doing any favors. Tyranitar still has that like Skrelp-like stomach, and I assume he still has red eyes, but you know, Mega Tyranitar loses that. But he does have these big spike growths, which are kind of coral-esque. So I don't think any of them reach so far as to get like down to these like problematic places. But you know, I think like Pupitar is definitely the highlight here. That should be celebrated. And finally, we've got Lugia, Ho-Oh, and Celebi. And out of these, I feel like Lugia, just in the fact that it lives in like the deep sea, which is exactly where Skrelp lives, we'll put it there. And Celebi has a similar shape. So I actually think Celebi can go as high as here. That like very like onion-esque head, and like even the like look at the little wings and how close they look to like Skrelp's fins. That's really notable. I think I'm gonna put Celebi up even higher. I'll put Celebi right there. Ho-Oh though, I unfortunately don't think Ho-Oh has, you know, any Skrelp-like, you know, appearances here. I mean, honestly, even if it does have red eyes, which I can't tell from this distance, it's just way far out there. The tail is like kind of close, but I think it goes too much. That's kind of the thing with Ho-Oh, right? It's too much. It's too grand. It's too like beautiful and extravagant and powerful. And like Skrelp is all these things, but he keeps it subtle. He keeps it on the down low. So I think that's the big difference between Ho-Oh and Skrelp. So that's Johto. So much faster than Kanto. So much faster. That's a whole other generation through. I gotta use the bathroom, and then after that, we get to go to my my homeland of Hoenn, my first ever generation. So yeah, I will see you guys momentarily. Okay. We still have so many Pokemon to go. Whew. Taking a deep breath. I gotta last a long while because we still have many generations that lie before us. Now we are at Generation 3, which the majority of which can fit onto one screen. Not quite. We're a little bigger than Gen 2. I don't know whether it's better to speed up through or to slow down and conserve energy, but we're gonna go at whatever pace just feels appropriate. Trico, Trico, and Grovyle and Sceptile. I will admit, don't really immediately give off any Skrelp-like qualities. Honestly, I think the biggest one is that Trico's tail is pretty Skrelpy. Like in itself, it feels like there's a whole Skrelp on its tail there. So I'll give it that. But honestly, truthfully, I don't think Grovyle or Sceptile really give off any Skrelp-like vibes at all. Nor Mega Sceptile. Like I'm trying to now that like the Pokemon images are getting like smaller and smaller, and they will continue to do so as we go. Do they have anything? I guess is the fact that they've got plant growths on them, and like you could make an argument that it's kind of kelpy. So, I guess they got that. Torchic's head feathers are a bit Skrelpy in that they kind of like got these 3 flowing little like protrusions, which is just like Skrelp's tail, which Combuskin also has. As I'm realizing, he's got the same thing. Blaziken doesn't. So I'm looking to see if there's any like reasoning I can give for Blaziken being Skrelp-like, and I don't think so. I really don't. Mega Blaziken's got these like fiery flowing yeah, I think maybe interesting. This might be like one of the only cases where like we've got our first form here, our second form here, the third form down lower, and then the Mega right there with the originals. That's really interesting. But yeah, that's just kind of the way that I'm feeling when it comes to ranking these guys. Mudkip. All right, now we're getting much closer. Mudkip, I think, gets to go up pretty high. Yeah, honestly, I think Mudkip gets to even go this high. I don't actually think Mudkip would have like earned that many points for me, but honestly, the pose that it's currently taking on, like this, like this very like vertical look, is actually a lot more Skrelpy than like it normally looks when it's just standing on all fours. So like maybe the art is making me biased, but that's just sort of the vibe it gives off. The rest of the family, Marshtomp, Swampert, Mega Swampert, they go a bit too far, Mega Swampert especially, but I think they're all close enough that they can still get a relatively high placement. Let's say like there. I'm realizing that like the screen is so big now that hold on, I gotta find which layer is the screen itself. Is it this? Nope. It's gotta be one of these. There we are. We gotta like maybe resize this a bit. Yeah. Cause yeah, we were like not able to like even see the top anymore. This'll do. So yeah, now we can see what we want to see. Cool. All right. We're refreshed. Poochyena, Mightyena. They got red eyes. And funnily enough, I would say like the same for Galarian Zigzagoon and Galarian Linoon. But actually, realizing that they're sticking their tongues out, which we've used as sort of like a guide for like, hey, you know, this Pokemon is making an effort to kind of mimic Skrelp's kind of face pattern. That puts them like even higher. You know, red eyes, they got like the, you know, tongue out, like that's, you know, certainly more than their Hoennian counterparts. I don't really see much Skrelpiness at all. Well, I guess they're brown, aren't they? I guess the brownness, you know, in their designs, and you know, particularly with Zigzagoon, I guess it's close enough. But you know, it's a close shave. Wormpole, I think gets to be at least this high. There is sort of like, kind of like with the Caterpie and Weedle, there is kind of a vague hint. Where is he? Becoming too many. A vague Skrelpiness here, but it's a little less than like any of the previous caterpillars. So, excuse me. Yeah, I don't think it's really gonna be what we want. But let's see. Hold on, I'm getting myself distracted. The window capture. We good? Yeah, we're good. We're good. So I think Wormpole, this is about as high as I could place him. Silcoon, interesting. Okay, so Silcoon's got a red eye. Not Whismur. Come on, man. Performance is definitely going to start to dwindle, I think. So Silcoon's got a red eye. Cascoon's got a red eye and is purple. So I think Cascoon gets to, you know, rise above. Maybe even higher? Oh, Espeon. Why'd you grab Espeon? Stay there. Grab Cascoon. Perfect. Yeah, spiky, purple, red eye. That's not bad. You know, for a Cocoon, that's about as good as you can ask for. Beautifly, I don't really see anything. No, I mean, like, I guess you could say the wings are very flowy and kelpy. I guess that's enough for a, you know, bottom, like a slight hint of Skrelp placement, but I don't know. Dustox Fair is a little better. Dustox, I think, can be up, maybe here. Yeah, because it's not quite as much of like a solid showcase as Cascoon, but Dustox is doing okay for himself, I think. So yeah, we'll put Dustox there. It's still poison type, which is, you know, the kind of thing we want to see. Okay, Lotad, Lombre, Ludicolo. Lotad a little bit. Lotad, I think gets to maybe be up here. He's got that same kind of eye style, and he's got the blue of Shiny Skrelp. And Lombre, I think, gets to be up there too. Like, Body Plan is a little less Skrelpy, but I don't know. They got a similar attitude vibe. It's Psyduck again. They just feel like they have some unknown connection that is greater than the likes of us. It's like, I think he goes there. Ludicolo, though. Yeah, I don't think that Ludicolo has much to offer in this department. I think he's about here. And if it wasn't for like some of the brown colorations on his body, he'd probably be in the no Skrelp qualities tier. But he's still grass, which is kelp related, as we've already established. He's got brown bits, So I guess it's good for him. C dot. Not bad. Not bad at all. I think I'm willing to put you like this high? Maybe. Those eyes, man. They're not red, but like, you know, and he's like, he's small. He's brown. He's round. Yeah, for an acorn, like you can even say that it's like a helmet that he's wearing, just like Skrelp. So like, yeah, I'm good to give him that one. But I do think that by the time we get to Nuzleaf and Shiftry, we are kind of slowly kind of falling down. I think C-Dot, Nuzleaf can be maybe here. Actually, he's got the little like leaf on top. Maybe Persian. What? How is that what I clicked? No, you go back down where you belong. Nuzleaf goes here. And then Shiftry will be all the way down here with Ludicolo. I think that's the most appropriate. Tailo Swellow. I got nothing. They're feathery. No. That is a non-combatant. I don't see a single Skrelp-like quality out of Tailo and Swellow. I mean, they're red-ish, but like, I don't know. You know, we've made some exceptions for birds in the past, but I think these two birds specifically, I just don't think they're cutting it. Wingull and Pelipper are doing a little bit better. We'll put them like here. Wingull kind of has the body plan a little bit, mainly in the fact that he's got no like arms or legs. He's blue, you know, he's got kind of like the long snout, you know, which is called a beak with a bird. But you know, it's tangentially related. Pelipper less so. It's kind of, again, Ludicolo and Shiftry and Pelipper are all kind of like here together as like being tangentially related to previous forms, which do remind me of Skrelp. So they're not nothing. It's not like they have no tie, but it's a close, you know, it's a close shave to the bottom. Is there anything from the entirety of the Ralts line that reminds me of Skrelp? I do not know. Oh. Red eyes. Now, we can't see Ralts' eye, but the rest of them have red eyes. I think that's enough to at least get them all here. You know, Gardevoir and Mega Gardevoir are very interchangeable in this department. And I mean, they got these like flowy bits. I think out of all of them, Kirlia reminds me the most of Skrelp, so I'll put Kirlia one tier higher. But yeah, outside of that, I think that's about as good as it gets. The rest of them can hang out down here. Surskit and Masquerain. Surskit is doing an alright job. Another tiny little water guy. No, not Houndoom. Where's Mega Houndoom? How did you move up so high? Get back down. Surskit. I actually think that's about as far as Surskit can go, because while it is a small, blue, watery little guy, I do think that there is actually a big, significant gap between body plans with these guys. So that's, I think, as close as I can get. And Masquerain even less. Honestly, I think Masquerain I'm going to put all the way down here. Like, The Surskit has like the slightest. In fact, you know what? I literally just said had the slightest, so I think that means Surskit goes down here. Like the slightest relation to Skrelp. Masquerain just loses all of that. So, you know, yeah, I think that's about as far as that one could go. Shroomish and Breloom. Shroomish has got that vibe. Where's the Lombre? I guess you guys can hang out together here. Yeah. Yeah, again, he's just got the face. Shroomish, Lombre, Psyduck, Magikarp, you know, Seedot. Like, they all got the vibe to hang out with Skrelp. I think they all kind of fit right in. Breloom, though, I guess it's just another instance of being one tier below. I don't know, though. I actually think Breloom gets to, like, hang out with his pre-evolution. We got a lot more red. Not in any, like, eye-related areas, but, like, enough red to get me thinking about Skrelp's red eye. And he's even got some, like, you know, beigeness, which Skrelp doesn't have, but, like, it's kind of brown. We're trying our best. And they're grass types, and grass is kind of kelpy, even though they're mushrooms and, like, don't even have any plant growth on them. Moving on. Slackoth, Vigoroth, Slacking. Slackoth is kind of slow going, so I think I'm comfortable putting him up here. Vigoroth, sure, he gets, like, he adds some, like, red. Actually, does Vigoroth, if I had to guess, Vigoroth probably has red eyes, right? Vigoroth, do you have red eyes? No, you don't. You just have, like, these, like, little pinprick eyes. I'm shocked by that. Well, yeah, then I think that's where you end up, Vigoroth. Honestly, yeah, Gen 3 has actually, like, so far, I mean, we're still kind of in, like, the early portion of the Johto deck, the Hoenn decks, but they got a lot of low scores here so far. I guess Slacking will put exactly where Slackoth is, though. I just feel like Slackoth gives the vibe just a little. Yeah, you know what? We'll do this. I do feel like Slackoth gives it a little bit better than Slacking does. So we'll do that. That feels right. Wow. For the Nakata line, I'm looking at Shedinja. Shedinja's, like, a higher scoring Pokemon than I expected he'd be. Let's get him up. Let's bring him all the way up. Like here. Yeah. I'm kind of shocked. But, like, you feel like a very similar texture, very similar vibe, very similar kind of growths on his back. Yeah. I'm really shocked by that. But, like, hey, that's cool. Nincada and Ninjask, though, I mean, I guess Nincada a little bit, but Ninjask... No, Ninjask's got red eyes. Yeah. I'll put them there. There's a slight hint to Skrelp within both of them. Yeah. I think that's decent enough. Whismur, Loudred, and Exploud all kind of have the color palette I'm looking for. Even Loudred's, like, speaker ears kind of look like Skrelp's eyes. So let's get them all into, like, a high position. Not too high, because, like, even despite these, with these qualities in mind, they're not, like, you know, most Skrelp-like things in the world. I just think they get enough that, like, maybe they're here. Maybe Loudred a little bit more. Just due to that whole red eye, like, speaker ear thing he's got going on. Yeah, I think we'll call it. We'll say that. Makuhita, Hariyama. got these like little ring donut cheeks. And they're red. But I think any like kind of trace of that is, well, actually, you know what? No, Hariyama's hands do remind me of Skrelp's tail. They got like the three like protrusions coming out like that. Yeah, okay. That's enough for me. Yeah, good job, Hariyama. Azurill. Where is Meryl and Azumarill? They're there. I mean, so at the very least, at like minimum, they gotta share. Oops. Get back down there. At minimum, Azurill's gotta match the same tier as these guys. But I actually think Azurill gets closer than Meryl and Azumarill do. So yeah, I think Azurill gets to be right there. Considering actually moving it up higher. Like here. Yeah, maybe. It's got the, like, you know, and again, I'm maybe biased because it's just the way that the art is very vertical here. But I think it's enough for me. I really do. Nose pass. I mean, Skrelp's got a nose, all right, and the color palette is not too far off from Skrelp. So I think at the very least you'll be here. Maybe even one more. Yeah, like where Loudred is. That feels fair. That feels like where Nosepass belongs in the, like, you know, Skrelp hierarchy. Skitty and Delcatty. Unsure. I feel like Delcatty is with the purple parts of it. I feel like Delcatty can be like here, and then we'll put Skitty here. The tail does give me a bit of a Skrelpy vibe. It's got three little dots coming out. But Delcatty, I think, gets a bit closer than Skitty does. So we'll celebrate Delcatty a little bit more by giving her a slightly better tier. Oh boy, I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. Wow, Sableye. Look at you. Let's get you. You know what? Honestly, because I saw the red eyes on your Mega, and like, you know, hey, Ursaring, hey. Where you belong right there, I think. Yeah, don't try anything funny. The red eye on Sableye, and like beyond that, the two designs being like largely similar to one another. I think I got them both pretty high up there. High enough to be here? I don't think so. The red eyes really help Sableye's case here, but the giant ruby doesn't quite. But they are very Skrelpy. They have a very decent likeness to Skrelp, and so I'm comfortable putting them there. I think Mega Sableye actually does make the leap. The red eyes do so much. I wish it kind of just left the big jewel behind, but honestly, I think he does kind of stand with this particular group. So well done. Mawile. I'm not really seeing much, but like, you know, particularly Mega Mawile's pink, or really it's more of a purple dress. Yeah, I think they can both kind of be in the slightest hint. I'm not looking at them and going, I see nothing. In fact, I do even think Mawile and Mega Mawile both have red eyes. So we'll put them there. That feels appropriate. The Aggron line. It is tough to be a steel type. It is like being so steely is like very much anti Skrelp. And now that I'm saying that out loud, I'm wondering if they should be in the anti Skrelp tier, but I don't know. It's not their fault per se. It's not like they're really making an active choice. Maybe Mega Aggron will put down there because it's like a Mega is this like huge transformative thing. You could like have gone in a different direction, but instead you kind of doubled down on what made you 0% Skrelp in the first place. So I think that's honestly a fair assessment. So we'll keep you there, guys. Hate to do it to you. Metatite is like a little Skrelpy. A little bit. Put you there. Metacham less so we'll keep you on. Well, actually, Mega Metacham starts to kind of grow some of these like extra limbs, extra ribbons, extra protrusions that like actually do start to resemble Skrelp again. So we started up decent. We went a little bit down, but then we came back up again. So like that's worth acknowledging in a higher placement. Electrike, Manectric, Mega Manectric. Red eyes. I feel like even only Manectric has red eyes, and maybe Electric or Electrike doesn't, but like they're tangentially related, and I'll give it to them. You know, they got the red eyes, and that does sort of pass you in these parts. Plus on Minun. Red, like Skrelp's eyes. Blue, like Skrelp's shiny form. I guess those are... No, not Viper. I don't even know where Viper is. No, not Zigzagoon either. Where's Zangoose? We'll put him nearby Zangoose. Here. There we are. That's correct. Plus Minun. We'll put them there. Again, it's the slightest hint of Skrelpiness. So, we'll take it. Hey, camera! Come on back. We ain't finished yet, you and I. How's that? Looking good? Maybe. Interesting. Oh, I see the problem. Where is window capture? There we go. There, that fixes that problem. Okay. Where'd we leave off? Volby Nilamize. Kinda Skrelpy, not gonna lie. They do got some sort of Skrelp-like vibe to them in a lot of like really subtle ways. Their wings for one, you know, their little head protrusions for another. Their general colors with the reds and the purples. I actually think that they can reach a fairly high placement. We'll say where Sableye and Loudred ended up. Right? Like right around there. That feels like a decent location. Roselia. I'm not so sure. I guess Roselia's 3 spikes on her head give me vibes to Skrelp's tail. And, you know, we got blue and red roses, blue and red. We kind of have the situation with also Minun. I guess there is enough of a relation to put it there. Gulpin and Swalot. Not bad. I think both of them are actually going to score pretty highly here. Pure Poison. We like to see poison around these parts. Not Galarian, not the Meowth. Where did you just grab this from? This was like... I don't know where where this was. Here? Sure. Yeah, so I think Gulpin's gonna go right here. Swalot's gonna go even higher though, because Red Eyes, very like now like in the purple department. Honestly, Swalot might be just like one of the Skrelpiest Hoenn Pokemon that exist. You know, it's not very aquatic in nature, but like neither is, you know, a few other Pokemon here, and I think for what it's doing a really decent job. I think it gets to be a Skrelp cosplayer. And even Gulpin, you know, color palette's way off, but like, he's doing a decent job. He's doing about as good of a job as Chikorita's doing. So I'll give it to him. Carvana, Sharpedo, 2 Sharp. Like, yeah, they're water type, but I don't know how much, you know, that really does for them. And I guess they've got that very, like, vertical shape silhouette. And Carvana's, they all have red eyes. So we'll honestly, even, like, they are water types. They should probably be higher. But just by a tier. We'll put them in whatever the, yeah, this tier. Vaguely reminds me of Skrelp. I think that's close enough. Yeah. Yeah, we'll give it that. Wailmer and Wailord. Too big. Really big. You could fit a lot of Skrelps in a Wailmer, let alone a Wailord. They have fins. Flippers, water types. There is a very, very minuscule hint of Skrelp within that, you know, but definitely not enough to be anywhere close to any of these tiers. Now what about Numel and Camerupt? Numel? The eye. Almost got the eye. And Camerupt also kind of has the eye. So it's like, even though they are fire types, you know, they're actually not doing too terribly. Mega Camerupt is losing it a little bit. But he does have a little head crown, which kind of looks kelpy or plant-like in nature. We'll give that to him. It's a bit of a stretch, a bit of a, like, probably too much of a kindness, but I feel generous. Torkoal, though, I don't really see anything Torkoal's bringing to the table. Like, it's Smokescreen, you know, I guess Skrelp could shoot Smokescreen, but, like, it's too loose for my liking. Yeah, we'll use Torkoal there. Spoink and Grumpig, though. Wow. Not bad. Very Skrelp-like. Who did I just grab? I've got Meowth in my hand. What do I do with him? Where did I put Meowth before? Was he here? Yeah, he must have been. Grab Spoink. Grab Grumpig. And we're going to bring them up higher. Here? No, honestly, higher. I think they get to go here. They got colors, they got vibe, they've got energy, they've got shape. Not bad. I don't think any of them are cosplayers, but I think they're close enough that, like, you know, they get to be in a very similar tier. Which, you know, good for you guys. Not a lot of Hoenn Pokemon have made it up here at all, so you know, that's really impressive. It's been maybe like here. The kind of loony vibe. It's certainly akin to how I'm feeling right now here on Skrelp Day. So I guess there's a relation to Skrelp right there. We'll give it to him. The Trapinch line up to Flygon. I don't know. Flygon's got red eyes, so I think at the very least we can put Flygon up there. And Trapinch kind of has a Skrelp-ish body plan. And Vibrava's wings are kind of fin-like, and they're green, kind of kelpy, maybe. So I think it's enough to get them, like, on the board. More than these guys. Cacnea and Cacturn, they're spiky. Green. I don't think Cacturn has red eyes. I don't really see anything on Skrelp that makes me think Cactus, so I think I'm actually just going to place them here. I just don't think they got enough to really do it, you know. Did someone else get moved? I feel like Tailo and Swellow didn't used to get. I thought they were on the same, like, line before, but at this point I feel like people are getting, like, accidentally moved around when I don't intend it, and at this rate, like, it's just gonna be the way it is. I'm just taking, like, a good look at everyone now. We have ranked a lot of Pokemon. We have, like, so many more, and I'm definitely starting to feel like unless I take a really big break, there's no way I'm gonna get through the rest of them. It's been nearly, it's like 3 minutes away from like 4 hours now. But thank you all for, you know, sticking around, because God bless. Happy Skrelp Day, everyone. Altaria, Swablu. They're blue. They are blue. Good. Always happy to see Skrelp show up. And yeah, it's got like these little flowy tail bits. So like maybe they're more Skrelpy than I'm giving them credit for. Thank you so much, Brandy. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. You know, I don't want to devalue their efforts just because they're birds. They're doing an all right job at trying to, like, capture the Skrelp vibe. Unlike these two, I honestly don't think that their red eyes are really gonna help here. I mean, I guess just the fact that they've got red eyes at all means they have to be in this tier. But both of them are pretty far off from what I'm looking for, particularly in vibe. They're really kind of anti, you know, like these Pokemon exist to, like, murder each other. And that's not what Skrelp Day is all about. You know what? That's pretty anti-Skrelp in nature. That's pretty anti-Skrelp in vibe. And I think that kind of puts you into the lowest of the low. The anti-Skrelps. Lunatone's got a red eye. Or maybe a pink eye? You should see a doctor about that. And Solrock doesn't, but, like, you can't think of Lunatone without thinking of Solrock. You know, and if you're seeing Lunatone, you're seeing its eye, which makes you think Skrelp. So, you know, kind of branching tree kind of situation, but, like, it gets you there in the end. So, I suppose it works out. And Wish Cash. Wish Cash. At minimum, I feel like here. I think Barboach actually gets to go one higher, just because of the general shape of it. And a lot of fins, which Skrelp likes. Yeah, I think that's a good spot for Barboach. Yeah, we'll take that. Corefish. Love this guy. Well, first of all, where did I put Krabby and Kingler? Here? Well, I mean, these guys are kind of like the same thing in practice. Like, all of, like, the kind of hard shell crustacean stuff that, like, made Krabby and Kingler go into this tier. I feel like the same fits for Corefish and Crawdon. So, we'll put them there. Baltoy, Claydol. Well, they got red eyes to the max. Baltoy does kind of also share Skrelp's shape. Maybe we'll put Claydol here, but Baltoy will put one higher, like here. Yeah, that feels right. That feels like he's even brown, a bit of a tanner brown than I'd like, but you know, he's brown. Leap. Whoa, showing off to your no Huntail, not that, not Roselia. Oh my gosh, you're messing with my flow. I don't know where this was. I guess there. Huntail, go back. Okay. Where did the leap go? The leap. This is some Skrelp-like quality if I've ever seen it. Higher. Honestly, no, not Articuno. Lileep. I think Lileep is a Skrelp cosplayer. Lileep, honestly, really strongly gives a Skrelp vibe. Which is, like, great. I think Cradilly dials it back, which you never like to see, but it's still close enough. I think we can get Cradilly at least this placement, if not maybe one higher. Yeah, I think it can go one higher. I think Cradilly can go right there. Not bad. You know, a downgrade from the leap for sure, but not bad. Anorith and Armaldo, though. I guess they do kind of look like Skrelp. More Anorith than Armaldo, so I guess Anorith we'll put into a higher tier. Particularly with these, like, false eyes he's got kind of here. So, well, you know, and the body plan's pretty close. So, you know, I think I'm okay with that. Feebas and Milotic, though. Well, Gyarados is way up here. But I don't think Milotic is in the same situation. I think Feebas is fairly Skrelp-like, particularly in coloration. So I think he gets to go pretty high. Be like there. Milotic, though, I don't think gets the same treatment. I think Milotic is only about yay far. Yeah. That's yeah. It's, you know, she went for the beauty route. Skrelp ain't about beauty, so we've gone a bit too far off, I think. Oh man, they give me all the different cast forms, huh? Well, base cast form is already, like, a bit Skrelpy. I think Sun cast form is the least Skrelpy of the bunch. And then Water and Hail Skrelp Nope. Wow. Water and Hail Castorm. I guess they're making me think of Skrelp. I think both get to go a tier higher. One for its typing and general theming, and the other one for its color scheme. Not Graveler. Where was this? How'd this get all the way up here? Was that up there before? No, it wasn't. It totally wasn't. It was down here with the other Graveler. Yeah, okay. No. No. Stop that. Okay. Oh my gosh. Fighting me. All right, all is right in the world. Now cast form Rain and cast form Hail. We'll bring here and here. Yeah. Honestly, actually, I think they go even higher. They feel like more at home here with this lot. You know, that body plan. Can't deny it. Kecleon. Turn invisible. I don't totally know how Skrelp-like of a quality that is. It's kind of reptilian. I think it's... And honestly, there's the vibe again. The Psyduck vibe. I think it gets to be at least this high. Vaguely reminds me of Skrelp. Alright. Shuppet and Bayonet. Bayonet's got red eyes. Shuppet does not, but Shuppet honestly does look like Skrelp a lot, even without like too much help. You know, it doesn't need the red eyes as like a crutch. It just kind of naturally gives a look. So I think Bayonet we'll put here, and Shuppet we'll put in the next tier up. Yeah, Shuppet will go here. It's a decent likeness. Oh, and then Mega Bayonet, less so. Whatever, yeah, if Bayonet's here, I think Mega Bayonet is even less of a resemblance, even with red eyes. We got more red eyes in Duskull and Dusclops, but I think that's about as far as either of them go. I don't think I could classify this as a helmet because it's really more of a mask. Plus, I got one red eye each, and Skrelp has two, so it's a loose connection. Tropius, I guess its big leaf wing things are plant growths. Are they Kelpie? Maybe a little, but it definitely can't go any higher than that, for sure. Chimeco very vaguely has the body plan. Don't take Minun. How do you keep taking some of these like really out there Pokemon to grab? Chimeco, which, you know, it vaguely has the body plan, which is good because we have a vaguely tier. So that feels appropriate for little Chimeco here. Gotta tell ya, Absol, Mega Absol, I don't see anything that would give me a Skrelp quality. Which again, well, maybe the wings actually are an improvement over the base. So I think maybe we'll put the Mega there. It actually, you know, got slightly closer, although it still has a long way to go. But, you know, good job. I'm not going to totally deny your efforts, Absol. Why not? Pretty good. Like, about here, I think. Yeah, I think Why Not fits in with this crew particularly well in the Skrelp-like tier. Snorunt and Glalie, my favorite Pokemon. How Skrelp-like is he? Not extremely. He has a helmet. His entire face is a helmet. there's that. I think at my most gracious, I could put them here. You know, I would love to give them a higher score because I'm biased like that, but you know, I think in all good conscience, this is about as high as I can give them. You know, Snowrunt, maybe with like the kind of TP spike he's got. Actually, no, that spike does look like Skrelp's head. So I'm gonna put Snowrunt 1 tier higher. Good for you, buddy. You did it. The Sfeel line. Sfeel. Round. I think out of all of these, Celio reminds me the most of Skrelp. They're all water types, so that's good. I think we will go Sfeel and Walrein. And then Celio will go 1 higher. Specifically with the mustache, because they're very fin-like. And resemble Skrelp's fins and tail. So I think it's a good showing from Celio specifically. Clamperl, Huntail, Gorbis. Pokemon you don't think about very often. Maybe they should also have a holiday. Well, Clamperl is on the deep sea and kind of has this like upper, you know, clam like armor helmet-y thing. So I think that's enough to get Clamperl around here. Huntail's got a lot of fins. Gorbis has the general pink and purple color palette. I think they can all hang out together in the vaguely reminds me of Skrelp tier. That feels appropriate. Relicanth, I think, is actually doing much better. Not Wormadam. Put that back. Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me. Relicanth. Nice rocky brown armored helmet head. Red eyes in the water. Very Skrelp-like. Not bad at all. Love Disc. Well, I love Skrelp from the bottom of my heart, but I don't know if Love Disc shares anything more than a slight color resemblance and type. And honestly, maybe body plan as well. Okay, Love Disc I think we can put right here. Yeah, Love Disc is just a smaller, flatter like Gorbis, so I mean it makes sense that they would end up in the same tier together. All right. Bagon looks more like Skrelp than I expected him to. I think we actually put him 1 higher, like here. You know, is it just because it's blue? I don't know. I think just like he's got a helmet, he's got the like eye shape, not color but shape. He's got a body plan. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if Shelgon or Salamence share that at all, though. Particularly Mega Salamence is just, well, I mean, what have I been calling Skrelp all day? A crescent shape? You don't get more crescent-y than Mega Salamence, I suppose. So we'll put him here. All right. Beldum, honestly, really good. Really Skrelp-like. You know, his eye is red, he's blue, he's got the, like, the exact body plan that you would hope for. I think Beldum can... Nope, not Eevee. Where the heck did this come from? Beldum, I think, can be that high. Where's Eevee? Where did this come from? There it is, right here. But yeah, Beldum? Not bad. Honestly, I think there's a strong argument here for a Skrelp cosplayer. You know, look at some of the other guys we have here. I'm gonna sneeze. Look at all of the other Pokemon we have here in the cosplayers tier. I think Beldum matches them pretty effectively. Oh, sorry for bumping the mic. Metang and Metagross less so, but you know, they have the same general idea and red eyes. I just think they sort of lose it a little bit. So yeah, we will leave them here with Mega Salamence, and the vaguely reminds me of Skrelp. Whereas Beldum gets to hang out with royalty. Oh, and same thing for Mega. No, not you. Mega Metagross. We will put him. Where's Metagross? Yeah, he's right here. So we'll put him right there. That works. All right. Legendaries. We got a lot of legendaries here in Hoenn, starting with the Reggies. All of the Reggies do kind of give Skrelp vibes. You know, even the one that you would think is least so, Registeel, has red eyes. If you can call these eyes. So I think they all kind of fit snugly right here. There's just enough, like, you know, the rockiness of Regirock kind of reminds me of, you know, of Skrelp's brown kind of armory plating. The ice of Regice, you know, it's water at the end of the day. And Registeel's got the red eyes. So I do think, yeah, I do think this is a good spot for them. Gengar, you're asking about? Yeah, Gengar had a pretty high scoring. He was like way up here. You know, he's got a decent likeness. You know, not quite in the upper echelon, but yeah, there he is. Not bad at all. Latios, and the Megas. I actually think Mega, the Megas of these two look more like Skrelp than their original versions. So I'm gonna put these two if I can, if the website will let me. Oh boy. Oh, move them up. Move them up. 1, 2, cool. And then we'll just put Latios and Latios on the tier below. You know, they definitely still have like a bit of a Skrelp-like body plan, but not as much as their Megas. So I think this is a fine spot for them. Kyogre, and Primal Kyogre. Now they're deep sea watery Pokemon, so already very Skrelp in nature. So we will bring them up a decent way just to start off. I think they could even be one higher. We'll put them here. Now, I do think that that's as far as it can go, though. Like, the relation to Skrelp is like noticeable, but I don't think it's so noticeable that it gets to be up here. He's still like this really big, giant whale thing, and Skrelp is just a tiny little seahorse guy. So I think this is as far as Kyogre can go. Groudon, though? You want to talk anti-Skrelp? Here's a Pokemon whose like whole like mission statement, or at least, you know, like his capability, his powers, are all about like land, the opposite of water. Specifically, he's tied to a plot thread that would get rid of all water. That's where Skrelp lives. So that's a crime against Skrelp kind. So I'm putting Groudon into the anti-Skrelps, and I think he deserves it. Rayquaza, maybe just there. It's very passing. It's mainly in just the body type he's got, and I think he's also got red eyes. But beyond that, I don't think there's a huge resemblance. You know, he flies, which we've described before. Is like that's not, you know, it's swimming in the air, but that's a stretch. I think if Salamence is here, then Rayquaza can fit there too. Jirachi. It's got a lot of really lovely little floating, oh not floating, flowing accessories. Kind of like what a Skrelp has. Maybe even a little higher. Funnily enough, with Jirachi, it does not have red eyes, but I think its middle like eye that like is closed on its stomach, I think that eye is red. So that's enough for me. Oh, how did I miss Mega Rayquaza? You're in the exact same position as your non-Mega counterpart. So we'll just put you here. Actually, you know what? Maybe a little bit more than your original, because you've got all these, like, again, flowy parts and spikes and things, making you look a bit more like a piece of coral or a piece of kelp. So I'll put you there. And finally, for Hoenn, we've got Deoxys. The DNA Pokemon. It's an alien from space. Skrelp is kind of alien-esque. I think at minimum they'll go here. Maybe a little bit more. It's really hard to say, but like they do give a sort of mysterious energy, which Skrelp definitely provides. I think Deoxys Defense is probably the one who is the most Skrelp-like out of this batch. I don't know how I grabbed Kangaskhan. Definitely didn't want to do that. So we'll grab Deoxys Defense. Maybe he'll get to be... Yeah, he'll get to be one tier higher right here. With the rest of the Deoxys. The Deoxys being right here. Alright. That's the Hoenn region done. We've got a really beefy list going right now. Going about how I expected. Honestly, there's less Pokemon down here than I anticipated, but you know, we're doing exactly what I hoped, which is finding the most out there slim of related tangents to get these Pokemon on the list. So, doing solid. I'm gonna take another quick break and reflect on my life choices a little bit, and then when we come back, we'll start taking care of Sinnoh, which thankfully does not have nearly as many Pokemon, so hopefully it will be not too bad. So alright, see you momentarily. All right, we're back. We're back, and we're back for some more Skrelp Day celebration. We are on Sinnoh now, the land of evolutions. But before we get to the evolutions, first we have a whole slew of regular Pokemon to go through. So, we'll start there. Turtwig, Grottle, Torterra. I guess Turtwig's leaves do look kind of Skrelpy. On the top there, right? I can kind of see it. I don't know if Grottle or Torterra. Maybe Torterra just because of the like the brown accents in the color palette. You know, that starts to like kind of look a bit Skrelpy. Yeah. So maybe we'll put these two here and Grottle one tier below. That sounds good to me. Chimchar, Monferno, Infernape. Well, where's Ponyta? Because they have the same kind of fiery you know, fire elements coming off of them, which we deduced was like, you know, good enough to kind of give like be in the flowy, finny, kelpy territory. And they're blue, or at least Monferno has a kind of a blue head accent. Infernape has blue hands and legs. They're all three of them are really pushing it. But I think they at least get enough to have the slightest hint of Skrelpiness. And then the Piplup line. I think they all do a very average job. You know, they're it's more than a slight hint. But I don't think it's much more than that. Where did Polion go? He's right here. Yeah, I think they fit here the best. I'm tempted to put Piplup up one more, but yeah, maybe I will, right? The size is there. Well, like Piplup is just the closest in size range to Skrelp, so it just feels the most appropriate. But I don't think any of the starters this generation managed to like reach the heights that like Mudkip or Wartortle did. So, or Chikorita. So we'll say that's good. That's a good enough go. The Starly line. Look at like their head feather there. How particularly Staravia. How Skrelpy is that? No, gosh, I again continuously grabbing the wrong Pokemon. Again, here we'll bring up Starly, Staravia, and Staraptor. Staraptor, I feel like, is the least Skrelpy of them. Here, we'll put Starly one tier up. And Staravia 2 tiers up, so he's like right here. I think I'm pretty happy with that. Even Staravia's whole body like shape here is very Skrelpy. Sure, like its wings are in, but I think it's doing as good of a job as a bird can. Bidoof and Bibarel. Not really a ton going on here, but they are beavers, and like they gained the water type, so it's better than nothing. I did vaguely, you know, Skrelp. They're, you know, brown. I see a little red nose, like Skrelp's little red eyes. Water type, or at least Bibarel is. You know, he gains it over the course of his time, so you know. Plus, yeah, the Doof energy, right? Like I gotta give it to Bidoof. Cricketoon. I don't know. I'm not really seeing much that they have to offer. I guess they're red and have like, you know, the same like wing things. It's not great. Maybe Kricketot gets to be one higher. Kricketot like there. Yeah, that feels appropriate. Shinx, Luxio, Luxray. They do have the blue of shiny Skrelp. Do any of them have like an additional quality that like would bring them any higher than this? Ooh, yes, Luxray. Luxray gained red eyes. Right? Like I want to triple check. Because that would like make or break this placement. Let's look up Luxray. Yep, he gained red eyes in his final stage of evolution. So that is just enough to bring you up here. Like, we got a lot of Sinnoh hanging out in the vague tier. Where's Roselia? Here? Well, I mean, I feel like Rose Raid like has to go right with you. In the same tier. And Budew? Is Budew a poison type? Or is Budew a pure grass type? Budew. Budew is a grass and poison type. Really? Huh. So, with that body shape, I think Budew actually graduates to the higher tier, more than Roselia or Rose Raid would. So, I think that's a good spot. What about the fossils? Cranidos and Rampardos both have red eyes. What did I just grab? What Pokemon is this that I have in my hand? Oh, it's the correct one. Yeah, so they both have red eyes. So I think, and honestly, even their color palette is pretty good. Kind of Skrelpy. So maybe I'll put them like up here. Some of their other snow friends. But I can't really say the same for Shieldon or Bastiodon. I don't think any of them really have any Skrelp qualities worth talking about. I guess it's a helmet. Not really the same kind that I'm looking for. So, alas. Burmy and Wormadam do give Skrelp vibes quite a bit. It's just a shame that none of their colors are, you know, really the kinds of things that we're looking for. But I do think that they're all good enough, which is going to be so annoying having to move every single one of them. But let's see. They're all at least high enough to get like a relatively decent placement. What just moved? What just moved? Something moved. Oh boy, something definitely moved up with that interaction, but I can't be doing this like every single time. So, oh well. Let's get the Wormadams up slowly but surely. Huh. Huh. Okay, Burmy. Burmy, Wormadam, where are the other Wormadams? There they are. I honestly think Burmy at least, maybe not Wormadam, but I think Burmy can go even higher. Burmy will put in the oops. Burmy will put into the decent likeness of Skrelp tier. Wormadam will put one tier below. And then Mothim we're gonna put like way down here. Mothim just ain't doing it. So yeah, that's, I mean, he's got the little like handy like 3 protrusions on his wings, but I just don't think it's enough. Combi and Vespiquen. I don't know. Vespiquen is giving me kind of vague vibes, and then by extension, I guess Combi gets to do that too. Very, you know, we got that rigidness, got red eyes. Vespiquen at least, not Combi. But Combi does have the little red, like little thing on the head that you look for trying to find your female Combis. So, okay, I think I can feel comfortable with that there. Pachirisu. Here's our first Pika clone that you know, loses the red cheeks in favor of yellow cheeks. I don't think Pachirisu really has much of anything. You know, maybe you could say that Pachirisu's tail kind of looks like Skrelp, but I don't see it personally. And even the blue is like not. It's like more of a teal or cyan, not really the blue that we look for in this game. So, yeah, I think Pachirisu unfortunately has to stay right there. Unlike Buizel and Floatzel, who I actually do think get to be a little higher. I think Buizel more than Floatzel, just again for the size discrepancy. But they got nice fins. And they got some blue to them, so I think they get to be in like a decent enough spot. Cherubi and Cherrim. Does Cherrim have red eyes? What a strange Pokemon to give red eyes to. Yeah, it absolutely does. That's hysterical. And I mean, it does have these flower petals that are kind of finny or kelpy in nature. So sure, I guess Cherrim gets to exist all the way up there. Funnily enough, I think Cherrim's closed form is the most Skrelpy of the bunch, which is really hysterical. So we'll move this one like all the way up here. It's a Burmy essentially. Like it might as well just be a Burmy. But then Happy Cherrim there, and then I don't know, Cherubi maybe gets to be like there. That works. Shellos and Gastrodon. I think Shellos is very Skrelpy. Gonna move it like way up. Way up. Even higher than that, I think. I think these two get to be like here. You know, they're very Skrelpy in nature, very Skrelpy in body plan. Blue one's even like blue one's got fins, and the pink one's got like, you know, the closest thing he can do to spines. That's good stuff. The Gastrodons are similar, a little less so than the Shellosses, but you know, it's close enough. So I think they can be each like the tier below where Shellos is. So we'll put them here. I think at this point, yeah. Well, maybe not that far, but like, yeah, we'll subtract a bit to hopefully speed up. Hopefully we can speed up having to zoom. Here, there we go. How's that look? Yeah, that seems decent enough. And where's Apom? There. Ambipom is doing him no favors. So I think that's where he's gotta stay. Drifloon is kind of Skrelpy. put Drifloon like way up here. The purple does a lot of favors for him. Drifblim, not as much. Not Dusknoir, what the heck? Drifblim. No, not that either. Drifblim. Drifblim does have red. Drifloon didn't have red eyes, right? No, it didn't. Drifblim though does. So I guess Drifblim, it's only fair to put Drifblim up here, right? Like that only feels appropriate. I think I'm doing him a disservice otherwise. Buneary, and Lopunny. Great Pokemon. Buneary's super duper cute. I don't know if really any of them have Skrelp-like qualities. I suppose Buneary is kind of shaped correctly, and I mean, I guess they all have the kind of brown coloration that I'm looking for. So I guess it's enough to put them there. But we could be striving for greater. Miss Magius, wow. Quite the decent job here. Oops, I grabbed Magneton. Uh-oh. Get back down there. I think Mischievous is like really like up high, right? How high though? Yeah, Mischievous is like way up here at the top. Is Miss Magius that high as well? Yeah, I think it gets to be. It looks way more like shiny Skrelp than regular Skrelp, but like it looks a lot like shiny Skrelp. It matches it pretty well, so I think it's enough to put him there. Honchkrow, I don't have the same amount of praise for. Where's Murkrow? There, yeah. So I think having Honchkrow there fits just fine. Gleammeow and Purugly. Blue. I see blue. I see purple. I see red. These are the colors I'm looking for. At the very least, don't grab Fion. Like so far away from that. Yeah, I think Gleammeow and Purugly are at least high enough to skip the lowest tiers. I think they get to be right here. Yeah, it's a shame that they don't have like brown or like any sort of armor or helmet, or I can't really call their springy tail like a flowy bit. So I think that's about as far as we can call it. Chingling, not Darkrai. Chingling, can't really say is doing much for me. Honestly, yeah, like if it wasn't for these little ribbons that I guess you could call bin-like, I don't really think there's anything that Chingling is bringing to the table. And this is probably where Chimecho ended up too, right? Unless, is Chimecho up here? Chimecho's up here. Yeah, Chingling honestly looks even less than that. Stunky and Skuntank are poison types and they're purple, so they, I think, immediately stand out amongst the Rift Raff. We'll put them up. Yeah, up here I think is fitting. A decent likeness, nothing too strong. It's a decent likeness. It's not like the closest thing, but it's close enough that I'll grant it that privilege. Bronzor and Bronzong are also a little Skrelpy, but like not nearly as much as Stunky and Skuntank. So I'm just going to put them here alongside Gleammeow and Purugly. And we'll just leave it at that for the time being. Bronzor mainly for like the rigidness and for like it's got like a flat quality. It's blue. Bronzong is not these things, but it does have the very flowy, I want to say ribbon again, because I can't think of like another terminology for it, and red eyes. So yeah, I think that's good for them. Now for a bunch of babies. Bondsley, I feel like Sudowoodo scored pretty high, and Bondsley looks even more like Skrelp than Sudowoodo does. Did I successfully grab it? No. Come with. We've got a long way to go. Come on up. Where did I... So, yeah, Sudowoodo's right here. I think Bondsley deserves to be higher than Sudowoodo. He's, like, compacted himself in the perfect way. You know, could be better, but, you know, I'll take it. Mime Jr. is also, I mean, definitely a better showing than Mr. Mime. Where's Mr. Mime? He's in this tier, so I think we'll move, not Blaziken. We'll move Mime Jr. up a single tier just to like bring it here. I feel like that's an appropriate spot for Mime Jr. to be. And Happiny is sort of the... Well, actually, no. Now that I look at his body shape, it's more Skrelp-like than I gave credit for. I'm going to move it up one more tier. Like there. Yeah, that's probably as good as I can feasibly see it. Like he's like bottom heavy with a little top part, whereas Skrelp is top heavy with a little bottom part. So like if Happiny was like maybe upside down, we'd be having a different talk, but here, not quite doing it for me. Chatot, nothing. I really got nothing for Chatot. Just doesn't really give me Skrelp vibes whatsoever, particularly with the kind of, you know, angry face he's making. Spirit Tomb. It's purple. That at least gets him there. But I really like, you know, Spirit Tomb's a lot, man, right? Like he's like 107 spirits or something all together, locked and imprisoned within an odd keystone. That doesn't remind me of Skrelp. That doesn't remind me of Skrelp at all. In fact, like, you know, I think he goes down here. You had 107 chances to look like Skrelp, and you didn't. You instead just look like this. Shame on you. Like, look at Gibble. Gibble's doing it. Gibble knows what it's all about. Gibble is very Skrelp-like. I'm gonna put him all the way up here. Where did he go? Oh, he's up here. Oh, I moved Snorlax. That's definitely a no-go. No, what's happening? Okay. I gotta fix my errors. Oh gosh, what's happening? Kyogre, go back. Grumpig, go back. Snorlax. I don't even remember where Snorlax was. Where's regular Snorlax? I don't know where this thing was. He was growing plant life, and I remember being happy for him. Yeah, so he goes like way down here. And then Gibble, wherever he ended up. Gosh, what a horrible chain reaction. Gibble! Where's Gibble? Where did Gibble go? Okay, I did put him in the right spot. Okay. Yeah. The further we go, the more like the website's gonna lag, the more that like I'm gonna grab wrong stuff, the more scrolling is gonna be a nightmare. It's gonna get harder and harder. But yeah, I think Gibble gets this placement. Very Skrelp approved. I feel like Gabite, Garchomp, and Mega Garchomp are all just sort of minor alterations of the same being. None of them are as Skrelp-like as Gibble is. They all just become far too humanoid for my liking. But there's all still blue and red and like sharp and like, you know, I suppose they all still have enough features to give that to them. So You know, I'll appreciate it. Well, Munchlax is more Skrelp-like than Snorlax is. So, you know, I think it's fair to put Munchlax here, higher than Snorlax. You know, he's a bit more compact. You know, I appreciate the effort. Riolu Lucario. I don't know. Red eyes. All right, that's a start. And I guess also for Mega Lucario. And I think just, you know, they're blue and like they have a bunch of flowy bits. Not Electabuzz. How on earth did you grab him? Isn't he in like the garbage tier? Put him back where he belongs. Who was I just grabbing? Riolu and Lucario. Yeah. I think they've got enough going for them, like that they don't really belong in the same place that like a lot of these other rejects have been going. I think they can be here, and that's Skrelpy enough for me. Hippopotas and Hippowdon. Funny how like you would expect a hippo to be watery, but like these guys couldn't be any further. But I think Hippowdon has red eyes. I think he does. He does. He does. Hippopotas doesn't. So I think I'm going to put Hippowdon here and Hippopotas like there. Actually, I'll put them together because at least Hippopotas like still has the sort of like brownie, you know, camouflage like textures to him, and like, you know, some of these colors are appropriate. So like I think it's good enough. Skorupi is pretty good. I think Skorupi and Drapion are enough to go in the same tier as Lucario. Skorupi can actually probably go one more and go even higher, like here. There's a lot of solid Skrelp-like qualities here. A lot of these are like sharp ridges and color palette and like scrunchiness. I think that's a good showing for Skrelp. And then Drapion, you know, obviously goes a little further away from this, but it's really purple, like much more purple than Skorupi, and that's a point in its favor. Croagunk, Toxicroak. Once again, I mean, I think they're very akin to what we've just been talking about with Lucario and Drapion. Look how similar all these Sinnoh Pokemon look side by side, and then Happiny, but like, you know, the rest of them, like they all look very like Toxicroak, at least from this distance with the red and blue, looks very similar to Garchomp's red and blue. So I imagine all together they kind of give this similar take. I suppose Croagunk itself could probably be a tier higher just for the scrunch factor, the compact. But yeah, I suppose from there that's as good as we can give him. Is Carnivine Kelpie? I guess so. But that's probably all that, I mean, you know, he sort of like floats in the air and he's got these like fin-like leaf arms. Sure, I guess we'll graduate him one tier, but not a single tier beyond that. Yeah, that's Carnivine. There's another Pokemon that could use a holiday. Finneon and Lumineon, they're fish. So that does automatically kind of put them in a high place. Maybe up here with Croagunk. Lumineon's even got red eyes. Or pink eyes, you know, close enough. And they're very flowy. like Goldeen and Seeking are here, and I mean they're equivalent to this in a lot of ways. So that only feels appropriate. Mantike. Now we're talking. Let's get Mantike up a good solid few steps. I think Mantike is basically on the tier that Gible is. Yeah, I'd say so. Again, compactness, like scrunchiness. That's what we're talking about right now. And he's definitely very smooth, a lot smoother than I would want my Skrelp-like Pokemon to be, but I think it's all right. Also, if I recall, Mantike has a design on its back with two little red dots that are very eye-like in nature. So you can't see it on this artwork, but like he does have something akin to red eyes, which is nice. The Abomasnow line, though. You know, we've given a lot of grass Pokemon credit for having their grass essentially being like kelp. I don't think you can get much further from kelp though than snow-covered pine trees. So I think all of them go here. Yeah, there just really isn't a whole lot to pull from that. It's not even like yeah, I mean, you know, they're nice in their own context, but in the context of looking like Skrelp, it's not great. Honest, they have red eyes. I don't even think it helps. I don't even think I'm going to give it to them. I should, because I've given a lot of other Pokemon the benefit of the doubt for having red eyes. I don't know. Maybe I'll just boost up Mega Abomasnow and just call it from there. Okay. All right. Now we have the evolutions. All the many, and not. I mean, there's already been a few like Mismagius and Honchkrow, but now we've got like a much larger amount of evolutions. Most of them are probably going to score low, but let's see what happens. Weavile is essentially Sneasel, and Sneasel's right here. So I think Weavile just ends up there. Magnezone, you know, doesn't end up in the same pit of despair as Magnemite and Magneton because he's got a red eye. Also, my camera's down again. Test 1, 2, 3. I imagine we should be back on by now. It looks it. Okay, very nice. Licky. Where is Lickitung? The Lickitung is like way up here, which is probably a little over generous. So I think to balance out the universe, we'll leave Licky right there. Rhyperior. I mean, I guess he's kind of craggy and you know, full of like brown, hard armory stuff. So I suppose that's a relation. Tangrowth, a little less Skrelpy than Tangela was. Definitely not in the same like uber level that Tangela was, but still high enough that I think he gets like a solid placement right here. Electivire's got red eyes, so he beats out his younger equivalent. Magmortar is going to be here for the same reasons that I think Magmar's in this tier, right? Yo, is Magmar in the higher tier? He is. Well, yeah, I mean, Magmortar's got so much of the same stuff that Magmar does that I think it's only appropriate. And like more so, because now he's got these like big fiery, flowy protrusions on his shoulders. Yeah, he's even redder. He's somehow even redder than he was before. So yeah, I mean that's good for Magmortar. Togekiss, I think I can only like put here. There's honestly not much. Like, I'm actually really struggling. Like, he's got red and blue on it, but he's also got like a lot of white and like. Where's Togetic? Where did I put Togetic? Or Togepi, for that matter. There's Togepi. Right there. And there's Togetic. So yeah, I guess honestly, because looking the least Skrelp-like out of the three, I guess it makes sense for Togekiss to be in this tier. Yanmega. Yanma's here. This is Yanma with red eyes. So I guess he's strictly more Skrelp-like than Yanma in that particular case. Leafeon actually does have very kelp-like leaves. So I, ironically enough, like definitely think that Leafeon is up with the like higher class of evolutions along with Vaporeon and Espeon. So there you go. Despite your color scheme, Glaceon, I don't think you're in the same camp. I think you're just one tier below. But still not bad. Still not bad. There are evolutions that look way less Skrelp-like than you, so that's definitely appreciated. Gliscor, you are rocking the color palette, my friend, though I don't think you are quite, again, the legendary status as Gligar was. Gligar got really high, right? He's like up here. Yeah, Gliscor being 1 point below feels appropriate to me. Mamoswine. I love Mamoswine so much, but it just really isn't. Like, it was a rough enough excuse trying to get Swinub and Piloswine. I don't even see where they are. Where the heck is Piloswine? He's right here. Yeah, again, similar to Togetic and Togekiss. Like, yeah, they're just not there's too much of a separation. Mamoswine goes too much in a different direction. Yeah, Gliscor does have a lot in common with Skorupi, so the two of them being together like this is definitely appropriate. Porygon Z. I didn't think you could get more Skrelp-like than you did with Porygon 2, but you somehow managed it. So I think you actually get to go very high. Porygon 2, is it here? Well then yeah, I think Z gets to be here too. He's even more Skrelp-shaped. Wow. Yeah. Is he going to be the only Sinnohmon that's a Skrelp cosplayer? It's very plausible. Yeah, that nose, the shape, the color, it's just like he's very, very akin to the Skrelp kind. So yeah, good for you, Porygon. You really shaped up. Where's the Ralts family? I feel the same thing about Gallade that I do to the Ralts family. They just, you know, maybe have some color relations. And I think they've got red eyes. But beyond that, that's really about all they got. I've never really gotten like too many good looks at Mega Gallade. It's so interesting. Where to put Nosepass? Here? Well, then I guess Probopass will just go 1 tier under. Because it's the same thing. He's just bigger and, you know, taking on some more complex shapes. And, well, I guess he's got a helmet. He does have a helmet. Maybe he will go 1 up. He'll go up here. Yeah, the directions that Probopass goes to remove himself from being Skrelp-like, he makes up for in his hat. So, that's probably good. Dusknoir has a single red eye, much like the Duskull and Dusclops before him. So all of them being together, I think, is very appropriate. Frostlass is definitely more Skrelp-like than Glalie, for sure. Probably about the same level as Snorunt, so the two of them being together fits. Makes me happy because got a part of my favorite family of Mon. Anytime they get to score even remotely decent, I'm happy. Rotom is an interesting one. Oh, and they're all here. Well, I imagine that Rotom Wash is at the very least gonna score okay for being water type. So we'll put him up here. I think Rotom Fan as well, for having a very similar shape plan to Skrelp. I think Frost and Mo and regular Rotom are all kind of a tier below that. Right? Like, well, actually, I think regular Rotom can go up here. So they're the Skrelpiest of the Rotoms. We've got these two as like not too strong in the Skrelp resemblance. And then Rotom Heat can just go into the anti-Skrelp dimension. You're telling me you're going to become a fire type when you've got choices to be so many other Skrelp-like beings? That's a choice. That's a choice. You've turned yourself into a danger to Skrelp by becoming an oven. Which is no bueno. Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf. Oh gosh, we're on the legendaries now. That felt pretty quick. That wasn't so bad. They all have the Persian Golduck, Vigoroth like red sphere of wisdom. Which is funny, being of wisdom that Uxie is. So I think all three of them are at least close enough to get there. Maybe Mesprit gets to go one more just for the color coordination. Now we get to the point where legendaries are really starting to get kooky in their complexity, which is very much beyond, like, being a being of time and space is definitely beyond Skrelp's day-to-day life schedule. At least Palkia is a water type, so at least maybe Palkia we can put just a little bit. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, looking at Palkia, it does have like purple and like kind of a crescenty color. Palkia is gonna go even higher. Not origin Palkia, but regular Palkia. I'm doing it. I'm putting Palkia all the way up into decent likeness. I think for a being that rules over all of space, it's more Skrelp-like than you think. Yeah, the little shoulder jewels that Palkia's got. Yeah, look like Skrelp's eyes. There's a lot going on there. So, not that you can even see anymore. Everything's so distant and far away with the zoom. But yeah. Heatran. What did I just say about being like a living oven that is a menace to Skrelps everywhere? Danger. Regigigas, I'm gonna put in the same tier as the regular Reggies. Actually, where did the regular Reggies go? Oh, they're up here? I don't know. I wouldn't go that far. Well, actually, no. You know what? No. Regigigas has got some plant life on him. He's got some moss and another bits growing on him. So I think that's enough that he can come up here to the vaguely reminds me of Skrelp tier. Giratina. I'm like looking at all these pictures of Skrelp that surround me. And I'm like, do any of them scream like Lord of Antimatter? Watcher over death itself? Not particularly. But at least Giratina Origin Form has the shape we're looking for. So we'll put him up here and regular Giratina down there. That feels appropriate. Cresselia. Can't get more crescent shaped than that. I think you resemble Skrelp just as much as Palkia does. Definitely a bit what's the word? abstract, more than we'd like, but a decent effort. Good job. Manaphy and Fion are honestly both pretty good too. You know, they're at least vague tier, if not even one more. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I'm gonna give it to them. They're gonna get one more. They're small blue water types. A lot of those you can find like this high on the tier list. They each got a little red jewel, like Skrelp's red eye, and like their whatever you would call their little antennae head adornments flow just like a Skrelp would. So I think those are good for Fion and Manaphy. Darkrai. I don't know. I guess the shadows that are kind of coming off of him could be seen as like flowy, kelpy like thingies, but like I don't know. I think he goes in the anti-Skrelp dimension. Don't give Skrelp nightmares. That's not okay. I don't approve of that at all. So I think he goes there. Shaman and Shaman Sky. I really have no idea. Shaman, I mean, it's a grass type, and it's got some like, you know, plant growths on him, so I mean, I think at the very least they end up here. The question is if they go any higher. And I don't know if they do. I don't think so, actually. The more I'm looking at them, the more I'm like, I don't think so. Nothing's really hitting me as you know, I mean, maybe like again that sort of hedgy growth on Shaman's back. You could potentially look at that as like, oh, it's like, you know, it's kind of kelpy, kind of plant-like. And I mean, if we're gonna do that for regular Shaman, I guess Shaman Sky gets like, you know, just about as much fun. It's interesting. I'm looking at these. It's so funny how like the purple tiers all have like the most purple Pokemon. Then like the blue tiers get like really blue Pokemon. This feels like such a green tier, you know, for green Pokemon. And then we got like yellow and orange as we go down. And we're just like making a color board here, which is really funny. But I mean, colors are a huge part of like what makes a Pokemon look like another one. But like not always the case, because, you know, I got freaking like Ambipom down here. But anyway, getting distracted, we now have to talk about God. Arceus himself. Now, how much does Skrelp remind us of Arceus? Well, it's the other way around, truly. He did create Skrelp, so we have to be a little grateful for that. Maybe here? Arceus is not, you know, Arceus is a normal type, but well, thanks to the plates, he could either be a water type or a poison type. So, you know, does the fact that he's choosing not to put him in an anti-Skrelp tier? I'm not going to do that because it's plausible that if I put Arceus into a tier that he does not agree with, I will cease to be. So I think this is a decent spot for Arceus. That's Gen 4. That is Gen 4 taken care of. We have an enormous generation in Gen 5. This is a huge one. And then we've got the tiniest one, but it's an important, like Gen 6 is very important for a specific reason that I'm sure you know about. Gen 7, Gen 8, Gen 9. And all these gens are relatively on the small scale. Definitely need a break before I'm capable of taking on Gen 5. But that's sort of like the last big hurdle that we'll have. So I'm going to take another break, take some more water, Yeah, we are getting through it. So, I will see you guys in a bit for us to continue on with more. All right. No time like the present, right? We got a long way to go here. Big generation in front of us. So let's not waste any further time. Victini gets up here because when I think of Skrelp, I think of victory. And we're going to be achieving it tonight. So Victini gets to go there. The entire Snivy line is pretty Skrelpish. You know, they got the flow, they got the serpentine look. I think Snivy more than the rest, so I think Snivy gets to go like an extra bit more. No, not a Alolan Ninetales. Why did you grab that? I sure hope that was where Alolan Ninetales' place was. I don't think it was. Was it? Oh well. Doesn't matter anymore. Where did I put Snivy? Snivy's right there. Yeah, I think Alolan Ninetales was down here. Alright, Snivy gets to be here for a compact crescent shape, grassy fin here. Where Servine and Superior are both, you know, decently Skrelpy enough. The Tepig line, I really don't think has... like, out of all the starters so far, this might be the least Skrelpy yet. I'll give it to Tepig just for being compact. But I think Pignite and Emboar are both really not bringing much to the table in this regard. Oshawott, Dewott, and Samurott all get kind of like a quick pass up, and a Hisuian Samurott all get a pass up here just for their water typing. Dewott, that's correct. I think Oshawott and Dewott both yeah, I see. Thank you. I think they both end up here. Their body shapes are pretty close. They got some nice spikes. They got some nice fin flippers. I think the Samurotts both kind of lose some of that. But these two I think are decent enough. All right. Patrat and Watchog. They got some red eyes, I'll tell you. And, like, the thin, tall, like, line of Watchog, I actually think Watchog makes me think of Skrelp more than Patrat does. I think Watchog gets to go all the way up here. What about the dogs? Lillipup, Herdier, Stoutland. I guess, like, the furriness of them is kind of similar to, like, their fur does give me vibes of, like, what we've been calling the grassiness of, like, certain grass types in the flow, and how they kind of look kelpy, or kind of look like seaweed, or kind of flow like they would in water. So, like, I think I'm gonna give them all just the most, like, light of passings possible. But none of them really have, like, the Skrelpiness to get beyond this tier. Purloin and Lipard? I guess Lipard... I mean, they're purple. That's a start. And Lipard does have kind of a crescent moon tail. That's enough for me. That's enough for me to put them kind of up here with Watchog. And Delight does a vague resemblance, but nothing quite like these guys. And now we got monkeys. We got monkeys for days. All three of the... Well, actually, no. I was gonna say, like, the regular, like, the first four monkeys all kind of feel Skrelpy, but I wasn't sure about the second ones. Honestly, I think they all, at the very least, make it to the green tier. So let's bring them all up. Not Crustle. How did you grab him of all Pokemon? Here. Pansage, Simisage, Panpour, Simipour, and I think we're going to put Pansear and Simisear one tier below, just on the basis of them being fire type. Which is much less Skrelpy than grass or water type. Muna and Musharna. Well, Muna's got a red eye right here. And Musharna's eyes are closed, but I mean, I guess I can go on the assumption that if it was open, then it would be red. Good enough for me. And thanks to Muna and Musharna, we have this lovely Skrelp Dreamworld art, so I guess I have to thank them for that. Pidove, Tranquil, Pheasant, Male Unpheasant does kind of, you know, have some Skrelp-like qualities with their fancy, colorful plumage. The rest of them, though, I think Pidove, again, compactness, slight Skrelp vibe. But I don't think Tranquil or female Unpheasant really bring anything to the table. So I think they go there. Blitzel, Zebstrika. I also think that they're not bringing much either. Black and white, really unique for Pokemon colors. You don't really see too many Pokemon that are just strictly black and white. Ironic, because we're in the black and white generation. You know, they probably did it like knowingly. But I don't think any of them really resemble Skrelp at all. So I think they go there. Oh gosh, Unova is so big. I am shocked by how much the Roggenrola family make me think of Skrelp. They're boulders, you know, so you think that they wouldn't score like higher than like the Geodude line, but their color schemes are like way closer to what I'm going for. I'm actually going to put Roggenrola even higher. I think Roggenrola, just with like the, you know, not getting too complex in body design, it's just this one little stout little guy. I think it's pretty good. Excuse me, I think it is pretty good. Woobat, Swoobat? We've definitely fallen from how close Zubat was. I think Woobat has like the slightest resemblance. Swoobat a little more so. We'll put him like here. Drillbur and Excadrill. I don't think Excadrill's got red eyes. I'm almost positive. Their noses are kind of Skrelpy. Got kind of the long nose with the pink on the end. I guess that's close enough for me. Where's Chansey? Here? That's where Audino will go, as well as our final, well, no, our second to last Mega Pokemon with Mega Audino. Yeah, remind me of Skrelp just about as much as Chansey does, and Chansey's right here, so that's good enough for me. I'm going to put Timber and Girder. Nope, sorry, Timber and Conkeldurr right here. Girder is gonna go one tier higher. Why? Well, mainly just because of the color palette. And out of the three things that Conkeldurr could be carrying, the red beam, makes me think of Skrelp a little bit more than the wood plank or the giant concrete pillars. Timpole! Now we're talking. Get on up here, buddy. Way up. I don't know if it's any higher than that. Actually, yes, it is. I'm gonna give it to Timpole. Timpole gets to be right here. The first Gen 5 Mon that gets to be this high up on the list. That's pretty Skrelp-like to me. I'm gonna put Palpitoad then in the tier below. So I'm going to put him here with Roggenrola. Again, similar kind of body structure. And then Seismitoad, one tier below that. With every evolution, Timpole just kind of got a little bit further from the goal. But he did gain red eyes, so he did do his best to try and mitigate the problem before it got too much worse. Sock and Throw, there are red and blue, making me kind of think of the Plusle and Minun debate we had like God knows how long ago. So I'll put them there for, you know, kind of similar reasons. Seawaddle is kind of Skrelp-like, as much as a, you know, little buggo could be. We'll put him like up here. I don't think I can, like, in good conscience put him much higher than that. But, like, yeah, if like Metapod is here, then I think, yes, Seawaddle gets to be there. I can't say the same about Swadloon or Leavanny. They both still kind of have a few of the elements of like what made Sewaddle score that high. Actually, I think Swadloon gets close enough that he can be up here with Sewaddle, I think. I think that's fair. But Leavanny, actually, wait, does Leavanny have... Leavanny has red eyes, doesn't it? I'm gonna look this one up. Leavanny, if you have red eyes, then you get to go up with your family. You do. You do. They're a little orange, but I'll take it. Yeah, so we will put Leavanny up here with all the blue guys. They're bringing some green up here. Good for you. Now we got some poisons. I think Venipede gets to hang out with the Leavanny family. All the way up here, and I think Whirlipede and Scolipede do too. Yeah, we got some like really decent scorers here. All of them, you know, vaguely or even stronger. Like, you know, yeah, all stronger really. Give me Skrelp vibes. So like that's pretty good. All right, let's keep going. Cottony and Whimsicott. I mean, they got orange eyes. But am I extending the red eyes now for orange eyes? I guess so. You know, Whimsicott also got like, you know, brown coloration. And the cotton, I don't know. I don't know if I could give it the same, like, oh, it's grassy, but like, you know, I'll put them there. Lilligant, well, Petalil actually, I think has a pretty solid resemblance. So I'm gonna put Petalil higher. We'll put Petalil way up here. But Lilligant, I think, goes between where I put Petalil and where Cottony and Whimsicott are. They will go here. Not Jellicent. How did I grab that? Let's get Jellicent back down. And wait your turn like the rest of them. Basculin. Well, all the Basculins definitely have like at least a passing resemblance. We'll put them in green. They got the fins required. I even think that I mean, well, the red one at least has red eyes. Does that mean that that one's more Skrelpy than the others? I guess so. Yeah, we'll put red Basculin up there, and we'll keep the other two down here. Hey Fairyfly, nice to see you. Happy Skrelp Day. Happy Skrelp Day. You know what that means. We get to stream for, what is it now? 5 hours and 45 minutes, and got this many Pokemon to go. Sandile, Krokorok, right? Yeah, Sandile, Krokorok, Crocodile. Not a ton of Skrelp related qualities here. I guess they do have the long noses, so that's enough for me to put them up here. And I'm actually going to put Crocodile one here higher because of the redness of it, and that redness does make me think of Skrelp's eye. Whereas Sandile and Krokorok are kind of lacking that that element. The Darumaka family, we got like a whole bunch of them. We'll start with the fire ones. Like I always say, it's tough being a fire type if you're trying to relate to Skrelp. I think that they will all go on like the here-ish tier. The ice ones, just in their color palette, are a little bit closer. And I think the same can be said for the Zen mode. So we'll have these two here. We'll have these three here. But then I think this guy, the fire Zen mode. I know what I just said about fire, but that he's got the shape that I tend to look for when it comes to my Skrelp-like Pokemon. So I think out of all the Darmanitan family, this form here that like you never see, is the most Skrelp-like out of the bunch. Maractus. Where's yeah? Oh, you know what? Well, Cacnea and Cacturn are here. I think actually that might be a good spot because Maractus does remind me of Skrelp just a tiny bit more than Cacnea and Cacturn do. So this is appropriate. Dwebble and Crustle. Interestingly, they're like crustaceans, and like maybe you might think of the ocean for that, but they're not related to the ocean whatsoever. I guess I can let them hang on by a thread. I mean, they got this sort of rocky like hat, which is kind of like the rocky, like, you know, craggy helmet that Skrelp has. So I'll take that. That's close enough. Scraggy and Scrafty. When I say Scraggy, it's very close to what I have to do to say Skrelp. So they go up here. This is the state we're in at this point. Yeah, they get to be up here. Lovely. Sigilif. I don't know about this one. Too abstract, too wild for me. I think Sigilif goes here. Really kind of off in a different direction. Yamask and Cofagrigus. Here's an interesting one, right? So they both kind of remind me of Skrelp. One's got a red eye, like Skrelp. The other one loses the red eye, but instead adds a purple like palette. I think that like kind of like evens them out for me. So I think both Yamask and Galarian Yamask are both gonna go up. We'll say here, all the way up here, and then Cofagrigus will just be one stage below because it just doesn't give me the same vibe as the Yamasks do. So that'll just be where Cofagrigus lies. Oh, we're making it through. We're getting through. We got like what, like half of Unova left to go. All right, the fossils. Tortuga and Caracosta, of course, get like to be up here for free. Well, you know, just here, nothing too crazy. Although I guess Tortuga could probably be lifted up a single another tier just for his crescent shaped flippers. Archon and Archeops, though, I suppose their feathers look like a kelpy growth. I'll give it to him. Trubbish and Garbodor. They are poison types. Unlike some of the other poison types that we've ranked highly, I don't think Trubbish and Garbodor give me like the same vibes as like, you know, like if you go all the way up here where we see like, oh, here's Coughing Wheezing and the Nidorans and Ekans, Zubat Golbat, Swalot, all these other like really high scoring poison types. They don't give me that vibe, so I'm just gonna like leave them here. Maybe Trubbish will go up one more. Maybe I can probably give Trubbish that, because he is still very compact and very Skrelpy, and he's got these little like the tops of his trash bag head that kind of look like Skrelp fins. So like I'll still give it to him, but I think that's about as generous as I could be for him. Oh, and then there's I haven't seen a Gigantamax in like a million years, because all the Gigantamaxes are literally Kanto, Galar, and then this random one for Garbodor. So yeah, he gets to go there too. They're practically the same design. The Zorua line into Zoroark. What does Zorua and Zoroark have in common with Ditto? They could be a Skrelp right now, and they choose not to be. So they all go into the anti-Skrelp dimension. Why would you be anything else if you could be a Skrelp? So you have to go here to, like, you know, reflect on your actions with Ditto. There's nothing really Skrelp-like about Minccino and Cinccino, but oh no, they certainly don't. For Zoro and Zoroark, yeah, they can't transform. They have to they can only illusion themselves into a Pokemon that the trainer has in their party. But if they're not turning into Skrelp, that means that the trainer doesn't have a Skrelp in their party, and that's a bad trainer. Do I, like, penalize the Zara line for the actions of the trainer? Maybe not. Maybe it's a little on the rough end, you know? I'm gonna put Hisuian Zora and Zoroark up here, and then the Unovan form is here. They still score low, but I mean, these guys got these really flowy looks to them that give me a little bit, maybe the tiniest Skrelp-like quality. This is also where I'm going to put Minccino and Cinccino. I'll get that name right one day. Where the heck was this Pokemon that I just picked up? It was over here. Where did Woobat come from? Excuse me? Okay, hold on. Where's Swoobat? How did this happen? Where'd Swoobat go? Swoobat's up there. That means Woobat is here. Now, Behem, get off the screen. It's not your turn. Go down here. Minccino, Cinccino. All right. We're back in business. Gothita is actually shockingly Skrelpy. I'm going to put Gothita up there, with Gothorita and Gothitelle being further down the line. As for the Solosis line, well, they're gooey, they're floaty, they're bouncy. I guess Skrelp kind of reminds me of these things. Maybe I'll put Solosis and Duosion up a little bit more just because of their general shape plan. It feels appropriate. Ducklet and Swanna. Where's Fearow? Where'd I put Fearow? Is Fearow all the way up here? Where's Fearow? There's Spearow. Fearow is all the way up here? I guess the colors really did a lot for Fearow. Swanna has a lot in common here. But it does not have those colors, so I think Swanna can only really go as high as, like, here. And Ducklet's even worse. Yeah. Well, actually no, because the wing pattern does kind of look very fin-like and have the same blue. So maybe we'll just put them both here. Vaguely reminds me of Skrelp. That seems fair. Vanillite, Vanillish, Vanillux. Kinda Skrelpy. Mainly the first two. Honestly, this is very similar to the Solosis situation. In fact, honestly, a little bit better than them. So I'm going to move Vanillux up here. And then I'm going to move Vanillite and Vanillish up here. Yeah, that feels about right. That does. Yeah. Yeah. And now we've got a bunch of Deerlings and Sawsbucks. Now, I guess I have to ask myself the question, which of these remind me the most of Skrelp and which ones remind me the least? Giving them all like a good once over. I suppose out of the group, the ones that like kind of give me the best vibe are Winter Deerling and yeah, maybe Spring Deerling and Summer Sawsbuck. That is not a Sawsbuck, that is a Haxorus. Haxorus, get back to your place. Yeah, that's exactly what my thought was with green. So I think I'll put green Deerling with them as well. Haxorus, get back, Haxorus. As for the rest of them, I think I will put them in the tier below. I imagine Spring Sawsbuck would do fairly well, but unfortunately it's just not pink enough. It just has like the smallest little flowers on its antlers. So I think I'm happy with that for the Deerling and Sawsbuck. And that did like a good chunk of Pokemon right there. Emolga, so like there. I guess its tail kind of gives me vibes of Skrelp's tail, but like nothing too crazy. I think it's just fine. Carablast, shockingly very Skrelp-like. I think he actually gets to be a really high scorer. Where did he go? Where'd he go? Carablast? By Nadu. Where's Nadu? Oh, there you are. Yeah, honestly, I think Carablast gets to be like even this high. That's a really strong resemblance. Even got like the stomach lines, it's got red eyes, it's very compact. Barely has any limbs to speak of. Yeah, good for him. Not a whole lot of Unova up here in like the high echelons, so that's very good to see. Escavalier, though, we really lose points. There's not a whole lot of Skrelpiness going on here. In fact, I'm almost willing to call it anti-Skrelp. Because the Carablast, like the Carablast body is in there. You can see the blue and yellow Carablast inside, and he's donned all of this armor. So it's hiding in there. He's hiding his Skrelp quality. I don't know if I like that very much. Fungus and Amoonguss. Fungus is kind of... Actually, they're both kind of Skrelpy. They have that same facial... It is sort of a facial expression. I think I'm going to put them both here. Right here. Among this lot. And the vaguely... reminding me of Skrelp. Yeah, and the vibes. Actually, I think Fungus is going to be one tier even higher than that, just because of the size difference. Fungus feels like it fits in. Decent likeness to Skrelp. Frillish. Pretty good. They even got red eyes. And we'll bring Jellicent along too, although I don't know if Jellicent is going to score as high. God, just the work it takes to get them like all the way up here. Jellicent. Yeah, I think the Jellicents are going to go here. And then the Frillishes will go... yeah, I think the Frillishes are good enough to be in this tier. I think so. Yeah. There's a lot of Skrelp-like qualities to enjoy in these two, so I think that's only appropriate. Alamomola? Where's Love Disc? Where's Love Disc? Where did I put Love Disc? There's Love Disc. Alamomola is Love Disc plus extra. So definitely a, like, you know, similar vibe Pokemon. They should definitely be in the same tier. Now Joltik. I know, he's your boy. He is very small. Very, very small, which is, you know, closer to Skrelp than being really big. Galvantula actually has these like blue and purple markings, which like is definitely working in his favor for this. They're a little jagged. I think at minimum they go here. But like I might be willing to give them a little bit extra. Maybe just Galvantula for the purple. Galvantula having the purple parts really does lift it in my eyes. Unfortunately, Joltik just sort of has these little blue feetsies, which are adorable. But that's about all the little guys got going. Ferroseed and Ferrothorn. This is like the least kelp-like plant I have seen so far. So I can't give him that usual excuse. I think they go here. I really don't see much that either of them could really be bringing. Maybe Ferroseed can go up one more, just for being like compact, spiny, slightly there. But I can't give him any more than that. Clink Clang and Clink Clang, even worse. Even less Skrelp-like. Yeah, they all go into the no Skrelp qualities dimension. Disappointed in y'all. Tynamo, Electric, and Electros. Yeah, just metal. You know, ain't getting much with that sort of thing. The Tynamo line is interesting. I think they're all relatively high scorers. The only question is how high. I think here's what I'm gonna do. I think Tynamo and Electros all make it here into the decent likeness. I think Electric is here in the very similar. Like, this is a sort of middle is just right situation. Tynamo is a bit too little. Electros is a bit too much. But Electric is just right. I'm wondering if it even ends up here in the cosplayers. It could. It's plausible. I want to like look and see, are there any other contenders in Unova for the cosplayers class? Actually, yeah. Yeah, there is. We'll revisit that in a moment. LGM and Behiem. Sure do talk about these Pokemon a lot. Behiem, not so much. But LGM, kinda. I think I'm comfortable moving LGM up a tier or two. Not Aggron. Yeah, we'll move you up. Maybe one more. Yeah, like right there. You got the big head, compact, blue. Like to see it. The Litwick line. Well, they do kind of have shiny Skrelp's color palette. I think Chandelure most of all, so I'm gonna give Chandelure an extra boost. Not Carbink? How the heck did you get that? That's not even the same generation I'm in. Carbink is like way down here. All right. Axew, Fracture, Haxorus. Now it's your turn, Haxorus. Welcome back, Haxorus. Not a ton of Skrelp recognizability. And I mean, we talked about this ages ago, but like just because Skrelp will eventually evolve to become a dragon doesn't mean that Skrelp is itself a dragon. But that doesn't mean that like the thought doesn't come up. I think I'll give them like the just above terrible score, and Axew I'll put just slightly higher for his compactness. Just kind of getting a look at everyone left. We still have a decent amount of generations to go, but no generation nearly as big as the one we're going through now, and we're almost done. Cubchoo and Beartick. I think Cubchoo is kind of high. The little snot bubble that he's got is kind of Skrelpy, as awful as it is to say. Beartick, not as much, but I think Cubchoo can feel comfortable right here. Got a lot of white Pokemon in this kind of spot here. It's interesting. Cryogonal, though, I got nothing. You might as well be an Ice-type variant of the Clink line. Okay, now, Shelmet and Carablast. I think that Shelmet is the best imitator of Skrelp's little nose so far. That's a great job right there. And he's got a helmet. I think both of these Pokemon score exquisitely well. We are going to bring them up pretty high. Skrelpmet, exactly. Exactly. I think... Oh gosh, I just moved Wormadam. Get back down there. Where were you? You were with the other Wormadams over here. I think that these two are at minimum here. Now, I think that Excelgor, like, even though Excelgor kind of loses the... Well, actually, no, this is... These are both strong contenders. You know what? I'm doing it. I think both Shelmet and Excelgor are practically Skrelp cosplayers. You know, I'm like thinking like, you know, I gotta pick one over the other, but really both of them are doing a very good job. You know, Shelmet's got the face. Shelmet is practically got Skrelp's face in a suit of armor. And while Excelgor does not have that, Excelgor has practically everything else. You know, he's got colors, he's got shape, he's got size, he's got flowing bits. He's got a lot. This is really strong showing. Very, 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 very good. Yeah, if you put Shelmet's face on Excelgor, you'd have just a Skrelp. So, like, good stuff. Very good stuff. Stunfisk. I think Unova Stunfisk looks a bit better than Galarian Stunfisk. Do you even remember Galarian Stunfisk is a thing? I never remember this thing exists. But I think regular Stunfisk is good enough to make it maybe one more tier above this one. We'll go like here. And then Galarian Stunfisk. Actually, you know what? Maybe I underestimated you because Galarian Stunfisk does have these like little sharp bits, nice fins, even a cooler color palette, although not exactly the colors we're looking for. It's a cooler palette. Maybe you guys can hang out together up here. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you basically have a similar vibe as, like, Trubbish and Tortuga here. You all kind of look like, you know, very similar Pokemon at a glance. So, I think that's fair. Mienfoo and Mienshao. Average. Mienshao actually gives a better Skrelp vibe to me than Mienfoo do. We'll put Mienfoo there, and we'll put Mienshao one tier above at like here. Yeah, it feels good. Druddigon. I don't know. Ah! I sneezed. Druddigon, interestingly, his wings are really oddly shaped, and in this instant, thank you. In this instance, I think Druddigon, like, having very minimalistic wings works in his favor. He's very, like, craggy, which I think suits a Skrelp-like Pokemon. I think at the very least he gets to dodge this tier and make it one tier above. Boy, these tiers are enormous now. Look at them. Look at the size of these. Like, this list is insane. Golett and Golurk. Very big. I don't know. I'm not seeing much. I guess they're blue, but I personally feel like they score pretty low. I don't see a strong resemblance to Skrelp here at all. Excuse me. Bisharp? I'm sorry, Pawniard and Bisharp. Once again, I really don't know. I guess they got helmets. Better than nothing, I suppose. Bouffalante. Pretty sure Bouffalante has a yellow eye. He's got an afro. He's got horns. Where's Taurus? Where's Tauros? Tauros is right there. So Bouffalante, I think, belongs in the same tier that Tauros is in. Yeah, that's fair. Alright. Rufflet, Braviary, and then Hisuian Braviary, who's like just Braviary. Let's be real. I think Rufflet does a decent job. Small, compact, appropriate. I think you can go at least this far. Pretty good for a bird. I think both Braviaries, though, are kind of low tier. I don't think either of them have the qualities that I'm looking for. Vullaby Mandibuzz? I think they both do a little bit less than Rufflet did. So if Rufflet is in the blue tier, I'll put Vullaby in the green tier, and then Mandibuzz in the yellow tier with them. Yeah, just not really seeing much in the way of Skrelp there. Heatmore. Gotta be real, Heatmore. Your face does give me Skrelp vibes. It does have the shape and the look. I wish it had the color, but you know, beggars can't be choosers. I moved the wrong mon. Easy fix though. Look at that, Heatmore. You're already finding yourself like one of the most like highest scoring fire types. Like, you honestly did really well. I'm actually tempted to put you up here. Maybe I will. It's kind of crazy thinking that a fire type could be this high, but like, you know, yeah. He's got the shape I want, and he's got some of the colors, although not all. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. Durant. Well, he's got red eyes. Dino, Zavilis, Hydreigon. They all kind of look Skrelpy. Dino and Zavilis more like shiny Skrelp than regular Skrelp, but Hydreigon actually looks a lot like, he's got a very similar color palette. Don't take Magnemite, that's the wrong Pokemon. Move that back. Thank you, thank you. And Dino. No! Oh my gosh, what a nightmare. No, Ferrothorn. No, Ferrothorn was like here in the negative zone. There we go. Dino, Zavilis, and then we will move Hydreigon one tier above Zavilis. Right here. It's pretty good. You got closer and closer with each evolution. And I think now is the last non-legendary of Unova, Larvesta, and Volcarona. Larvesta only gives me the slightest hint, and completely loses it upon its evolution to Volcarona. I don't really think there's anything within Volcarona that like makes me go like, oh yeah, Skrelp. So that's fine. And now we are at the legendaries of Unova. We've made it. Look at how much this list has dwindled. Okay. The Swords of Justice. Like, I don't know. Most of them don't really give me Skrelp vibes at all. I guess each of them have like a very, very slight color association. I think Terrakion actually also has a bit of a body plan. No, keep grabbing the wrong thing. Here he is. Come on up. Yeah, Terrakion I think gets to be a little higher than his peers. But I think that's about as far as I can let him be. And then the genies, Tornadus, Thundurus, and I will include Landorus, just so we can get them all out of the way, even though it's a little out of dex order. So Tornadus becomes a bird, Thundurus becomes that, and then Landorus becomes a lion. I don't know what this thing is, but I guess it reminds me the most of Skrelp out of anything here. So we'll put this like here in the blue tier, like right there. And then we'll put Tornadus and Thundurus. And also Landorus. All three of the regular genies, because of their color scheme and the well, not color scheme, their body plan, and they each have this like weird like elemental arm in the shape of a crescent, which is kind of Skrelpy, particularly Landorus's. So I think they can all be here. And then the bird form and the lion form, none of them really give Skrelp vibes much at all, but at least they're tangentially related to their base forms. All right. Reshiram and Zekrom, Yin and Yang, alongside Kyurem and their, parasitic fusions of Black Kyurem and White Kyurem. Although I guess, is it right to call it parasitic if they're supposed to be that way all along? None of them are Skrelpy. Not a single one of them. I guess Kyurem, like, just barely makes it for being much more stubby. But for the most part, I think, you know, sort of like we were saying with Dialga, it's like we've gotten so far and away with our legendary designs that I think that's the best place to put it. Keldeo, honestly, out of all the Swords of Justice, reminds me of Skrelp even more than Terrakion does. And then this, like, alternate form of Keldeo, which might just be the most subtle alternate form in, like, Pokemon's entire run, maybe. So yeah, we'll put Keldeo here. I think that works. Meloetta. I don't know if I can think of a Meloetta. Meloetta, like, you know, for all the benefit of itself, like, that doesn't really resemble Skrelp much at all. I guess it's got, like, that wavy hair. Could maybe, you know, equate that to wavy seaweed. Sure. But, like, its counterpart, well, not counterpart, it's a alternate dance form, doesn't really have that, but it does have red eyes. So I guess that's enough for me. And if that's enough for me, then Genesec's red eyes has to also be enough for me as well, just by process of, you know, elimination at that point. You know what? It's also purple. So we'll move Genesect one tier higher. Yeah. Yeah, this feels appropriate. Okay. Look at this ridiculous list that we formed. We just got past the biggest obstacle because that was the biggest dex. There's no dex that is larger than this one. So now we've got 1, 2, 3. We've got 4 little dexes essentially left on our palette. And the next one is really awesome, both because it's small, the smallest. So we'll be able to get through it really quickly. In fact, you know what? I'm not even going to take a break. We're going to jump in right now to Gen 6 because Gen 6 is the smallest gen and is really important for a very, you know, probably predictable reason. All right. Chespin, Quilladin, Chestnut. I guess these guys give me a vague. Well, maybe a little bit more than that. Maybe I'm underestimating them because their leaves on their heads do give Skrelp Fin vibes. So I think I will grant them a bit of a higher passage than that. I think that's pretty appropriate. Chestnut, though, I don't think has really anything that that the other two have that, like, gave me Skrelp vibes. So I think he ends up much lower. I will take a drink though before continuing because you know, it's tough work, but someone's got to do it. Fennekin, Brazian. This one's always kind of throwing me for a loop. And Delphox. They are fiery Kitsune wizards. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's, I mean, Braxian or Braxian. I mean, it's got to be one of these, right? I've never really heard it said aloud. I should play Pokken Tournament, maybe. Ironically, I don't think they're very Skrelp-like at all, but the tufts of hair coming out of their ears is just flowy enough that I think I'm willing to give them the pass to be right there. Finally, Froakie, Frogadier, Greninja, and Ash Greninja. Well, they definitely get a little higher than their peers. Not you. Where did that go? Oh, okay, there it is. Jumping the gun once again. Right there. All right. Roki, going all the way up. Frogadier. Greninja. And then Ash Greninja. But we gotta move up a little more than that. Yeah, I think all of them are higher than the green tier. Yeah, I was gonna say, what you typed there does not say brazen. So I don't know. I have to look up a clip somewhere. I think all of the Froakie line stand side by side. Right here. That feels appropriate. Shame Ash never used a Skrelp, or else I would have put the Ash Greninja much higher. Bunnelby and Diggersby. They're like muddy. Their brown textures and colorations do give me vibes of Skrelp, so I guess they're close enough to being up there. Yeah, shame. Shame. You want to actually hold on a minute? I want to look up. Did Team Rocket have a? Let me see. No, me thinking that, oh, maybe Jesse and James had like a Skrelp and a Clauncher when they went to X and Y, but no, they had a Gorgeist and an Inkay. Yeah, imagine, right? Like that'd be sick. Fletchling, Fletchinder, Talonflame. I really got nothing on these fiery birds. Like, Moltres didn't score high, but like at least Moltres had the wherever Moltres ended up, the like fiery add-ons that sort of reminded us of kelp growth. I don't think any of the Fletchinder or Talonflame, any of the Pokemon in this line really have that going for them. I guess Fletchling is really compact, so maybe he'll get like a slight boost, but I don't think his evolutions really get much. Scatterbug. Scatterbug was like, hey guys, remember Caterpie and Weedle, and you remember how high they scored? Well, check me out. The only bug type line in the entire like 6th generation. He knows how to Skrelp. Good on you, man. Like, I'd honestly even say you look even more so than Caterpie. Weedle still might have you beat, but like, not a bad showing at all. What about for Spupa and Vivillon? Spupa, I think it's like a minor pass. I don't think he's like all that Skrelpy, but I guess close enough. And sadly, Vivillon doesn't really. I mean, it's plausible that Vivillon has a Skrelp-like color pattern, but I don't really have all the colors. Well, you know what? That's worth looking into. Vivillon colors. Show me them. I don't know. You got like River Vivillon here, who might be a bit Skrelpy, but I think it's enough, I guess, to move her up with Spupa. I suppose that's fair. Okay. Litleo, Pyroar, and well, no, it's just Pyroar, which is the female and male versions. By the way, thank you for not putting like Flabebe, like Floette and Florges colors, because this would be so much longer. I don't know. Do they give any Skrelp vibes? I guess Litleo does. And yeah, I guess Pyroar does too. Mainly because of their flowing manes. Yeah. Can you imagine? Or is that creamy? Yeah. No thanks. I mean, honestly, I think Flabebe and Floette, and honestly, maybe even nope, not that Pokemon. Um, oh no, what have you done? Okay, hold on, I gotta fix the problem. And Hoppip, Hoppip. Put that back there. Then the Morlul that I brought up, that has to go back down. Now, Flabebe, Bloet, Florges. I think that Floette and Florges both get to be in the green tier. They vaguely remind me of Skrelp with their plant additions. But I think Flabebe, it's because of the small size, does get to be just slightly higher than its evolutions. So good for it. Skiddo and Gogoat. They're pretty akin to the Pyroar line, but like maybe just one tier higher just for their green foliage growth. You know, kind of kelpy. And they got the browns. I think that's fine. Again, a lot of greens in the green tier. Pancham and Pangoro. Bad attitude. The only reason I'm putting Pancham here is because the little green leaf he's got in his mouth. Beyond that, though, these are not the kind of people that Skrelp wants to be hanging out with. Furfrou. Does Furfrou have any colors that remind me of Skrelp? Not really. Not really. But I guess Furfrou's nose does sort of remind me of Skrelp's nose. So we'll put Furfrou there. Esper and Meowstick. Well, I don't think either of the Meowsticks, male or female, really give Skrelp vibe. But if you want to talk vibe, like Esper has the look. So we're going to put Esper just a little bit higher. Maybe even a little higher than that. Maybe we'll put Esper way up here. It's got the look. It's got little fur tufts that give me fin vibes. The color is a little off, but I guess it's close enough. Yeah, I think I'm happy enough giving that to Esper. The Honedge line, while them being just swords, honestly, because of their little fin, like finny arms, like here and here. This one's even purple. Honestly, I think they do pretty well for themselves. No, not Zygarde. Move that back down. Now we gotta move like 4 Pokemon all the way up. I think Honedge and Doublade will be in the green tier with Aegislash, thanks to the purple that it adds on. Going up 1 tier more. And I mean, you know, I might as well put both. Like, there's not really a major difference between like the attack and defense forms. They're both just fine. Spritzy, Aromatisse, Swirlix, Slurpuff, like the sort of like the fairies of the gen. I think it goes like this. I think Aromatisse and Slurpuff go here. I think because of their smallness and some of their little floaty bits and finny bits, Swirlix and Slurpuff go up 1 tier higher than their evolutions. Right over here. Inkay and Malamar. Good job. These two, honestly, like, give very strong Skrelp vibes. Yeah. So I think they both get to, like, really rise the ranks, which is unfortunate because now we have to really work to get them up there. Now, obviously, Malamar has the unfortunate attitude problem, so he probably won't make it as far as Inkay will. But, No, not Crocodile. Inkay. He definitely at least gets to be here. Maybe he even gets to be in the cosplayers group. I think he does. I think I'm gonna give it to him. And then that should allow Malamar. Not Togetic. Malamar to go one tier higher. Yeah, that feels right. Crazy how Unova has the biggest decks, Kalos has the smallest, and yet they have the equal amount of Skrelp cosplayers right now. But we ain't even done. Binacle and Barbicle, I guess Binacle a little bit more than his evolution. Actually, that's not fair. I think they can both hang out. They got the typing. They've got this sort of armory vibe. They got brown coloration. It's a little much for my tastes, but I think it's fine. Okay. Okay. All right. And now we get to the moment that the last 6.5 hours have been for. What can be said that has not been said already? It's Skrelp. And Skrelp, you know, there's not a Skrelp-like tier. Skrelp doesn't remind me of Skrelp. Skrelp is just the pure element. Like, the man, the myth, and the legend. So he gets to go all the way up. Everyone parts. Don't put Wobbuffet there. Sacrilege. Nice try. There he is. There he is in exactly the tier that he deserves to be in. Looking down upon his subjects. This has all been for you, buddy. This has all been for you. Appreciate it. And now we relish in that. We get to deal with a very fascinating problem. What do we do about this? You want to zoom in on Skrelp? We can do that. It's fair. Let's see. Boink, 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 boink. How do I move sideways? I guess this is good enough. Is there like a bar that I can use to get a little? No, I guess not. All right, well, this will have to do. There he is. There he is. Him and all the Skrelp-alikes. Oh, gosh. Buddy, I hope you appreciate this Skrelp day. This has been a Skrelp day for the ages. Look at him. Look at him. Happy Skrelp day, everyone. All right. Now, back to it. Did it get smaller? I don't think I need it this small. This'll do. This is the Skrelpiest of all Skrelp days. Dragalge brings an interesting query because Dragalge is not Skrelp. But I mean, you can't get more related to Skrelp than being in his genuine evolutionary line. And I mean, even beyond that, like if Dragalge was a like unrelated mon, it looks unbelievably like Skrelp. So by default, Dragalge gets to like be in the cosplayers club because like, right? Like he's gotta. It's an interesting conundrum. I will remind you all that just because today is Skrelp Day does not make tomorrow Dragalge Day. But we will appreciate him nonetheless and in his adequate job at looking like his previous form. Okay. Clauncher and Clawitzer. You might find this to be a controversial move. But we're gonna move you up Uh, no, not Gengar. Right there. Yeah. You know, I think he's doing a really good Skrelp cosplay, and I mean, also, these two are forever linked. They've been version exclusives in just about every game that they've ever been a part of. It's almost impossible to think of one and not think about the other. So I think that's true for Clauncher. I'm not as certain about Clawitzer, but I guess if because he like visually he's no longer really given the Skrelp vibe, so maybe I'll put Clawitzer right here. But as far as Clauncher is concerned, I think he gets to go right here. You know, there could be an argument, and I understand this, because if Clauncher is in your game, that means that Skrelp is not in your game. And you could make an argument for that being as anti-Skrelp as possible. And I think that's a worthy discussion. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, where like, you know, your mind will be filled with Skrelp when you think of Clauncher under any circumstance. And like, for not being Skrelp, like, he could be like a total like opposite of Skrelp, but he isn't. He's like close enough for me. Yeah, I think it's an honorable, you know, it's not his fault that Skrelp was, you know, programmed out of the game and he was put in its stead. So he's doing the best he can. So I think that they work in tandem. All right. Now that we had that highlight out of the way, Helioptile, Heliolisk. I think they are anti-Skrelps. You want to know what's anti-Skrelp? Having the dry skin ability so that the water moves that come out of Skrelp do nothing. They just evaporate. That's not nice. That's not nice. So I think, you know, maybe I won't give it to Helioptile because at least Helioptile does resemble Skrelp a slight bit in body plan. But Heliolisk, nah, I can't give it to him. You know, he's got to get his act together. All right. The Gen 6 fossils. Look more like Skrelp than I expected, to be perfectly honest. At least the first forms do. I think Tyrunt and Amora, for being fossil Pokemon, actually look a shocking amount like Skrelp. I think they at least go here. Amora might actually go even higher. You know what? I don't know. I'm gonna give it a Tyrunt too. Tyrunt's got like all the browns and like red and rustic colors that Skrelp has. And Amora has like the shape, like the exact shape frame that like you would want out of your Skrelp. So I think both of them do a pretty decent job. I don't know if I could say the same about Tyrantrum or Aurorus, but because they are related, I think I will give them at least a pat on the back and put them over here. That feels fair. Actually, I think Aurorus can stand to be even higher. Maybe like there. And then, yeah. Yeah, that feels right. That feels right. Yeah, like you could say that like these, like, yeah, kind of light growths on the neck could be gills, maybe trying to become one with the sea. I think that's enough to at least place it above Tyrantrum. Sylveon. At the, you know, this time at least, the final evolution. I think that's okay. I think it's about as Skrelp-like as some of the earlier, like wherever Jolteon and Flareon ended up. Oh, here's Shiny's Blue. Upon further review, I think Sylveon could be right here. That feels right. I don't think it's as Skrelp-like as Vaporeon or Espeon or Leafeon, but at least here, I think Sylveon is happy. Howlucha. Awesome Pokemon. It's got a mask. And unlike Duskull, I think the mask is like in a decent enough location where I can comfortably say it reminds me of Skrelp's helmet. So I think I'll take that. Dedenne. I don't know about this one. He's like compact. We'll definitely say compact. I guess I'll give it just... Yeah, he does have the Pikachu cheeks. Oh, not Crabominable. Get that out of here. He does have the Pikachu cheeks. So at minimum, he should be in the same tier that Pikachu is, which I do believe is this one. Yes, it is. Okay. God, remember we were talking about Pikachu? Oh. Goomy, Sliggoo, and Goodra all do a fairly decent job at emulating Skrelp's vibe. I think they're higher than this tier. I think they're higher than this tier. What just happened? What did I move? Ferrothorn? No, get back down there. Wait, Ferrothorn, you're like way too high. You're supposed to be all the way down here. Nice try. Goomy, Sliggoo, Goodra. Yeah, I think they all... Well, actually, no. I think what happens is Sliggoo and Goodra end up right here. And Goomy, I think, gets to go up one more. I think Goomy gets to be up here. Great showing for Gen 6 Pokemon. A lot of them are really showcasing what Skrelp is all about. Perhaps because they all came out in the same generation as Skrelp, that like just sort of by proxy, they all kind of inherited a little bit of his grace. Yeah, way better than Gen 5. All right, nearly at the end of Gen 6. We're coming along now. Klefki. All right, I'm gonna make a controversial statement. Skrelp kind of looks like a key. I think that Skrelp could be a key ring, or like, you know, dangle like a keychain, and that could work. I think it's close enough. I think there's merit here. It's something that like probably for scientists to take on requires experimentation, but I think it's enough to save Klefki, because otherwise Klefki would just be in the bad dimension. Come on, camera. I shouldn't complain too much. You've been honestly, like, you could have been doing that every 5 minutes if you wanted to, so I guess I'll be more thankful than anything. Carbank. What do we make a Carbank? Rocky, kind of like Skrelp's exterior armor, so at the very least it goes here. I don't really think it... Well, maybe it does go one higher. It's got the compact body plan. And yeah, it is kind of purple. Not really, but like just close enough, but I think I could call it. Phantump and Trevenant. Red eyes, so that's a good start. Not you. Get back where you belong. I think Phantump and Trevenant both. And I might as well throw Pumpkaboo and Gourgeist. We're gonna do like a little elimination game. Out of all these, Gourgeist looks... Pumpkaboo looks the least like Skrelp, so he's gonna stay here. The rest are going to move up. Then I think Trevenant and Gourgeist go here. And Phantump. What happened? something moved again. I don't know what, though. Oh, well. Phantom is gonna go up here. Body plan, brown, red eyes. Good enough for me. Bergmite and Avalugg. I think we're pretty far from the goal here. Maybe I will spare Bergmite of this fate for being small and compact and having little purple around the eyes. Avalugg, though, I don't think I could do it. Noibat and Noivern. Both pretty Skrelpy. Noibat more so. They both get to be pretty high. Let's say Noivern gets to be in blue. And Noibat gets to be one higher. Look at that. That's a really good showing for Gen 6. Alright. And now we're at Gen 6 Legendaries. Look at us, really making a good headway. Do I think Skrelp, there's any Skrelp-like qualities in the Gen 6 Legendaries? I don't know. Maybe Zygarde. And when I say Zygarde, I mean very specifically, Zygarde 50%. You know, standard Zygarde. I think he can be one higher than this. Here. Just for that very slithery, worm-esque body plan. I don't think anyone else in the... Well, maybe... Yveltal, maybe. For similar reasons. But I think Xerneas has nothing. I think 10% Zygarde is a no. And I think complete Zygarde is also a no. I think Diancie and Mega Diancie both go where Carbink is. At minimum, if not higher. You know, good shape, good color. Red eyes. Red eyes. So, and you know what? Red eyes is something that not even Carbink has, so I think Diancie can go even higher up. It takes the extra step. And that's the final Mega Pokemon, so that's cool. But yeah, there's Diancie. Hoopa. And Hoopa Unbound. I think Hoopa Unbound completely misses the point. Hoopa itself, like, just barely, well, maybe not just barely, maybe a little bit more than that, but like not too much. Hoopa's kind of getting it, but like Hoopa Unbound completely goes off script. Not what we're looking for here, man. In fact, I'd go so far as to put you down here. You know, how'd you veer off the road this bad, you know? And finally, Volcanion. I think he goes like here. He's water type. He's got red and blue on him. You know, it's not the greatest resemblance in the world, but like, I suppose it's kind of close. So enough to like keep him out of this tier at least. All right, Skrelp and all of the Skrelp-alikes. Up to Gen 6, that is. A lot of Pokemon in this tier. Gee, I wonder why. This is what we have left. We have Gen 7 up to here. Then we got Gen 8 up to here. Nope. The Hisuian guys up to here. And then finally, Gen 8. I will hydrate. I will be taking a break here, too. For better or for worse, we've reached a sunk cost fallacy where I've spent 7 hours here, so we are finishing. There's no more like, way early on I was like, maybe I'll stop someplace, maybe I'll find like a good place to end uh early in a way that doesn't feel like a betrayal. But now it's too late. Now we are finishing this up to the end. Um all in the name of Skrelp. So I'm going to take a quick break. We've got a totally doable amount of Pokemon left. Totally going to commit. But I will take a break, so I will be back momentarily. Okay, we are back. Whew. This has been a lot of fun. Thank you all so much for those who popped in to say hi, stuck around for a while, gave your input on the Skrelpiness of Pokemon. This has definitely been my favorite Skrelp day thus far. We are nearing the end, which is great. As fun as I have had, this 8-hour streams ain't no joke. So let's just jump straight away into the Alola region with Rowlet, Dartrix, Decidueye. Rowlet is compact, so I think that Rowlet at the very least gets to be up here. I don't think Dartrix joins him. Decidueye, though, I think does. No, not Fomantis. Decidueye. There he is. Mainly for his hood, which I like, kind of a loose one, but like does kind of give me vibes of Skrelp's little helmet. And for whatever reason, like, just the mysterious vibe that Decidueye gives here is very Skrelp-like. Unlike Dartrix, whose Tood can go straight into the dumpster. Litten, Torracat, Incineroar. To be honest, I don't know if I see much in these three. I think this is another line of fire-type Pokemon that just don't quite hit the bill for me personally. Poplio, though, definitely gives Skrelpy vibes. And Brion and Primarina. We'll bring them all up high. I actually think that Poplio and Brion specifically get to be even higher. Maybe not Primarina, but these two, for sure. Yeah, that feels right. Yeah, as far as the Alolan starters are concerned, I mean, they're not too much Skrelpiness going along, but, I think Poplio does a decent enough job. I'm looking at that body plan again, thinking maybe you should go up one more. Should he? Why not? Why not? You can be generous. Sure. Picky Peck. Yeah, Dan, for sure. I mean, it's 1,000 Pokemon. Things sure got really, really hardcore really quick. And by really quick, I mean 7 hours. But welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Picky Peck, Trumbeak, Toucanon. I suppose their wings are a little Skrelp-ish in the fin department, plus the crescent shape of Toucanon's bill. It's something. Also, I think Shiny Toucanon has this marvelous bill that looks very much akin to like shiny Skrelp coloration. That alone might actually put Toucanon in a higher tier. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair enough. Yungoos and Gumshoes do kind of have the crescenty body plan that I look for. I think they can go up into the same tier as Toucanon. You've got like the brown colors too. Both of them are kind of off, but like Skrelp is like right in the middle. Plus, I think Gumshoes has red eyes. I don't fully recall, but it's fine. Grubbin, Charjabug, and Vikavolt. Charjabug, I think, definitely has the mysterious vibe that we've talked about with the Pokemon such as Psyduck and the rest. So wherever they ended up, I think is where I want Charjabug to be. Maybe like here. Yeah, that feels appropriate. And then Vikavolt will be 2 tiers down, and Grubbin will be 1 tier down. Mainly for the stoutness. And the fact that like his like back area with the ridges sort of does remind me of Skrelp's armor. Crab Brawler and Crabominable. Crabrawler does have the color palette that I like. Oops, sorry, I did not mean to move Litwick. Where were you? How did you get here? There we go. I like the colors that Crabrawler is bringing to the table. So I think he gets to be pretty high up here. Any more than that? Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna give Crabrawler one more. I think he gets to be all the way up here. Good for you, buddy. Shame about your evolution, though. Not indeedy. This guy. Can I move him, please? Oh my gosh. The website is not having a lot of fun anymore. It's like, please, free me. This is enough. Where did that Indeedee go? I have no idea where the Indeedee went, but I guess we'll, you know, end up bumping into it eventually. Oricorio. Out of all the Oricorios, I think the Ghost form is the most Skrelp-like, just due to the color palette it's got. Oh, nice try. Actually, wait. No, it wasn't Crabominable. What moved? This keeps happening. Someone is in here that should not be in here, but I no longer have the strength to fight. At this point, if someone wants to, like, wrongly enter a tier, they have all the permission in the world from me. We got too much to do. I'm moving Umbreon right now. I don't want to do that. Yeah, if I'm still able to put a stop to it, like I'm going to. Get out of here, Umbreon. Alright, where's Oricorio? He's right here. Yeah, I think for a bird, Oricorio does a fairly decent job of trying to maintain Skrelp's colors. Rest of them, though, I mean, particularly fire and electric color Oricorios could definitely be doing better. I think Psychic, actually, though. I think the Psychic one is doing okay. We'll put you right there. Cutie Fly and Ribombi do give me the vaguest of Skrelp. I mean, they remind me as much of Skrelp, just about as much as Yellow Oricorio here. Cutie Fly maybe a little bit more, but honestly, I think I'm satisfied with them there. Rockruff to Lycanroc. Honestly, I don't think any of the Lycanrocs really give me Skrelp vibes at all. Like, none of them have, like, really the rocky, like, you know, armor that, like, makes me think of Skrelp. They all just kind of have, like, rocky spikes. You know, maybe I'll give Rockruff a little bit of a pass and buff him up a little bit, but overall, I think it's a really low showing. Wishy-Washy's doing all right. I of course got to take his School of Fish, you know, hyper form into account, which I'm surprised that doesn't have art here. But I think it's a more than decent resemblance to Skrelp. Ooh, Marini Toxapex. These two, I think, really do have Skrelp relation. Very much so, in fact. I'm going to move him pretty high. Come on. There you go. I think Toxic... Oh, no, not Dunsparce. Not Dunsparce. Not Dunsparce. I think Marini. Marini actually gets to be a Skrelp cosplayer with Toxapex, you know, being not too far behind. I think Marini does a really good job. You know, I can't really complain. That's pretty good. Mudbray and Mudsdale. At least Mudbray has the colors that I'm looking for. Mudsdale, though, could definitely be doing more to impress me here. Dupiter. Araquanid? Well, higher than this, at least. I think Araquanid will stay here, and Dupiter will go up one tier more to be up here with this crew. Body plan is definitely kind of close to what we're looking for, Skrelp. Fomantis and Lurantis. Well, they got red eyes at least. So we'll put them into the you have red eyes and that's about it tier. Camera. Oh, but beyond that, I'm happy with that placement. Morlul and Shiinotic, I really don't know. Maybe I'll put them in this same tier. They're not poison, they're mushrooms. I think Morlul maybe can go one tier up. Not Vigavolt, excuse me. Oh, what is Hippowdon doing here? Are you the one that moved earlier? Get down here. Morlul, I want to move upward. Yeah, that's pretty good. Right there. Ooh, Salandit and Salazzle. We got more poison types, so that's always good to see. They're fire types, but they're definitely not your traditional fire types in coloration. So I think the both of them get to go up pretty high. Not like extremely high. But I think at least Salandit go all the way up here. Salazzle, well, actually, no. I think Salazzle's good enough to, you know, it's the colors. You know, it's a bit too much, like, you know, black and, like, a bit too deep of a red. But the purples are great. And those are exactly the kinds of purples that, like, I want to see. So I think they can stay there. Stuffle and Beware. I'll give it to Stuffle. And I guess by association, Beware as well. I don't think they have an extreme likeness, but it's close enough. Maybe Stuffle is similarly to a lot of the other pre-evolutions, just being a little bit more compact. It has a bit of an edge over its evolved form. The Boonsweet line, Boonsweet, Steenie, Serena. I think Serena is a bit far off to what I like to see, but Boonsweet and Steenie with their very like fin-like petals, I think can be a single tier higher. We'll put them up here. They're doing a little bit extra, and I appreciate that work. Comfey. I don't really think Comfey's got really much going on. Oranguru and Pestimian. Oranguru does have a lot of like elements of it that give me make me think of kelp and seaweed with these very flowy things on its shoulders, the leaf fan it's got in its hand. Passimian has less than that, but he does have a helmet, with like to go alongside Skrelp's helmet. So I think the two of them at least do a decent job, at like not being at the bottom. Wimpod and Golisopod both do give me Skrelp vibes, particularly with all of their armor, and their color palettes. So I think the two of them, I think Golisopod will be up here. Uh-oh, what have I done? Who moved? Who moved? I don't know. It's too late. Golisopod will be up here. Wimpod will go up one tier higher into the blue. I think that works for him. Sandy Gas and Palisand. How much does Skrelp make me think of sand? A little, I guess. I don't know how much like seahorses hang out in like the very bottom of the ocean where the sand lies, but like I guess it's close enough for me to be like relatively associated. Pyukamuku. Yeah, I think Pyukamuku can go kind of high. At least here. I don't think much higher than that. But I think here's a decent spot for Pyukamuku. Type Null and Silvally? You were like invented by humans. You could have made it more Skrelp-like. And you didn't. You chose to like base it off of like Arceus? Have you seen where Arceus ranks? It's not like supremely high. You know, I don't know where he is actually, but like he ain't high. He's like right here. You could have done way better than these two. That's all I'll say. Minior, I guess the helmet, like the outer shell of Minior could be described as like a brown armor-like thing, akin to Skrelp's. I don't think there's a purple Minior, but I mean some colors are kind of close. You know, even this pink is a little close. I'm willing to give him the excuse. Kamala. Absolutely nothing like Skrelp. Wake up. There's Indeedee. Let's move Indeedee back down to where he's supposed to be. Or somewhere in that area. Turtonator? A little bit. He's got these really strange shape patterns. Very flat in curious spots. And I mean, Skrelp kind of has similar things going on, so I guess it's related. Togedemaru as well. Togedemaru has these interesting like quills that kind of are super flat and they spike up only when he's attacking. And the spikes, I guess, could say are reminding of Skrelp's spikes. So I'll give it to him. Mimikyu, another anti-Skrelp out of the 7th generation. Why would you make a disguise of Pikachu when you could have a disguise of Skrelp? Bruxish. Aside from being disgusting, I guess that it is vaguely Skrelp-like. So we'll put it here, a lot lower than a lot of other fish, but Bruxish is really clearly insisting on doing its own thing, and you know, I think it could stand to be a bit more Skrelp. Drampa. Drampa is the exact opposite of Bruxish, whereas Bruxish had all of the opportunity in the world. Oops. How did this get moved? That's really far down. Hold on. Go back. Go back. There you are. Bruxish was a Pokemon who had the opportunity to be more Skrelp-like and chose not to. Drampa is a Pokemon that didn't really have an opportunity. It was like, you know, from birth, like, I'm a big giant dragon. No way I can really be, or a dragon normal type. So it's hard to be Skrelpy. But Drampa made the best out of a bad situation and did his very best to look as Skrelp-like as possible. I will also say that I just described Bruxish as a Pokemon that could have looked more Skrelp-like, but chose not to. And that is my textbook definition of an anti-Skrelp. No, not Shinx, not Shinx. Shinx didn't do Shinx didn't do nearly that level of sin. I don't know where the Luxios are. Well, let's put Bruxish where it belongs, into the anti-Skrelp. Let's put Shinx back with wherever the heck Luxio and Luxray went. They're up here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's another anti-Skrelp from the 7th generation. Delmise has literal kelp on it. That's a good start. It's you know, the anchor part is not really as enticing to me, but like it's got kelp on it. I feel like that it has to be like, you know, at the very least here, you know, I think the anchor like portion of it is the only thing keeping it from being a Skrelp cos. Well, I don't know actually. Maybe do we call that like it's an anchor that is wearing kelp? Is that not literally a Skrelp cosplay? Like, per definition? Maybe he does belong up here. I'm gonna say he does. You know, it's not the greatest effort to cosplay Skrelp, but it's a like canon Skrelp cosplay. So sure, I will give it to you, man. Good job. Okay, Jangmo-o, Hakamo-o, and Komo-o. Fascinating names. Cool, interesting Pokemon. Not extremely Skrelp-like. I think out of the three of them, Hakamo-o is the most... Oops, I grabbed the wrong Pokemon again. Is the most Skrelp-like out of the bunch. Because it's just got some of them crescent shapes that I look for. So I think I'm going to put Jangmo-o and Komo-o here. And Hakamo-o is going to go a little bit higher. Right there. There, see, you get to be with Drampa. It's two 7th generation dragons having a good time. Alright. And just like that, we're already on 7th generation legendaries. Out of the Tapus, 2 of them give me Skrelp vibes and 2 of them do not. So we will bring Tapu Lele and Tapu Fini. And bring them pretty high up, actually. I think both of them really give strong Skrelp vibes. Oh no, I moved another one. Go back down. Where'd you even come from, Gothita? There. Now where are the Pokemon that I was moving? What was I even moving? How have I lost? Tapu Fini and Tapu Lele. Where are they? There they are. There they are. I think you go here. Not Noctowl. Ah, brutal. Noctowl doesn't even belong here. Noctowl is like way lower. I don't know how he got up here. And like Lillipup is here. You know, I can't sit here and like waste time taking care of a lot of this like cleanup duty, but like it's gonna bug me if I just leave it after seeing it. Yeah, so Tapu, I'm gonna put this Tapu here. And the other one who I've already lost again, over here. You get to go one higher due to your purple color palette. Not Kadabra! Oh my gosh. What a nightmare. It's had enough. The website has had enough. And just, you know, because it feels cursed now, I'm just going to put Tapu Koko and Tapu Bulu over here. Cosmog is kind of Skrelpy. Again, the colors really do. What have I grabbed now? Not Greedent. I don't know what's happening. Quit it. Quit it. Where's Cosmog now? Cosmog. Every Pokemon grab is gonna be such a fight from here on out. I could feel it in my bones. Cosmog we'll put into blue. Cosmoem we're going to put into green. Actually, no. I'm looking. Oh my gosh. I'm looking at like the sort of interesting, whatever you would call them, the armor that like Cosmoem has. I think it's close enough to qualify. I don't know where Beware came from, but now he's just there because I gotta move on. Where did Cosmoem go? This is a nightmare. There it is. There are simply too many Pokemon now. What did I grab this time? Not Murkrow. That's such a lower Pokemon. He's like all the way down here. What is happening? Part of me wants to refresh, but you know exactly what will happen when that occurs. This whole thing's gonna disappear. I'm gonna be ruined. Okay. I think that most of the legendaries are not very Skrelpy. I don't think Solgaleo or Duskmane or Dawn Wings, any of them are very Skrelpy. I think Lunala, though, for having a relatively similar color palette to Cosmog and Cosmoem, I didn't grab it. I don't know what I've grabbed. That's Obstacoon. I don't know where to put them. Where are all the other? Here. Right here. Okay. Lunala. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You guys don't even see like the nightmare I'm dealing with. Lunala. This Pokemon right here. Huh? Right here. Right here. Lunala on the decent likeness to Skrelp due to the purple colorations and the slight kind of armory look that they have. I think that works. Nihilego, not Raboot. How in the world is that the one you grab? Go back. Nihilego is very Skrelp-like. You know, very similar to a lot of the other Jellyfishmon that we have ranked at this point. I think he gets to even go this high. Right here. With like Tentacool and Tentacruel, with the Frillishes. A lot of the jellyfish give Skrelpy vibes. As for the other Ultra Beasts, here's the other, like Duskmane and Dawn Wings. What are these then? Again, maybe they have forms. I don't think any of the other Ultra Beasts really give, you know, maybe Buzzwole and maybe Celesteela. Probably being a bit generous, but like the big long nose of Buzzwole and the general color palette of Celesteela kind of reminding me of Shiny Skrelp, I think gives them that edge. I think all the other Ultra Beasts here, at least in this batch, of Ultra Beasts enter here. I think Necrozma goes into the anti-Skrelp dimension. Necrozma's whole thing is that he's like anti-light, and like he will make light go away, and without light we can't see Skrelp. So that's a problem. Ultra Necrozma kind of fixes his problem a bit, you know, because now there is light, but still does not really resemble Skrelp all that much. Magearna, where is the Clink Clang family? That's where you go. I don't care if you've got like a Pokeball color palette. You still don't really resemble. Marshadow though does. We got red eyes. And that's enough, I think, to get you out of the nightmare that is the yellow tier. And getting you up. Oh, what have I grabbed? Is that the right one? Is that the right one? It is. What have I moved now? Not Infernape. How do I keep doing this? Marshadow. You're moving up to green because I don't want to move you up anymore. Infernape goes back down. And now we are at the newly added Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon Pokemon. Poipole. Really Skrelp-like. Which is a shame because that means we have to move him really far. Up. That was not Poipole. That was Sigilif. Up. I move Sigilif back down. I don't care where he goes. Poipole up. Higher. Does he go even higher than this? Yeah, I think he does. I think that's a Skrelp cosplay. You know, especially knowing how crazy Ultra Beasts can look. Poipole choosing to look like this is a choice. And a good one. Naganadel is a little... Oh, what have I grabbed? Wrong. Help. It's okay. Naganadel, we will start moving you up as well. Let's say... Keep going. Yeah, like right here. Like you're not quite at the Poipole level, but you are in the conversation. Stakataka, really not. Blacephalon, a little bit. Not Thief Bowl. Blacephalon, thank you. And then finally, well, not finally, because we do also have 2 more extras. Zeraora? How much does Zeraora remind me of Skrelp? Not really much at all. But I mean, I guess he's got like blue parts. So I guess I'm willing to do that for him. And then the actual final Pokemon of Generation 7. They are Generation 7. I know that they're in this sort of weird in-between, but as far as I'm concerned, they're Gen 7. Meltan and Melmetal. Meltan does give me an interesting, weird, mysterious vibe, which is enough for me to put him up here, I think. You know, vaguely reminds me of Skrelp. But Melmetal, I'm not as sure. I think I'm going to put him here. I guess you could, like, mold his, you know, like, liquid mercury to, like, kind of look like a Skrelp, but he's not doing that, so I don't know if I can really count that in his favor. Yeah, I think that's about as good as it can go. I really do. And that's Generation 7. I took much of that. Actually took more effort than I realized, but maybe just because of how much it's tough to move Pokemon now. But we're so close. We just have this tiny little batch left. I'm going to take another break, probably a quick one, just to kind of gear myself back up. and then we'll be back with the Sword and Shield Generation 8. So be right back. Okay. My camera died during that. Rude. I should probably rest for longer. But in truth, I've got such a small little section of Pokemon left that I just really want to see it through now that we're so close. Excuse me. So, all right. You know, back once again with some starters, this time Generation 8. I don't know if any of these give me... I mean, maybe Grookey's leaves here, but, like, I don't think Thwackey or Rillaboom or his Gigantamax really give me any vibes. I also don't think that any of the Cinderace line really does it for me either. I do think, not Nickit, I do think that Grookey can be one stage up, though. You know, the instant that my cursor allows. We'll put Grookey up one stage if I grabbed Grookey. I don't know what I've grabbed. What's happening? Not Sinistea, for goodness sake. Grookey, you get to be up here. Sinistea, you will wait your turn. Naturally, though, the water line has a lot more to offer in the Skrelp Hood. So I think all of this line does a bit better in this department. Oh gosh, we're back to like so many Pokemon having alternate forms since so many Galarmon have Gigantamaxes. What have I grabbed? No, Incineroar, you don't get to be in this tier. No, Ambipom, you get to be. You actually do get to be in this tier, despite what people might think. All right, are we back now? Yes. Sobble, Drizzile, Inteleon, and your Gigantamax. At the very least, let's get you all to Grookey's tier. I feel like minimum, that's what's appropriate. Please click on what I ask. Ugh. It's the most brutal part of this now. Each gen is taking so much longer because of it. Drizzile, Inteleon, and the Gigantamax. I do think, as much as I don't want to even move them, I think at least Sobble and Drizzile can actually move up higher. I think I'm going to put both of them up in this tier. Right? Maybe Sobble one more. Yeah. That feels appropriate. You know, for a lot of the same reasons a lot of these other Pokemon, I think Sobble belongs there. Both Squavit and Greedent's tails do give read as Skrelp to me, particularly with their colorations. So I think both of them I will put in this green tier with a vague reminder of Skrelp just by their presence. I can't really say the same for the Rookidee line. I guess they have red eyes. So that, I suppose, is a qualifier. They are blue too, though. But you know what? I'm keeping them there because I don't want to move 4 up. Blipbug, though. Blipbug, we should definitely move up. If that is the Pokemon I've picked up. It is. Blipbug has definitely earned his place on the upper echelon of Skrelp-like Pokemon. At minimum, he gets to be there. Now, you know what? I think he gets to be a Skrelp cosplayer. You know, just like Scatterbug and Caterpie and Weedle, he's doing a really solid job at maintaining the shape. I think he's doing good. I don't think I can say the same about... what have I grabbed now? No, that's a fossil. I don't need that. I don't know if I can say the same about... Again, not the Pokemon I grabbed. Dottler. Orbeetle and Orbeetle's Gigantamax. I think they at least get close enough that I can put them in the green. But that's the best I can do for them. Like right around here feels like the best spot for them now. Maybe actually I'm going to put the Gigantamax one lower because like it's a disc. And it's kind of, you know, at that point we're really losing like what makes a Skrelp. So I think that does go one lower right here. Yeah, that feels right to me. Nickit and Thievel. I don't like their attitudes. I'm going to put them in the not really like Skrelp category. Sure, they're kind of orange, but I don't really think it's enough. Gossifleur and Eldegoss both kind of remind me of Skrelp with their flowery, you know, appendages again, like kind of kelpy. Eldegoss, actually, I think I'm actually going to give Eldegoss the special treatment of going up one more. Please tell me that's what I grabbed. It wasn't. I somehow grabbed Indeedee again. Let's bring Indeedee back. Or you know what? Maybe because Indeedee is so adamant on being grabbed, maybe we'll just rank Indeedee, who I actually think would be right here. Because Indeedee's got red eyes. And Indeedee doesn't really have anything else to work off of. So that's where he's going to stay. Thanks, Indeedee. Wooloo and Dubwool. A bit too round. But I suppose their compact bodies do give me a vague Skrelp impression. So I suppose I'm willing enough to put them there. Oh boy. Still got a bit more to go. Choodle. Pretty solid Skrelp relation. I think I'm comfortable putting Choodle relatively high up. The gods will allow it. And it seems like they will. Yeah, I think Choodle is about as much of a Skrelp as Sobble is. So I think that's, you know, worthwhile enough. Dreadnought and Gigantamax Dreadnought, a little less so. Not Squawkabilly. Hello? What have I grabbed now? Not Minch. How? How are these clicks like so ludicrously like out of range of one another? How did you? Yeah, you get here where you belong. Dreadnought, thank you, and Gigantamax Dreadnought. Not as Skrelp. Well, maybe they are because of their armor. You know, they have a similar kind of armor situation that Skrelp does, and of a similar color. So maybe I won't. I still feel like they're kind of far away from the goal, but perhaps they're close enough that I won't penalize them too far. Where did they go? They are here. Maybe we'll put them in this tier. Because he's up here, they're down there. Yeah, that feels appropriate to me. It does. Yamper and Bolthund, I appreciate the effort that you're sticking your tongues out, but beyond that, I don't really see much else for y'all to offer. You don't get much further from Skrelp than a heap of fiery coal. I'll even put Gigantamax Colossal into the anti-Skrelps because, like, again, like, you are already so far away from Skrelp and you went even further. It's crazy. Couldn't be me. The Applin line, or at least the beginning of the Applin line before they continued to the down here. It just hit me. Where's Hydrapple? Oh no, there's no art for Hydrapple. We'll have to figure that out later. Flapple is actually really Skrelp-like. And I think Applin does an alright job as well. What have I grabbed? It's Grimmsnarl. Don't need that. Applin. Flapple. I think Appleton is a yellow. As for both of their Gigantamaxes, that are exactly the same. Here's what I think we do. I think Applin and the Gigantamaxes are in the tier above us, but I think Flapple is in the tier above that one. So we will put Applin here. We will put both of the Gigantamaxes here. But Flapple will go up one more. Right here. For being just the, like, he's like, if you remove all, like, the big apple bits that he's holding, he's very Skrelp-like in shape and in demeanor and in personality. He's even got, like, the nose for it. So I think he gets to be much higher than his peers. Boy. Sandaconda. Sandaconda. What do we think? Kind of Skrelpy. And even Sandaconda is kind of Skrelpy. Let's move you guys up. I don't think that Gigantamax Sandaconda actually is what we're looking for, but I do think that the first two forms for ground types actually like do a solid enough job. I think we're gonna keep them right here. Not bad, not great, very, very middle of the road, but like we'll take it. Oh gosh, excuse me. Cramorant. Blue. Not Milcery. He's blue, so we'll put him there. Quick stretch. We're almost through. Arrokuda and Barraskewda, I do think, are pretty high scorers. They're yellow, which is not really a color we want to see. But they are fish. They're thin. They've got brown. I think it's enough to get them up, not in this tier, but in the one above. Yeah, right around where Flapple is. What have I just moved? That's Donphan. That's not what I asked for, and you know it. 1, 2, bring Donphan back down. Donphan was like way down here. Yeah. Nice try, buddy. Not today. Ooh, actually, no, the Toxel line, it's like almost the exact same purple. Yeah, that's a high scoring one too. I gotta like watch the cursor now and wait for it to be ready. Yeah, I think they all score relatively high. I actually think that the not amped up version, whatever the opposite of that is, like this one, with it being blue, is even more so the Skrelp coloration that we look for. So let's keep moving everyone up. We will keep you two on this tier. Then we will move Toxel up to blue. All the way up. Come on, come on. You can do this, you can do this. Yeah. And then I think, honestly, the, like, blue version of Toxtricity can even go up here, which is kind of shocking, but I do think that that is a pretty decent showcase of, like, what it takes to be a Skrelp. Hey, Passive, how are you? You know, you absolutely don't worry about being late to the party. We have been streaming for 8 hours. So, it's for the best. But I appreciate that you showed up, and I'm happy to see you. I hope you enjoy what you see. Here's the tier list so far. It's massive. It's completely massive. It's just bigger than I could ever imagine. And we don't have too many Pokemon left, but it sure does feel like it's still a good chunk. Sizzlipede, Scorch, and the Gigantamax. Well, they resemble Skrelp a little bit, mainly in their shape, which is good because they don't really resemble it too much anywhere else, but the shape is strong enough, I think, that they can move to the green tier. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. 1. Did I grab it? Yep, 2 and 3. I think they will do nicely in the vaguely resembles Skrelp tier. Clobopus and Grapploct. For Octopi, they really don't remind me of Skrelp all that much. I think I'll put them here. It's not. Well, maybe Grapploct can go 1 level higher, but Clobopus just talk about the incorrect color palette. I'll put Grapploct here though. At least he's trying. Sinistea Poltegeist. I mean, they got purple. It's in the drink. Not Q-Fant. Put that back. Here? I suppose that's fine. The Hattrem. No, it's a Hatena, Hattrem, Hatterene. And then Gigantamax Hatterene. I don't know. Well, I mean, they're definitely not super low, so I at the very least gotta start bringing them upward, slowly but surely. Yeah, the hats are kind of helmet-like. I also think, ironically, Hatterene, which is the final evolution, so you think it'd be the most complex, actually takes it upon herself to scrunch up and become a little more Skrelp-like in shape, which is admirable. Where are they? They were just here. There they are. They're down here. 2, 3, and where's the Gigantamax? Number 4. Yeah, so I think that Hatterene, for that effort, gets to be a little bit higher than the other 2. Yeah, I think they both get to be up here. That's pretty Skrelp-like for a final stage evolution. It's not bad. Impidimp to Grimmsnarl. Well, we got some solid color palettes here, but I don't think Grimmsnarl is exactly what we're looking for. So I think both Grimmsnarl, not Urshifu, for goodness sake. Nope. Grimmsnarl, grab Grimmsnarl, and his Gigantamax will go here. I think Impidimp and Morgrem, their colors are just close enough to me that I think they can be in the next tier. Yeah, that feels right. Actually, you know what? No, Impidimp's gonna go up 1 more. Again, that color palette, the colors really do a lot for something like this. Okay, male Indeedee. Where's female Indeedee? We just took care of you earlier. Not Quaquaval. Indeedee. I'm pretty sure we put Indeedee in this tier, didn't we? Yeah, she's over here. There, now you two can be together. How's that feel? How did the starters get so confused over here? Let's put them all back where they came from. Okay. We got a bunch of evolutions now. Oh, we already did Berserker like way long ago. I don't remember where we put Linoon, Galarian Linoon rather, or Cursula, but I do feel like they should be in similar tiers. Like I want to keep my eyes peeled to see if I can find them, but like it's gonna be it's not gonna be easy. I think they're both in this tier, right? At least Linoon is. So we can put Obstagoon there. Wherever the heck they just went. How did I lose them? There are so many Pokemon on the list now that like I'll lose them so easily. There they are. Yeah, I'm gonna put Obstagoon here, and for the sake of simplicity, I'm putting Cursola there. Skrelp's not a ghost. Surfetched, not really the vibe I'm going for. Mr. Rhyme, at least he's got a big little red nose on his stomach. Makes me think of Skrelp's little red eye. Runerigus, similar. Actually, Runerigus I'm going to put a little higher. Again, the color palette's really on point. I did not grab Unfezant. You're lying. Grabbed Runerigus. Taking him all the way up to the green tier. Rejoice. What a drink. We're almost through Galar. Milcery and Alcremie. I'm gonna give them just like the most passing of resemblances. That's not what I grabbed. Alcremie probably has some color palettes that remind me of Skrelp, but I am way past the point where I'm going to be looking into that. Not anymore. Phalanx. An individual Phalanx, like by itself, does remind me of Skrelp. So having them all together like this is fascinating. I think it's enough to push them past some of the... Why? What have you grabbed now? Ursaluna? No, thank you. Let's get Phalanx up. And up another tier. Please tell me... No. Phalanx. Let's get Phalanx. Maybe up to blue. Yeah. Yeah, that works for me. And now Zora, I know you just got moved and you don't belong up there. Go back to your shadows where you belong. Pincurchin, where did I put Pyukumuku? Here? Into the light blue tier? Well, that's where Pincurchin's going to go. These two Pokemon are like practically identical. Like side-by-side brothers. So that's exactly where Pincurchin's going to go. He's like Pyukumuku, but he's got lightning powers. So, yeah, the two little sea urchins can live together in harmony. Where's the other one? This was the tier, correct? Where'd he go? Oh, he's right here. Okay, great. Yep, that's. I think that's where they should be. Snom and Frostmoth. Well, Snom also reminds me a lot of Pyukumuku. It's just ice now and bug. Don't grab that. That should be all the way down here. I don't know how the heck that just happened. Snom. We'll put Snom exactly where I just put Pincurchin. If it will let me, it probably won't. I don't know what I just grabbed. It's fine. There we go. Frostmoth, though, I'm not willing to give the same uh treatment too. It's sort of uh left the comfort of its Skrelphood and went elsewhere, which we've long since established is not what we look for here. Stone Journer. I don't know. I just don't think I have anything to say about you, man. Hate to do it to you. Ice Cue, though. I think both forms, no. Go back. Right there. Both forms of Ice Cue are just close enough for me, particularly in just their body structure, that I'm willing to put them both up here. As for Morpeko, similar vibe, I think. You know, just close enough. I actually think that his dark, hangry version. No, not Ho-Oh. Are you kidding? Get out of here. No, not Fracture. This is getting ridiculous. Get back to where you belong. The hangry Pokemon, because of the purple color palette he takes on, I think I'm comfortable with him being right there. Oh, and he's got red eyes, so even better. Oh, boy. The way that it fights me is definitely eating me, but, you know, we got a job to do. Qfint and Capparaja don't really see any resemblance. Well, actually, maybe a little bit more in Capparaja. Qfint, not really. But I suppose Capparaja can go in the slight, very slight resemblance tier. Oh, we're very close. Oh, the 4 fossils. I think the ones that have the Arctic in them feel more like Skrelp to me than the Dracos. Actually, no, I'm sorry, other way around. Like the ones that have fish at the end. So, Arctovish, please, and Dracovish. Up, up, up. There we go. We'll move you guys here. I actually think we'll go one more into the blue tier if the gods will allow it. Yes. Okay. So Arctovish and Dracovish will end up here. Meanwhile, I think that Arctozolt and Dracozolt, the ones with Zolt at the end, will go into green. Because they still vaguely remind me of Skrelp. Mainly in just their really, like, you know, curious body plans and like how kind of scrangly they all are. I don't know where they went. They're gone. What's happened to them? They've been lost. I have no earthly idea where they ended up, so we're moving on. Duraludon, another steel type that is really not, well, actually no, that's not fair. He is kind of stumpy, and that is a very Skrelp-like quality, though I think that by the time he turns into a building, we're not really there anymore. Oh no, Dreepy and Dracloak and Dragapult remind me a lot of Skrelp, which means we gotta move them really, really high. Like all 3 of them. So let's begin that process. One, two. I actually think all three of these are going to be really high scoring. Three. All right. Okay. Made it like a quarter of the way there. One. Two. Three. We're gonna go up a little bit more. Yeah, because like all their tails are like the exact like kind of crescent seahorsey like shape that I like. They all have like very appealing color palettes for this. So I think they're pretty close to what we're going for. I actually think Dreepy can go. Dreepy is close enough to Skrelp for me that I think he could be up here in the Skrelp cosplayers. You know, just because we're near the end and just because like the website's lagging like crazy doesn't mean that I don't want to respect a Skrelp cosplayer when one comes around. And I think Dreepy is deserving of that class. Okay. And now we're at the legendaries. I don't think any of Zacian or Zamazenta or any of their forms resemble Skrelp in the least. I do think Eternatus does. Less so his Super Boss Unplayable Master Hand edition, because it's a hand. But Eternatus itself is like, what if Skrelp, but an Eldritch Horror? How on earth did you grab Surskit from that? You kidding me? We'll bring Eternatus. I actually think maybe one more tier from here. I think Eternatus can go all the way up. Because he is just sort of biblically accurate Skrelp, isn't he? Yeah. Okay, so now for the DLC Pokemon from Sword and Shield. None of the Cubfoos, not Pawmi. None of the Cubfoos really do it for me. Although, I guess, honestly, I should give credit to Rapid Strike Urshifu for choosing to be Water type. You know, that is technically getting closer to Skrelp. So that is a worthwhile venture in my eyes. So we'll give Rapid Strike a little bit more credit than whatever the heck they call the dark one. Zarude, he's got red eyes. Good enough for me. Regieleki and Regidrago. I think, well, actually, Regieleki, I think I'm actually going to put here, because I think the Regis are in the green tier, but out of all the Regis, I think that Regieleki is the least Skrelp-like of them all. Regidrago, though, I think can head to the green tier. He's earned it. I think his color palette and everything still keeps him around the same tier. Hey, Rhythm, how you doing? Yeah, forgive me if it seems like I'm speed running, but we are so close now. Just got this last chunk. Horses. Glastrier does not really give me Skrelp vibes. Nor does he when Calyrex is on his back. Happy Skrelp Day. But Spectrier, however, does give me vibes, mainly with his purple palette. Who's in my hand right now? Is it the right Pokemon? It is. And I also think Calyrex by himself, you know, Calyrex without his horses, also gives me the vaguest of Skrelp vibes. So I'm going to move Calyrex here. Please. Thank you. And we'll move the Spectriers over here. They're still horses, so I don't think they can be really any closer than that. But I think they're at least close enough that this, this is acceptable. All right. And now for the final Gen 8 Pokemon batch, the Legends Arceus Pokemon. Very unique. Still Gen 8. Legends Arceus is still kind of in the same class of classification as Sword and Shield, so we'll treat it as such. Weirdeer. Where's Stantler? Wherever we put Stantler, that's where I want to put this. Probably here, or maybe not. Where is this? Where is this deer? It's there. All right. So Weirdeer, you're gonna go into the yellow tier. You don't really do much to improve Stantler from, his anti-Skrelpness. He's still kind of exactly where he was. So, Cleavor, not really doing anything to improve from Scyther and Scissors' lack of Skrelpness. So I think you also stay exactly where you are. Ursaluna, a little bit. I do think Ursaluna is an improvement over Ursaring in this regard, but not by a ton. So we'll just keep him there. Excuse me. Both Basque Legions, though. I think Basque Legion is probably going to be one of the higher scoring Hisuian Mon. If I had to guess it, they're at least out of the yellow tier. I can say that for certain. Both Basque Legions are better than the Pokemon in here. And I think I'm willing to give them one more. If the website gods will let me. Yeah, I want to put them here in blue. Not Munchlax. Where are the fish? Where did the fish go? There they are. Basque Legion male. And Basque Legion female. Very nice. Who's next? Sneasler. Again, Sneasler. And Overquill are both pretty toxic individuals that do have color palettes that remind me of Skrelp, unfortunately, despite their behaviors. So I will be at the very minimum. Whoa! Oh my gosh! Casual Alias, thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome. Oh my gosh, so good to see you today. Hope you're doing well, genuinely. I'm doing great. It's almost been 9 hours. So I'm having a blast. But we are almost done. I'm doing okay. We are doing the biggest farce I've ever conducted in my life. But we're having a good time doing it, so I'm pleased. Particularly pleased in the fact that we are almost done. Where did the Pokemon go that I'm currently ranking? Where are they? Where did they go? They're somewhere in this horrid mess. I don't feel like finding them. Okay, I was looking for, I'm just moved Overquill and Sneasler. Oh, there they are. They're down here. They are right here. Because they both deserve a higher placement than this. So if I can, I want to move them higher, as much as the website is fighting us at this point. Hit. 1, 2, and I think I'm going to put them both into a higher one higher tier than this due to their color schemes and poison typing, and particularly due to Overquill's shape. We'll do 1, 2. Does Overquill go up to here? I think he does. I think he's close enough to Skrelp to make it to this tier. Okay. You're not quite up yet, so you move back over here, please. Thank you. Hisuian, Sliggoo, and Goodra. Oh yeah, thank you so much. Oh, I will hydrate. Absolutely. Yeah, enjoy your movie. Take care, and thank you for stopping by. Now to explain why Sliggoo and Goodra are in the anti-Skrelp dimension. Once again, it's like you were very Skrelpy, and then you took on elements of design that took you away from Skrelp. You went Steel. Have you seen how well the Steel type has worked for other Pokemon? Not okay. You had it. It was in the bag, but you dropped it. I don't know what happened to you guys. Hisuian Avalugg is like literally the same as regular Kalosian Avalugg, so they get to be in the same tier. How does the fighting type Hisuian Decidueye compare to regular Decidueye? Well, where did I put regular Decidueye? He's probably in green, right? Yeah, I put him in green. I think he's going to be in yellow. I think he actually loses a bit of what makes regular Decidueye Skrelpy. So I'm gonna put him there. And then the actual final Hisuian Pokemon, the final Gen 8 Pokemon, the final Pokemon before we get to Scarlet and Violet, is Enamorus. And while I don't think her turtle form is doing her many favors, regular Enamorus is doing all right for herself. I think she can be at least as high as the green tier. What have I moved? Oh yeah, no, that was correct. She just went in the wrong spot. There she is. Where are the other genies? Out of curiosity. Oh yeah, there are in this tier. So yeah, I feel like Enamorus's genie form should be in the exact same spot that the other genies are in. So that's perfect. Okay. Let's take another look at the sneeze. Another look at the tier list now. We are so close now. I'm sorry, I'm working on it. I'm trying. We're so close now. We're so close. One generation remains, plus a little DLC. Just this one little batch, and then we're free. Thank you all so much for sticking around. We are near the end. I'm going to take my final break of the night, and then we're going to wrap up. So I'll see you guys in a moment. Okay. 8 hours, 37 minutes in. We have now reached the final generation of Pokemon. Well, the most recent, currently up-to-date generation of Pokemon. Scarlet and Violet in Paldea. Let's not waste any time. The Sprigatito line, I don't have a huge Skrelp vibe from any of them. I suppose they're actually, I think I'll give them at least one tier up, you know, if the website will let me. Just due to some of their like grassy arrangements, kind of, you know, we've been talking about the kelp vibe a lot today, and I think they have it. It's enough for me to put them up here anyway. We'll put them in the green. Sprigatito, Florigato, Meowscarada. As for the Fuecoco line, Crocolore, Skeledirge. I think Fuecoco does sort of have, and I guess Crocolore as well, have the sort of shape that I'm going for. I'll say this, right? Here's what I think. I think Skeledirge is going to go on the bottom here, just above the no Skrelp qualities. Then Crocolore is going to go into the green, right here. And then Fuecoco is going to go into the blue, because his stoutness and sort of like vague crescent shapeness is honestly doing him a lot of favors right now. He's like the reddest Pokemon in this list, which is like, yeah, really, really funny. Maybe except for like Octillery. As for Quaxley, they're water types, but I actually feel like the Skrelpiness is kind of low with these guys. I don't really know how to describe it. It could just be because we're 8 hours in, but I think that they are on the lower side of the water Pokemon spectrum of Skrelpyhood. Maybe Quaquaval will be a little higher. He's got a few extra little accessories that give me, you know, colors and vibes that are a little closer. But I think overall, the you know, crazy that the fire starter gives me more Skrelp vibes than the water one. How unique. Lechonk and Oikalone in both genders. Female Oikalone's colors are a little off from what I like, but the Lechonk and male Oikalone do have colors that I want. Actually, that seems insane. I think it's the other way around. I'm like forgetting what Skrelp's colors are at this point. Skrelp is brown, so female Oikalone is what we want here. Male Oikalone we'll keep down here. Tarantula and Spidops. I think Tarantula is like kind of Skrelpy. I don't think Spidops is very Skrelpy at all. I'm gonna put him down here. But I think Tarantula is actually just Skrelpy enough that I will put him here with Oikalone. Nimble and Low Kicks, however, are significantly more Skrelpy. Mostly in their colors, but like in a few other notable ways too. Oh god, what is happening? Cool, alright. There, it's figuring itself out. Yeah, I think we will move both of these Pokemon. I think Low Kicks will be with where some of the other Paldeanmon have been, but Nimble I think gets to be higher. Nimble I'm going to put right here. That's pretty Skrelpy. Palmy and like the Palmot lines. Not really feeling them. And at this point, like, you know, I'm not giving them nearly the analysis that I gave to like Bulbasaur, but like I feel like I feel like that's an acceptable trade-off at this point. Tandemouse and Mousehold? Can I find anything? They're just like pure white beady eye, like you know, pinprick eye mice. I don't really think there's anything there that I can squeeze a Skrelp likeness out of. Fido and Darkspun? A little bit. Particularly Darkspun due to having a bit more of a browner coloration over Fido. That's not what Fido looks like. We'll put Fido here. And I'm just going to rank it because it decided to move up here. Bombardier, bad vibes. Rose rocks. Not Skrelpy whatsoever. I'm putting not Dusclops. How did you grab Dusclops of all things? I'm putting Bombardier. Not Boniri. Bombardier into the anti-Skrelp dimension. Both for that, just misbehavior there. Bad vibes. I don't like them. I think that Skrelp himself would disapprove of Bombardier, so I think he goes into the anti-Skrelp dimension. Smoliv, Doliv, Arboliva, something like that. Not an extremely high Skrelp relation, but I suppose Smoliv and Doliv are kind of in the body frame tier, where they're kind of close-ish. I mean, Smoliv is just sort of Budu, isn't it? Where's Budu? Is Budu like up here? It is. So yeah, I think it's fair to say that Smoliv and Doliv should be up here too. I think it's fair enough. Yeah. Knackley, Knacklestack, Garganackle. Salt. I was gonna say nothing, but Skrelps do live in salt water. So I think that's close enough for these guys. Well, out of these three, Cerulege definitely gives me the most Skrelp vibe just due to his color palette of choice. He went against the grain and went very purple and blue, and for that he gets rewarded. Maybe even a little more than this. Have I grabbed the right Pokemon? I have. Bring them up. Bring them up. Bring them up. All the way here. Meanwhile, Armarouge doesn't really give me that vibe at all. I'm just going to put him up here because he reminds me of Cerulege. Charcadet, I think, could be somewhere in between. And by somewhere in between, I mean the single tier that is between them. Oh boy, Tadbulb and Bellybolt. I think these are both a bit high, actually. Not Tatsugiri. Let's put that back. Oh god, everything's getting out of control. Tadbulb. Bellybolt. Gonna move them both upward. Slowly but surely. I think I'm gonna leave Bellybolt right there, but Tadbulb is gonna come higher. And higher. And even higher. I think it's the most Skrelp-like Pokemon so far, despite how wild of a difference the color palette is. I definitely don't think it's a Skrelp cosplayer, but it's the closest Paldeanmon I have seen to it so far. Squawkabilly. Where's Chatot? They're the same Pokemon. Chatot is down here, so this is where Squawkabilly goes as well. Wattrel and Kilowattrel. Not really Skrelpy at all. Mastiff and Mastiff and Mabostiff. Mabostiff doesn't really give the vibe, but Mastiff actually has a color palette that is close enough to Skrelp for me to be pleased. What have I grabbed? Not you. You. Get on up there. You get to be slightly higher tier than your peers. This is an interesting one. Shroodle and Grafii. They're poison type. They're small. You know, I don't really know what else I can give them beyond that. I saw you grab the wrong one, and I'm not going to allow it. Shroodle, Grafii. I think they're both in the green tier. You know, there's a passing resemblance to Skrelp, but nothing that like really screams like, oh man, that is a Skrelp if I've ever seen one. Bramblin and Bramblegast. Not really. Well, I suppose that they have the colors and are kind of spiky. And, you know, they've even got red eyes, so I shouldn't judge so quickly. I think we'll put them both higher. We'll put them like here. Don't grab Mawile. Grab Bramblegast. There. Yeah, that feels good. Toadscool and Toadscruel. They're grass and ground, right? They're not poison. I think just in the interest of being fair, they have to be in the same tier that Tentacool and Tentacruel are. It's kind of a, like, win some, lose some kind of situation, because sure, aesthetically, they look closer to Skrelp than Tentacool and Tentacruel do. They also, though, lose the poison type, which is unfortunate. However, oh gosh, excuse me, I think the resemblance is close enough still that I'm willing to give them the royal treatment and put them all, not Phalanx. I'm gonna put them all the way up here. I'm assuming that Phalanx was up here, right? Like, I hope so. But yeah, Toadscool and Toadscruel, I think are good enough to kind of be up here with their, like, convergent original counterparts. Oh, look at that, it's shrinking. Cloth kind of has the colors that I'm looking for. And I mean, it is a crab still. Where's Kingler? I'm gonna put Kingler. Yeah, they're up there. So we'll put Cloth in the same tier as like a lot of the other orange crabs have been going. I grabbed something wrong, but at this point, you know, it's fine. Cloth is where he belongs. We'll move on. Capsicid and Scovillain. At this rate, I'm really kind of flying by like gut feeling, and I don't really feel too much, just the slightest bit in the green kelpiness. But like beyond that, I really got nothing. Raylor's poop. So he goes into the poop dimension. Rabska, though, wherever his evolution ended up. Rabska it actually is a bit better than Raylor. He takes on a much more appealing color palette. That's closer to what we're looking for. So I think he'll go as far as here. Actually, I think he's gonna go one more. If you could believe it. Yeah, I mean, I think Rabska really went above and beyond to try and get, you know, make the best out of a bad situation and make him as Skrelp-like as possible. So, you know, good for him. Oh my gosh, we got like 5 lines of Pokemon left. They're right here. They're all in front of me. Flittle and Espathra. I suppose, you know, small compact body and then long neck purple. Like it's enough to like get them here. The Tinkaton line. What do I think of them? I mean, they're fun, they're cute, but how Skrelp-like are they? Not very. Not very at all. You know, it's tough to be a steel type. It's like as far away from Skrelp as you could get. Wiglet and Wug Trio. I mean, they're water types. Where did I put Diglett and Doug Trio? I think they're actually a little... yeah, they're like here in green. I feel like they gotta be like one higher than Diglett and Doug Trio because like they are putting in more effort than Diglett and Doug Trio to look like Skrelp. So yeah, if they're in the green, then I think these two gotta be in the blue. Feels only fair. You know, they don't resemble Skrelp too much outwardly, but they put in the effort to be closer to his type. So, you know, I will take that into consideration. Palafin and Finizen. I guess I should just be impartial. I could make an argument that by transforming into Palafin, he's going out of his way to transform into a less Skrelp-like being, but I think in the interest of time, put that back. What are you doing? Put that back where you found it. What have I grabbed now? Okay, calm down. There we go. You've grabbed the dolphin successfully. But yeah, rather than trying to explore those implications very deeply, I think I'm just going to put them into green and be done with it. Oh gosh, I need a water. Oh, we're so close. Varoom and Revavroom. Well, if you gotta be poison type, you might... I mean, if you gotta be steel type, you might as well also be a poison type. Grab Revavroom. He goes here. Varoom, however, I think actually gets higher treatment because he's got Skrelp's little nose mouth there. Kind of Octillery-like. And Octillery got a really high placement, so it only makes sense that Varoom gets to... I think he gets to be as high as here. Hello? Right here. Yeah, I think he belongs here with like some of these other guys. He's doing a decent job at looking Skrelpy for being a mechanical car creature. Cyclizar, I guess his red cheeks remind me of the whole Pikachu situation, so we'll put him into the Pikachu tier. We're not at Tatsugiri yet. Let's put him back. Orthworm, I guess, is a little Skrelpy, just a tad. I mean, he does have the body shape, which is important. He's red, not exactly the color that I want to see, but like you know, Skrelp is a little red thanks to his eye, so I think we'll put Orthworm there. Glimmet though, look at Glimmet. Do we have a winner here in the like look like Skrelp department? I think we do. And I mean, at least as far as this generation is concerned. I mean, he's no Horsey, but let's get him. No, not Lampent. Let's get you up. I should have moved Lampent into a spot where he shouldn't be. Is Litwick down here? Yeah, Lampent, where'd you go? You don't get to be up here. You get to be down here. All right, now where did Glimmet go? There's Glimmet. Yeah, you know what? Glimmet, congratulations. Glimmet, you are like your generation's Skrelp cosplayer. You know, you've got that shape down pat. I know that like they're not always looking quite like that. This art has this kind of more downward than it usually is, but like especially when I look at it next to a lot of these other Skrelp like cosplayers, it just seems to fit right in. And as for Glamora, a little less so, but close enough that I still think that it gets a high placement. I gotta use these things. I know so little about these particular Pokemon. They're even poison type, aren't they? They're like poison and rock of all things. So like, yeah, even like all of this and the poison type, I think it's plenty enough to give them really high scores in this ranking. Greavard and Houndstone, they're kind of purple. I guess that's enough for me. Flamigo. Where's Firo? He's there? I think that's where Flamigo should be too. Flamigo is like actually, you know, is doing less to achieve more. You know, it's all the reasons that Firo is up there, basically Flamigo has as well, while getting rid of a whole lot of the fluff. So I think Flamigo gets to have a good time at a really high placement. Yeah, I think that's fair. Citadel and Cititan. I'll admit, I love you guys very, very much, but I don't see much. I don't see too much Skrelp in you. Actually, no. You know what? I changed my mind because your flipper, you got these big old flippers, which do kind of look like fins, and there's even just the slightest bit of pink on you. I suppose that's enough for me. Veluza. Vault and Veluzas. We'll put you... Did I grab the right Pokemon? I have. Yep, he's there. We'll put you one tier above this one. I think you belong, you know, in like the upper echelon. You're very sharp. You should be steel type, but you're not. I think you belong right there. Some of these other guys in the decent likeness. I think that's very fair. Dondozo and all three of the Tatsugiri clan. I think they're all higher than average. They're definitely higher than this tier. So we're gonna have to move them up even further, as much as it pains me. Not Walking Wake. Why did you grab that? Where did he go? Oh, he's over here. Yeah, that's enough of that. Get back to where you belong. Okay, now. Dondozo. Tatsugiri orange. Tatsugiri yellow. Tatsugiri red. We'll move them up here. And I think they all go up one tier beyond this. I've grabbed Wailord. Where does Wailord actually go? He goes down here. No, and now I've grabbed Clefable. Grab a Dondozo. Thank you. And then Tatsugiri. 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 Yeah, I think they all belong in the same tier that Veluza was in. They all kind of make like a nice happy fish family. Okay. The evolutions. Let's see where I judge these guys. I think if Girafarig is there, we'll put Farigiraf with them. Annihilate does give me slightly more of a Skrelp feel than Primeape and Mankey. So wherever I ended up putting them, I don't know where on Earth. Oh, they're right there. Then Annihilate will be one tier above them. Right there. I think he's even got red eyes, but at this point I've scrolled away. Wooper and Quagsire got really high scores. What do I think about Clodsire? I guess it's close enough. Similar to the Dunsparce, because Dunsparce is also at a really high tier. I think they're both going to end up in the same, like, dark blue tier. Like, way up. Way up. Where did they go? Over here. Clodsire to Dunsparce. Yeah, where is Dunsparce? Dunsparce, yep, is in here in the Cyan tier. The Dunsparce should absolutely be in the same tier as that. And then Clodsire, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and put him one higher. He is a poison type, after all. Dunsparce. All right. Oh, King Gambit. Where is Pawniard and Bisharp? Where are they? They're in the yellow tier. King Gambit shall join them. I think I feel the same way about all three of them in terms of their Skrelplyhood. Okay. And now we've got the Paradox Pokemon. What to do with these things? Do I just rank them based on where their, like, other forms are? I think it's going to be a case-by-case basis. I think for some of them, we can do that. Where's Donphan? He's in yellow. Then I think we'll give the same to Great Tusk. And while we're at it, honestly, actually, you know what? I'm gonna make a case right here. I think every single Iron Pokemon should be part of the anti-Skrelps. Skrelp ain't a robot. He's pretty far from a robot. You know, none of these Pokemon have been Steel types, but they might as well be with their aesthetic. I'm gonna throw every single Iron Pokemon into the anti-Skrelps. Because it feels like you are like just going as far away as you possibly could from the concept of what a Skrelp is by becoming robot. I just noticed that Iron Boulder isn't here either. Iron Boulder would just end up exactly where the rest of them are. All the irons I think are going to be together. Where's a Mungus? In green. Brute Bonnet is barely close enough to oh god, don't grab that. Brute Bonnet is essentially the same thing, so I'm perfectly comfortable putting him there. Fluttermane, however, because Mischievous is all the way up here. I don't think actually Fluttermane. I think Fluttermane is a slight, not extreme, but a slight downgrade in Skrelplyhood. So Fluttermane is just going to be one tier below, just one. Like there's still plenty of good qualities to be had that of what made Mischievous so good in the first place. Please put this Dottler back. Where did it go? Oh no. How did Dottler even get here? Like, Dottler is like a million years away. Alright. Fluttermane. Fluttermane, where did you go? How did I lose this thing? Yeah, I was gonna put it in this tier. Now I don't even know where it went. There it is. Yeah, I think you don't quite get the gist the same way Mischievous and Miss Magius, wherever she is, do, but I think you get close enough. Sandy Shocks, not really doing it for me. You're not quite an Ironmon, but like, you know. Oh, you are though, so you belong there. And then the final. Well, no, that's not the final. But like one of the final Paradox Mons, Slither Wing. Don't grab things I don't ask you to grab. Come on, get your act together. You're so close, website. We're so close. Slitherwing is actually significantly more Skrelpy than Volcarona could ever dream to be. So I'm putting like Slitherwing all the way up here, which isn't the highest score, but considering Volcarona is like really down low, it's like here. I think that's a decent showing. Oh, we've got like 2 lines left. What, like 20 Pokemon? We're right there. Frigibax, not Diplin. Frigibax, Arctibax, Baxcalibur. I think they are at least here. Maybe thanks to their color palettes and general shapes, we'll give them 1 more tier. And I'm not going to elaborate extremely strongly because I am tired. We've like really reached it now. They're there because that's what my gut feels on their scroll. They're spiny enough. They got some red. Sure. Gimmighoul and Goldengo. Skrelp isn't a huge fan of microtransactions. So, you know, the money Pokemon, you know, I will actually say perhaps I'll be a little fairer to Goldengo because at least he does have a surfboard and you surf on water and that's where Skrelp lives. So, and maybe that will be a little bit more for that. In which, you know, we'll put Gimmighoul here. I'm being too harsh on the guy. The Ruin Pokemon. Chi-Yu, despite being fire, looks like a fish. So that's a pretty good boon for Chi-Yu to be a bit on the higher side. I think Ting Lu is the least. What have I grabbed? It is Ting Lu. Ting Lu is the least Skrelp-like of the Ruinous forms, despite his color palette. I just think that the very like ground sediment moose vibe is just the furthest out of this. And then I think Wo Xian and Xian Pao are both kind of middle average grade. I say this being like so close to the bottom. But like I think they're not as close as Chi-Yu, but not as low as Ting Lu. I think they're kind of here. Maybe Xian Pao gets to be 1 tier higher because of his weird shapes. What have I grabbed? You put that back. Yeah, he's got kind of the spiral tail. And it's snow. Snow is cold water. I think it's good. It's a good enough reason. Roaring Moon. Where's Mega Salamence? It's the same thing. Mega Salamence is in green. Roaring Moon will be the same. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yes. Yes. No, not Knackley. Roaring Moon. Keep going. And oh, come on. Come on. Yes, all right. Yeah, Roaring Moon, basically the same Pokemon as Mega Salamence, so their crescentness will be shared together. And I might as well, since this is actually, we'll just finish the all the Paradox Pokemon. Here's Walking Wake. Here's oh no, Roaring Thunder. Like Striking Thunder. It's something like that. And then Gouging Fire, which is also not here. I think Gouging Fire would be here in the orange tier, not extremely Skrelp-like. I think Roaring, no, it's like Raging. It's Raging Thunder. Raging Thunder goes here because of his long neck and purple cloud. And then Walking Wake is the most Skrelp-like, so Walking Wake will get to be in the green tier. That should be every Paradox Pokemon. All that remains is Koraidon and Miraidon, and then all of the DLC Pokemon. Koraidon and Miraidon. While Koraidon, I think, is a little bit too unscrelp-like for me, to the point where he's going to go here in the yellow tier. I actually think Miraidon is much closer. You know, definitely helps these purple, but that's not the only thing I see here. There are a number of Skrelp-like qualities to get him 1, possibly even 2 tiers up. Not Giratina. Where'd he go? Miraidon. Yeah, let's get him actually one tier higher. Let's get him like here. For like a futuristic legendary, like he's really showing the Iron Pokemon like how to do it. Okay. The final batch of DLC Pokemon. Sinistcha and Poltergeist. Where are your Galarian counterparts? Where did I put Sinistea and Poltergeist? I don't feel like I put them all that high. Where are they? Because wherever they are, I'm going to put them a tier above. Because they do... well, actually, no. Because Poltergeist and Sinistea... Well, yeah, there they are. They're purple. These guys aren't purple. So, I think they're about the same class. Please. Oh, please. We're so close. Grab Poltergeist. Grab Sinistcha. And we'll put them both in yellow. And we'll move on. Diplin. And I'm going to count Hydrapple here, because I don't see art for Hydrapple, so we can't rank him properly. Which is a shame, because I think out of all of the Applins, except for maybe Flapple, Hydrapple would probably be the most Skrelp-like. Or the second best. Diplin's okay. I think Diplin's just going to go wherever the heck... How did you end up all the way over here, Wo-Chien? How in the world did you do that? Okay. Sure. Where did Diplin go? Diplin is... Oh, how did I do it a second time? I give up. You get to stay exactly where you are. Diplin. Diplin. Click the Diplin. Okay. Is this where Applin is? It's where Applin is. Yep. They're pretty interchangeable. I think Hydrapple would end up probably in this spot right here. All right. The Loyal Trio or the Loathsome Trio or whatever they're called these days. All of their toxic chains, you know, are related, you know, or at least to me, give me vibes of Skrelp. So at the very least, they all get a decent start. I think Pheasantipity is the least Skrelp-like of the batch. So I think it's going to go Pheasantipity, followed by Okidoggy, followed by Monkey Dory. I think out of the three of them, Monkey Dory resembles Skrelp the most. So we will put not that. Oh my gosh. We're so close. Come on. You'll put Pheasantipity in the green tier. We will then put wherever he ended up. Okie Dogie is probably how you pronounce that. Here he is. Okie Dogie will then be the next tier up. His colors are slightly... Well, are they? Again, I keep seeing green, and I'm like, yeah, that's what we want. No, it's not. It's not green at all. But maybe he's got red eyes. I'm going to choose to believe he's got red eyes. But Monkey Dory should absolutely be the highest. Where is he? Oh, God. Oh, God. Where did Monkey Dory end up? Monkey. Here he is. And we'll put him a single, not Gardevoir, a single tier higher than this band. It does also help, of course, they are all poison. But his body plan is definitely much more akin to the kinds of Pokemon that we've been seeing up here. Oh my gosh. I'm just going to real quick throw Archaludon down here because I'm pretty sure that's where I end up putting Duraludon. Right? Yeah, well, he's Gigantamax Duraludon. And he doesn't remind me as much as like regular one does, so I think that's a fine spot. Ogerpon, the sweetheart known as Ogerpon, with all of her masks. There is a water mask. This one isn't the water mask, but there is one with a water mask, so I feel like it at least gets up here. I'll give it a little bit more, though, for, you know, being made of wood. That's, you know, kind of got the same brown vibe. Masks is that close to the helmet? Maybe. I think it's good enough to put Ogerpon up here. Terrapagos. Well, Terrapagos is technically all types. So therefore it you know, shares Skrelp's type. That's enough to put it in yellow. I think it can go one more, though, for being a turtle. But, you know, semi-aquatic. So we'll put you both in the green tier. Just like right next to Ogerpon. Look at that. Okay. And the final Pokemon in the game. The last Pokemon in the Pokedex as of this year's Skrelp Day. Pecharunt. Pecharunt, the ringleader, the poison chain, the evil mochi, is kind of Skrelpy. Maybe not in terms of malicious intent, but, you know, it's poison, it's purple, it's small, it's compact. I think it's enough to get up here. But I actually, because I'm generous, and because this is the last Pokemon, and I'm happy, we're going to put Pecharunt even higher. We're going to put Pecharunt, not Palkia. We're going to put Pecharunt up here. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay. 9 hours and 21 minutes. We have completed the Skrelp Day tier list. Every single Pokemon has been ranked due to their by their similarity to the Pokemon known as Skrelp in celebration of Skrelp Day. Oh my god. I'm so exhausted. This was ridiculous, but I you know, hey, it's been a good time. I'm glad I committed. You know, I had no reason to commit like this, but I committed. And you know what? We've got it. We've got our most to least Skrelp-like Pokemon, and of course the Skrelp tier itself. You know, honestly, it was just a great excuse to just talk about every single Pokemon. That's always a fun thing for me to do. And thank you all for sticking around. You guys are real troopers. Seriously. Um, that was really something else. I think we will end it here, though. I am so exhausted. But let's send you guys over to someone who is very near and dear, a really lovely, wonderful streamer. Miss Fushi, who's currently playing Donkey Kong Country. Okay. If it will let me anyway. Hopefully she didn't just end. Miss Fushi? There it is. Okay. I will definitely get some Skrelp sleep. Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful rest of your night. And happy Skrelp Day. Take care.